innovation is actually on the rise everywhere.
For me, there's hope for the future.
This new generation of people, new generation of companies, it is changing the world of technology. It's changing the world.
We are seeing the redefinition of money.
Everybody's always talking about this revolution.
And if money really makes the world turn, shouldn't your money be digital too?
I think by definition we're going there.
I'm already living the cashless lifestyle. The topic of money is a universal language.
It is where people talk about what's happening in future.
Europe needs to be intelligent in how it adapts to the change of a generation.
I felt I was protecting a model that had gone stale, that was no longer working.
Banknotes are a piece of history.
Money is really about future value.
So I quit my job to start a new bank.
It's a new technological age.
We don't sell data, we don't have an advertisement.
If you're one of the guys who thinks, I just can't hire women, look in the mirror, you're part of the problem.
The tech ecosystem is just a reflection of our ecosystem. We have to find a way to cancel out the stupidity and the rigidity.
Let's not just put our heads in the sand. Let's try to be part of the solution here.
The era of information technology being dominated by only a single geography is rapidly coming to an end.
Silicon Valley actually is slightly shrinking. You see places like Toronto growing faster than Silicon Valley.
Toronto is an incredible city. It is a place where people are going to love to come together.
Collision, bienvenue au Canada.
It's a unique opportunity to meet here in Hong Kong, where East meets West, old meets new.
This is the place to come to see the best new startups across Asia.
This is the hottest emerging area in the world right now.
To have a conference of this size that brings talent of this quality from all over the world matters a lot.
You know, it reminds me of something out of Star Wars, like a city of the future.
We live in a world where innovation is actually on the rise everywhere.
For me, there's hope for the future.
This new generation of people, new generation of companies, it is changing the world of technology. It's changing the world.
We are seeing the redefinition of money.
Everybody's always talking about this revolution.
And if money really makes the world turn, shouldn't your money be digital too?
I think by definition we're going there.
I'm already living the cashless lifestyle. The topic of money is a universal language.
It is where people talk about what's happening in future.
Europe needs to be intelligent in how it adapts to the change of a generation.
I felt I was protecting a model that had gone stale, that was no longer working.
Banknotes are a piece of history.
Money is really about future value.
So I quit my job to start a new bank.
It's a new technological age.
We don't sell data, we don't have an advertisement.
If you're one of the guys who thinks, I just can't hire women, look in the mirror, you're part of the problem.
The tech ecosystem is just a reflection of our ecosystem. We have to find a way to cancel out the stupidity and the rigidity.
Let's not just put our heads in the sand. Let's try to be part of the solution here.
The era of information technology being dominated by only a single geography is rapidly coming to an end.
Silicon Valley actually is slightly shrinking. You see places like Toronto growing faster than Silicon Valley.
Toronto is an incredible city. It is a place where people are going to love to come together.
Collision, bienvenue au Canada.
It's a unique opportunity to meet here in Hong Kong where East meets West, old meets new.
This is the place to come to see the best new startups across Asia.
This is the hottest emerging area in the world right now.
To have a conference of this size that brings talent of this quality from all over the world matters a lot.
You know, it reminds me of something out of Star Wars, like a city of the future.
We live in a world where innovation is actually on the rise everywhere.
For me, there's hope for the future.
This new generation of people, new generation of companies, it is changing the world of technology. It's changing the world.
We are seeing the redefinition of money.
Everybody's always talking about this revolution.
And if money really makes the world turn, shouldn't your money be digital too?
I think by definition we're going there.
I'm already living the cashless lifestyle. The topic of money is a universal language.
It is where people talk about what's happening in future.
Europe needs to be intelligent in how it adapts to the change of a generation.
I felt I was protecting a model that had gone stale, that was no longer working.
Banknotes are a piece of history.
Money is really about future value.
So I quit my job to start a new bank.
It's a new technological age.
We don't sell data, we don't have an advertisement.
If you're one of the guys who thinks, I just can't hire women, look in the mirror, you're part of the problem.
The tech ecosystem is just a reflection of our ecosystem. We have to find a way to cancel out the stupidity and the rigidity.
Let's not just put our heads in the sand. Let's try to be part of the solution here.
The era of information technology being dominated by only a single geography is rapidly coming to an end.
Silicon Valley actually is slightly shrinking. You see places like Toronto growing faster than Silicon Valley.
Toronto is an incredible city. It is a place where people are going to love to come together.
Collision, bienvenue au Canada.
It's a unique opportunity to meet here in Hong Kong where East meets West, old meets new.
This is the place to come to see the best new startups across Asia.
This is the hottest emerging area in the world right now.
To have a conference of this size that brings talent of this quality from all over the world matters a lot.
You know, it reminds me of something out of Star Wars, like a city of the future.
We live in a world where innovation is actually on the rise everywhere.
For me, there's hope for the future.
This new generation of people, new generation of companies, it is changing the world of technology. It's changing the world.
We are seeing the redefinition of money.
Everybody's always talking about this revolution.
Paddy Cosgrave.
Good morning. Good morning. So who was here last night? Many people here last. What an incredible opening night. That was just wonderful. Who went out to Night Summit last night? Not many of those that went out made it here this morning. It's not surprising. Do we have many Portuguese here this morning? I've a feeling we have very few Brazilians here. Any Brazilians here? That's not bad, I'm surprised. That's a good turnout this early in the morning. I hope people had a fantastic opening night. We've got an amazing day ahead of us, fantastic speakers. Up here in a moment, we'll have the co-founder of Slack. And then throughout the day, we have fantastic speaker after fantastic speaker, finishing with the president of Samsung on here at about 4 p.m. Right across the venue, there are about 20 stages stretching over a kilometer, running simultaneously with deep dives on every imaginable topic. So if you're wondering what you should go to, don't hesitate picking up your phone, opening the app, and just take a look at talks recommended from me. Those are specifically tailored to each of you based on your interests and who you are and what you've been doing on the app. And it's a powerful and quick cheat to find some of the most interesting talks. You can also click on the People tab on the mobile app, and you can see the most trending speakers, which is also a great way of giving yourself a great idea of some of the interesting talks to go to. Last night, we did something that's become a little bit of a tradition at Web Summit. Web Summit is ultimately, of course, a lot to do with many of the incredible speakers. But Web Summit is also about all of you. Spread across this room right now and all across the campus are incredible entrepreneurs. It's the world's largest gathering of entrepreneurs and entrepreneurial-focused companies and cities and countries. And people come to Web Summit not just to hear from incredible speakers, but to meet each other as well. And I'm sure all around you, there are incredible people. You might, and I'm sure many of you are, some of those incredible entrepreneurs that have joined us from hundreds of countries and cities around the world. So what we like to do on the opening night and on the opening morning is I'm going to get everybody to stand up in a moment, and I want you to introduce yourself to just 3 people around you. You'll be amazed at the people you meet. So let's all stand up and we'll start introducing ourselves. Here we go. Where are you from? Malaysia. Malaysia? Are you from Malaysia as well? Wow. Hey, Paddy, where are you from? Belgium. Belgium, fantastic. Fantastic. So when you're finished introducing yourself, and this is always the hard part, we'll begin to sit back down again. Great. So I'd encourage all of you, any opportunity you get to just say hello to somebody, say hello. Everybody is here from all over the world to meet other people, and you shouldn't be shy or be nervous. It's an intimidating atmosphere to be together and with such a huge volume of people, so many people doing so many incredible things from all over the world. But really, you just shouldn't hesitate introducing yourself to anybody. You never know who you're going to meet alongside you, who you're going to meet on the metro this evening, or who you're going to meet at Night Summit tonight. For those of you for whom this is your first Web Summit, put up your hands if this is your first Web Summit. It's a lot of people. I would strongly encourage you to go to Night Summit. Web Summit isn't just a kind of 9 to 5 conference. There's a second part to it, and that's Night Summit, which takes place really from roughly 6 p.m. the whole way through until 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 a.m., however long you last. There are parties and events that we've organized, and there are hundreds more organized around the particular area of the city that we've designated for Night Summit. And it's a fantastic way to connect with communities, or maybe people from your country. I've just met some folks from Malaysia that are here, and I'm sure the Malaysians are throwing a party tonight, or maybe tomorrow night or the night after. So go and discover Night Summit, and also don't forget that using the app is probably the most powerful way to find people that can be relevant to you. If you click on the People tab on the bottom of the mobile app, we'll recommend people to you, and at the same time we're recommending each of you to specific groups of people across the event. People will spend on average about an hour a day using the app during Web Summit to plan, to organize, to connect and message with fellow attendees and speakers. So don't hesitate. So now for our first speaker. How all of us communicate online has been constantly redefined over the last 2 decades. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, WhatsApp, WeChat, These are just some of the products that have made a profound impact on all of us on our everyday lives. But when it comes to communication in our places of work, in our offices, truly revolutionary communication products and platforms have been very, very rare. Over the last 2 decades, almost nothing has changed. It's all been email, email, email. That is, until Slack. Slack, more than any other product in the world, is redefining how we communicate in our workplaces and even beyond. It's a huge privilege to welcome to the stage, in conversation with the wonderful Mamoon Hamid of Kleiner Perkins, Slack co-founder Cal Henderson.
Good morning, Lisbon. Can I get a good morning? Good morning.
Oh, that's a bit perky.
Hi, Cal.
Good morning.
Thanks for dressing up.
Yeah, well, you know, I've worn my best shorts.
Yeah, for anyone who knows Cal, actually, this is actually his uniform every day of the year. A checkered shirt and shorts. It's like his version of a black turtleneck and jeans, but I think it's a lot more genius. You know, it's like life is a vacation every day.
You know, I moved to kind of California accidentally, and I still like to think of the Bay Area as part of California, and so I really want to have that California experience.
Like I said, it's genius, genius. So let's talk about Slack. So you set out to build an online gaming company with your co-founders, and many years later, it somehow turned into Slack. How do you go from a game to the fastest growing enterprise software application of all time?
You know, when I think back to we've tried to make games twice and failed at it both times. And the first time we came out with Flickr, the photo sharing website, and this time we've done Slack. And I think the thread that connects all of them is kind of a mix of kind of collaboration and creativity. So I think it's misleading when we say we were trying to make games. We weren't trying to make like a shoot people, score points, win games. It was more kind of collaborative, world-building play spaces. And what really tied those, you know, the core of those games was the idea of using the internet as a tool for communication and collaboration and kind of community. And whilst we definitely weren't successful at that thread definitely went through Slack. The idea of really using the internet for what it's great at, which is creating a space for collaboration.
And so maybe just talk about the journey from the first few years of building a game then to Slack, and goes back about 5 years ago when you started to beta Slack, and the 4 years prior to that was the game phase. So it's been an 8 to 9 year journey, and I got to become involved with Slack about 5 years ago, so I've only seen that thread from it being an enterprise application.
Yeah, so we started the company to make games, and we kind of had this vision of we would make the first we would do for online games what the Wii did for console games. It was like, take something that had been quite niche and still a big business, but like make it broadly applicable and mass market. I think we didn't know what we were doing, and that's definitely apparent after we spent 4 years and a whole bunch of money and didn't come out with a successful product. But I think that a lot of the things we learned around making games we applied to making Slack. It was really about think about what the user experience is in the first 10 seconds, in the first 60 seconds, and then what people are going to get out of it coming back to it every day. We're trying to build a game experience where you would play every day and have that kind of like feedback loop of wanting to do more and getting something out of it. And so when we built Slack, actually came out of the tools we were building to be able to develop the game. We were split in offices between 2 different countries. You know, we had our engineering office and we had our game studio, and we wanted to be able to collaborate tightly on this game. So we built this communication system to be able to build the company, you know, and it became the core of just how we worked. So when we shut the game down, when we realized that that wouldn't be a viable business, we knew we wanted to keep working in the same way. We knew that this was a great way for teams to work together, and we thought, oh, maybe this will be applicable to other small teams like us. You know, we thought we understand small, small tech companies. We were like sub 50 people, and I think what we realized fairly quickly for some reason, we thought that large companies were different. We thought if you work at a company with 10,000 or 100,000 employees, it must just work completely differently to a small company. But you're never on a team of 100,000 people. You don't work with 10,000 people every day. Every company, whether it's small or large, is made of small teams of people collaborating together to get things done. And so kind of Slack just hit that sweet spot of working for all kinds of organizations across all kinds of industries, as well as all kinds of sizes.
Yeah, somehow, if you look back even 5 years ago, it's kind of crazy to think that there wasn't anything like Slack around. There were a lot of collaboration tools. I was actually an investor in Yammer, which was trying to be the version, 1.0 of Slack, or 0.5 version of Slack. Why do you think there wasn't anything at the time that addressed the needs of the enterprise?
I think there's a couple of kind of trends and tailwinds that made Slack successful. The first of which has been the rise of messaging in the consumer space. So that's changed really significantly over the last decade. If you're organizing to go out with your friends of an evening, you probably don't email them anymore. Like, of course, you use iMessage, use WhatsApp, use Facebook Messenger, and that's just the default way you communicate outside of work now. And I think part of that has been the rise of mobile messaging, obviously, but just these really great consumer messaging experiences that change how you communicate outside of the workplace. So that's been a big trend. But I think an even bigger trend over the last, say, 10, 15 years has been a real proliferation of individual software categories in the business space. Whereas a couple of decades ago, an enterprise would buy software from one or two large vendors, like your Oracle, your SAP, your IBM, Microsoft. There's been an explosion in the number of vendors that companies buy from, and a lot of that is fueled by SaaS. So the average large enterprise now buys more than 1,000 different software products to be able to get work done inside that company. And that explosion of products has made lots of people individually a lot more kind of efficient and productive in their role. If you think about being, say, a recruiter 10, 15 years ago, you didn't have LinkedIn, you didn't have applicant tracking software, you didn't have like AI analyzing people's resumes. You would go into the lobby of a building and look at the directory and copy all the names down and then cold call them. The productivity of these individual roles has changed amazingly through software tools, but it's been very focused on the individual experience, not on kind of the team experience. And as more and more work moves to be knowledge work, and all knowledge work becomes teamwork, kind of the power, the kind of return and leverage that you get out of it, teams working together more efficiently gets bigger and bigger.
Yeah. What were the earliest indications that there was insane product market fit for Slack? What were the metrics that told you guys that something is working here?
It kind of crept up on us slowly. To begin with, we started using the product on day one, and so it was because we'd been using something like the product while building games, we knew that it worked really well for our use case. Like, we built it to work for exactly our company. And it's kind of interesting. The first kind of major company we got to try it, or the first serious alpha tester we had to, as friends of ours, we really had to beg them to try it out. Please, we may have just failed building this game, but try this piece of business communication software. We know nothing about business software, but please try it. And they tried it out, and we found immediately that loads of things about the product didn't work for other teams. It turns out if you have 3 people on your team called Sarah, you need some way to disambiguate who you're talking to. We're like, we don't have 2 people with the same name. We had never thought of this. And that times a million things. So really a lot of that kind of initial product market fit was going out to our first customers, our alpha and beta testers, going to their offices, watching them work, understand what their problems were, understanding what they were dealing with, and kind of iterating on that very fast. Like that. The first and really the only thing you're doing when you start a startup is finding and honing that product market fit. Before you worry about the later stages, the first thing you have to build is that product. So we spent a huge amount of time talking to customers, on-site with customers, understanding what the problem was that we're solving.
Mm-hmm. So I was recently with a number of Fortune 100 CIOs, and you bring up Slack to them, and they really some of them dismiss it still. What do you view as the biggest competition for a product like Slack today?
I think that the biggest thing that we're pushing against as competition is kind of inertia of doing things in an old way. You know, like email has been kind of the primary mode of communication inside business for more than 30 years, you know, and convincing people or just really telling people that there's a different way to work, I think, is the biggest challenge. I think there's huge unlocked potential there, though. So Google recently released a multi-year study where they looked at what made teams inside their company effective. You know, was it the manager style? Was it introverts versus extroverts? Was it about having all-stars of this particular discipline or bringing together, you know, the best people across the company? And it turns out the only thing that was an indicator of whether a team would be successful was how that team communicated. They could be the most average employees at the company, but if they had really great communication, then they would have the best results. Mm-hmm. And I think that that's a huge kind of unrealized upside for every company across every industry. You know, every company has employees. If you can get them to work together better, then that's a huge potential upside.
So, you know, there's been a rapid pace of innovation in enterprise software and technology at large over the last 2 decades, right? And do you truly feel like we're more productive as workers, knowledge workers?
You know, I mean, it's the focus over the last decade has certainly been on individual productivity. You know, kind of everything since the invention of the spreadsheet has been focused on making individuals more productive in their particular roles. You know, it's the evolution of making the production line more effective. Mm-hmm. And I think there is no doubt that individually, when you think about roles as a single person working on something, we have become way more productive. And especially over the last decade, as with the rise of mobile and SaaS, we've really seen the tools for many individual roles get better and better, higher and higher quality. I think if you look back 20 years ago, the biggest kind of advances in technology were in the workplace, because that was where kind of money was to be made in software. But over the last, you know, certainly over the last decade, probably over the last 20 years, the kind of leading edge of technology and experiences have all been in the consumer space, you know, driven by the fact that you can make money there. And the experiences that we have in our kind of consumer lives are just so good now. Driven by mobile, driven by social networks, just the bar for the user experience has gotten so good that pressure has now started to kind of push back on the enterprise. So I think what's been lacking in productivity, well, there's been really big, you know, kind of leaps forward in individual productivity. What we haven't really seen is increases in team productivity. And I think that's exactly where Slack fits in. The idea that, you know, at the core of Slack is the idea of the channel as the kind of primary mode of communication, the primary medium. The idea that, you know, email was, you know, built as a person to person, and with the idea that communication is personal. It's a personal channel. But for teams to work well together, the idea of a channel works much better. You know, a space in which communication is group by default, you know, so it's many to many, but also that it's tying together kind of all of the other tools that you use to do work. Because work doesn't just exist, you know, within messaging, within email. It's all of the other tools that you're using. It's your Salesforce and your Google Docs and your Box and your NetSuite and your Workday and your ServiceNow and the thousands of other applications that people are using. And work is the sum of all of those applications being used together with communication. And so I think that if we can improve the way that teams work together, then that's huge potential upside for companies.
So you're describing a world where Slack is this sort of central operating system for work. And what happens when we all start using Slack so much, we also start to look at it as like, well, I'm getting so many notifications, so many distractions. My cognitive load is going up so much because of Slack. It's stressing me out. So how do you address that?
You know, I think that's a real thing. We from the beginning built a couple of features into the product to help people deal with this. You know, I think there's a danger, especially with the kind of the rise of mobile in the workplace, that you can be always sort of working. You know, you can be always somewhat connected to the office. And so early on, we added a do not disturb mode, so you can say outside of these hours, I don't need to be notified when something happens at work. You know, I'm totally happy being disconnected. And similarly, later we added custom status. So right now, my status in our Slack instance is that I'm in Lisbon. Please don't message me about things. And we can add those features to allow people to, kind of like manage their notification flow, and we can add tons of preferences around how people want to be notified, and that's obviously a very personal thing. But I think kind of on the flip side is that if your organization uses Slack, you can use that to be less distracted too. A huge distraction in the workplace is meetings. And we find that companies that use Slack can reduce their meeting load significantly by, you no longer need to get together in a room to talk about this thing, then information already exists in a channel. And also, information workers spend a huge amount of time, like upwards of a quarter of all of their time, searching for information that already exists, whether that is looking for documents that exist in the company, looking on a company knowledge base, emailing people to try and find either an answer to a question or even just who to ask about a question. And it's things as simple as like, what is my company's time off policy and how do I file expenses? Or it might be the status of a particular project, or who is the subject matter expert on this area. And to the extent that tools like Slack can help you find information and get routed to the right people quicker, that can hugely reduce the kind of interrupt-driven workplace.
Yeah. So let's maybe just switch gears towards, you've gone from, in less than 5 years, from about 10 people to 1,000 people, over 1,000, from 0 revenue to hundreds of millions of revenue. And you're now, I'm sure, made some mistakes along the way. What are some do's? What are some don'ts?
I think it's hard to kind of pin down like a single big mistake we've made. Which is not to say that we haven't made mistakes. I think we constantly make mistakes in kind of all aspects of the business and everything that we do. And I think that part of being successful is responding to those mistakes in a quick way. Like the ability to make mistakes, identify them, and course correct is hugely important. I think that as the organization has grown, and we're well over 1,000 people today, and we're continuing to grow, that it's I think one of the most difficult things is breaking habits. Because the way that you work when you're 10 people or 100 people or 500 people or 1,000 people is not the way that you're going to work as your company grows. And more or less, as soon as you have some kind of process, as soon as you have the way that you work that works well for that size, you're then too big and you have to throw that away again. And so humans are very good at kind of pattern matching and understanding a routine, especially engineers, of like systematizing how you work and how you get things done. And I think it's a really hard habit to break that constantly and think about like, what is it I need to be doing to operate at the next level of scale? And I think that, as a like leader of an organization, it's very difficult to remain focused on like, what is the next stage we need to grow to? I think it's very easy to, and it's a trap, to find yourself being busy. And anytime you find yourself being really busy, you're probably too stuck in the kind of tactical day-to-day what's happening and not focused enough on the kind of long-term strategic. Even if long-term is just like, where do I need to be 3 months from now or 6 months from now or even a year from now? Thinking about that kind of, how are we going to operate when we are 50% bigger than we are now, when we have twice as many customers as we have now? So I think that it's very difficult to break that habit, but constantly looking a bit further out.
Yeah, so let's talk about customers. So with the show of hands, how many in this room use Slack? Okay, maybe the other way around. How many don't use Slack? Raise your hand. Okay, well, like 20% don't use Slack. But it seems like you won tech. It's become the ubiquitous tool for communication, for workplace stuff inside of the tech industry. And if you look out further, so you think about further long-term, more customers, how do you go win in other industries?
Well, I mean, I think to some extent we're already there. About 60% of our users today are in non-technical roles. Mm-hmm. So we're already, like widely outside of tech, and we have customers kind of from the smallest, like family businesses, like shops and estate agents and farms and wildlife parks, through to the majority of the Fortune 100 and the FTSE 100, across all kinds of industries as well. We obviously have kind of the tech companies that you think of are our customers, like Oracle or kind of Spotify on the smaller side, but also the large media companies, so 21st Century Fox or big retailers like Marks and Spencer's in the UK or English Heritage. But we're really kind of just at the beginning of that journey. I think as we think about what works for for companies outside of tech, I think it's interesting and lucky for us that really whether you work in a technology company or a technical role, the needs you have to communicate with your team are the same. People increasingly all knowledge work is teamwork. And so to the extent that we can make teams of people work together better, then I think that can work across all kinds of industries. So, maybe the tools that you're using are different. You're probably not using GitHub if you're not an engineer. You're probably not using Salesforce if you're not in sales. But though, that proliferation of software has happened across kind of all kinds of industries and all kinds of roles.
And are non-knowledge workers also using Slack?
Well, I think that, it definitely depends how you define knowledge worker, and I think that that's a broadening definition that includes more and more people. Like by some estimates, we have over 600 million knowledge workers worldwide today, and that's only increasing, as more and more work becomes knowledge work, whatever that means.
I was at a restaurant recently, and the whole staff was communicating via Slack. So you do see it in, I don't know if you call that knowledge work or not, but it's widely being used in non-technical companies. So let's just maybe talk about in the last few minutes about what are your wildest dreams here of Slack? When you think about what Slack can become and will be over the next 5-10 years, what does it evolve into?
So if we said that there's 600 million knowledge workers today, we'd love to capture that entire audience, but being realistic, that's probably not going to happen. We'd be happy with 500 million. So at the moment, we're at 8 million daily active users. Those are the last numbers that we talked about. And daily active users are really the measure that we use to think. It's the only real measure that we use to think about how successful we are. Because if you're using Slack, you're using it every single day to get your work done. And so we really want to drive that daily active usage, continue to drive that up. And kind of across all geographies, all kind of industries, all kind of scale of companies as well. And we're really just scratching the surface today. And I think that any company, any organization can benefit hugely from their teams working together better.
Well, great. I think we're running out of time here. So thank you so much, Cal. And thank you, Lisbon.
Thank you. Thanks, man.
Please welcome to the stage, co-host of Rise, Casey Lau.
For years, Magic Leap was one of the most anticipated pieces of technology on the planet. Now that it's finally here, what can we expect? To tell us, and Lauren Good from Wired, we are joined by the Chief Marketing Officer, Brenda Freeman.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. I'm having a Beyonce moment here.
So, as Chief Marketing Officer of a company like Magic Leap, you have a particularly interesting challenge in that you have to tell people what Magic Leap is and what it does when it's something that can really only be experienced when someone is wearing effectively a face computer. Talk about that a little bit.
Yes.
How do you market something like this?
Yes. Well, actually, one of the primary ways we market it is showing a little bit of what you see. And so we thought that it would be a really good thing for the audience to be able to take a look at a quick little trailer of one of our experiences that's called Create. So let's take a look, and then we can talk about it.
what was it that we just saw?
Great. So Create is one of our experiences that has been on the Magic Leap 1 platform, and it is, it's really almost like a digital playground that's actually in your room. And so one of the things that makes Create special is Magic Leap 1 is really about spatial computing. And so there's actually 5 cameras that are actually in the headset. 3 of them are what you would call world cameras, and they mesh your room. And once that room is meshed in 3D, then it goes up into the cloud and it stays there. And the other 2 cameras actually track your eyes. And so what you're able to do is put digital objects into your meshed environment. And those digital objects, the thing that makes it magical is those digital objects recognize you, and it's within context. So I can drop a digital ball on the sofa here, and it will roll off of the, off the sofa here. So that's the thing that really sort of makes Magic Leap special. Create, we tend to like because right now we're very much in the stage of building our ecosystem for developers, and it is one of those applications that allows you to really, get a full example of what all of the different features and the inputs that you can design for.
So this is something that developers have right now, regular consumers don't yet have access to. What is Magic Leap for? That example we just saw, it seemed like it was a little bit of a gaming thing, maybe some entertainment. What is its main application?
Yeah, it's like Magic Leap is a platform. And so as such, there are an infinite number of applications and use cases. Some of the most obvious ones that you would think of, gaming and entertainment, that is very much on our platform. But we also have partners such as H&M Warpin. We've recently done a collaboration with Moschino brand. And so disrupting fashion, the future of fashion. Maybe what we can do is show an example of that.
Who is she? It's Moschino.
So in this case, it looks like someone goes shopping,
right?
And they're actually in the retail store, but they're seeing digital objects instead of physical ones.
Exactly. So remember, it's really about spatial computing, and so this idea of having your room meshed and being able to compute in different ways, but in a contextual manner. So disrupting the future of fashion, disrupting the future of sports. Disrupting communication and social. I could actually have a digital avatar here who could come into the room, could sit here on the couch, could have eye contact with me. I can move this way and that way, and her eyes could, or his eyes could move forward, backward. If I go too close, the AI that's actually stuffed into that digital object will know that I've invaded the personal space, and so they'll move back. So it's that sort of application that we are excited about, and we're looking for more, because we're very much in the stages right now of building that ecosystem. We launched in August. We basically have about 1,000 developers that are working on the platform right now in all types of use cases, and we're looking for more.
What's different between Magic Leap and something like Microsoft HoloLens or any other so-called mixed reality platform?
Right. So mixed reality, and for those of you in the room that are not aware or deep into this XR reality space, really all boats rise with respect to other companies, and we actually welcome the fact that there are plenty of companies that are in this space. So you have VR, you have AR, and then you have MR, which is mixed reality. Mixed reality is really this level of AI that's built into the system, and it's something that you tend to, in terms of the spectrum, you have VR and MR is probably the most complicated. It requires the largest amount of compute. So we tend to play in that space with HoloLens right now.
So if you have, AR on your phone, right? And you just need a powerful mobile phone processor for that. And you have VR, in which your face is completely enveloped. This is somewhere in between all of that.
Exactly. Well, in mixed reality, like I said, there's presence. So this idea of really breaking away from the screens. You no longer have to look at your screens. You have presence here. So I'm able to actually have my experience and also see you, Lauren, at the same time.
So Magic Leap has had its fair share of critics, if you will. The company was for a long time notoriously secretive about what it was working on while it was raising lots and lots of money. I think to date it's been reported the company has raised more than $2 billion, both from traditional tech investors and not so traditional. So you came into this company about 2 years ago, into this already established environment. What was that like for you?
Yeah, well, as my grandma says in Baltimore, don't say anything until you have something really good to say. And so, this idea of secrecy, I don't know if I would necessarily say a lot of that was by design, as much as the company was very inwardly focused for a number of years, getting the tech right. We basically, not only build the device from a hardware perspective, we build our own software stack, we've built our own content, and we actually took this device, this computing platform that just as early as, let's say, 3 or 4 years ago was large enough to fit inside a refrigerator, and now it's miniaturized so that it's actually on your head. So it took quite a number of years to be able to perfect that, and once we perfected that, they brought on, folks like me to be able to sort of tell the story. And so we pivoted, really, from being inwardly focused to being very much customer focused once I came on board, and it was about building that playbook for launch.
I mean, what's your response to criticisms from other people in the VR and AR space who have looked at what you're doing and say, just have criticisms about it? I mean, it seems as though there's a lot of jostling right now around this particular area of technology.
Sure. The way we feel about it is we just stick to our game, and we really don't get distracted too much from from some of the chatter. The fact is, we launched 2 months ago. We had a conference, basically 2 months from there. We basically had over 20 announcements. We had lots of partners who have been working with us for years that we were able to finally be able to speak to. We had demos, and we actually had a really great coming out moment, if you will. So we're very much about building the next computing platform. We want others to come along with us, and we just continue to forge our path.
What was it like for you? I mean, you had been at Nat Geo for a while, and DreamWorks. I mean, you were a big deal TV executive, and then you came into this world of relatively nascent technology that is not about 2D flat screens.
Right.
It's all about this volumetric sort of technology. What was it like for you when you first started and had to work with this technology?
So, well, first of all, my roots way back before the marketing. I actually am an engineer by trade, a practicing engineer, family of engineers. And so, always have been a bit of a left brain, right brainer. But this idea of making sure that you come into a nascent space with a tech startup like Magic Leap, it really, the fundamentals are very much the same, which is really having a maniacal focus on the customer. And so being able to really take, that foundation and intersect that with data and analytics and consumer insights, we're able to build a playbook that made sense. Obviously, here in this space, because we talk so much about what does the experience really like when you're wearing the headset, experiential, and being able to make sure that we are out there doing as many demos as possible. That's a very important lever, for us to pull, and it will continue to be so in the coming years.
Can you give an example of that? I mean, in terms of a real life marketing approach that you're taking right now that's very different from something you might have done in the TV world?
Yeah. Well, probably a lot of it is just the storytelling in general is something that's really special, particularly for Magic Leap. We're a very unique, unconventional technology company, and that we have researchers and scientists and software engineers, but we also have special effects experts and narrators and storytellers and authors. And I think it's that special left brain, right brain mix that makes us unique. And so as a marketer, I actually get the privilege to be able to put the spotlight and actually create those stories about the journey that we've been on, primarily with the credibility of those that took the leap, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. I see what you did there.
What? I'm a marketer, sorry.
What does the future of not only this platform, but AR and VR and MR look like to you if you were to look 5 to 10 years down the road? Because, I mean, it seems as though people who have had this experience of trying things like Magic Leap or Oculus, or, they come out of it and they get it. They understand why it can be so emotional, why it can be so immersive. Mm-hmm. But there is still that whole part of the population that's never tried this thing. There's a barrier to having a computer. Like, you guys actually have like a hip pack.
Yeah.
So people wear a headset and then carry a computer on their hip. So, like, is there a point for you at which you think it's going to get over that critical hump and it's going to become mainstream? And if so, like, what does that look like in the next 5 to 10 years?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. I mean, it's certainly, I think most folks that are in this space, regardless of whether you're in virtual reality, augmented reality, or mixed reality, I think we all would agree that we believe that this will be the next disruptive, computing platform in the generation to come. And so this idea of some of those traditional use cases that have everyday utility, such as communication, such as entertainment and gaming, such as e-commerce, those are really important use cases that we are starting to develop deeply around and getting, I would say, fairly visceral type of responses, not only from the developers who tend to buy into our mission, but also from those that tend to experience it. And just to show a few examples, we actually did show, I think we have a couple of videos there, just to give an example of some of the posts, from the small number of fans that are starting to grow. It's kind of interesting. Like, this is happening without marketing.
That was a proposal, right?
Yeah,
there,
exactly. Someone proposed to their fiance wearing Magic Leap. So it's sort of like this identity of cool and being a part of the future, wanting to be future forward, is very much a part of the mission and the marketing that we're trying to continue to build upon.
And those are all just people who have the headset, they're building apps for it, they are voluntarily sharing this data.
Yeah,
so then the example of the proposal we just saw, what is happening behind the lens, behind the goggles, that makes that very real life experience better in some way?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, he could add any sorts of digital objects. He could maybe have his family, because let's say his family lives overseas. And he was able to, broadcast his family while he's getting down on one knee and proposing to his, to his girlfriend. I mean, it's those types of sort of like emotions that you can just really tap into with respect to having, I would say, hyper presence. That by far, I think, is really where the magic happens, is when you're able to really have hyper presence with someone in a way that you normally would not be able to.
Because it's augmented in some way.
It is. It's augmented, and because of the contextual awareness, that object is there, and so that's pretty much where the magic takes place.
Is there an application or example of Magic Leap that you don't think people have seen yet that you think would be very cool in mixed reality?
Ooh. Well, okay, so there are a few folks. We had about 1,600 or so, developers and creators who came to our conference in Los Angeles a couple of weeks ago, and we had an augmented reality digital human. Her name is Micah. And those that have got to experience Micah, I think that's one of those moments where you get that hair-raising, the hair on the back of your neck and on your, on your arms sorts of raise, because you're like, wow, okay, I know I'm interacting with and experiencing a digital human, and that digital human is reacting and responding to me in a way that you just would not normally expect. So I would say that's probably one of the experiences that will be the most transformative, as it relates to communication and productivity in the near future.
Is this digital person powered by AI in some way?
Very much so.
So it's responding to you.
That's
it's
right.
not programmed, it's actually just reacting.
That's right. It's like you are the one that's evoking the actions and reactions from that digital human.
That's completely.
It's kind of like Westworld. The future is here, people. If there's one thing that you need to know before you leave our talk today, is we talk so much about future forward. Future is now. There are things like this that are happening right now. And if you aren't thinking of how to disrupt your respective industry, then you're behind. Because there's lots of companies in various industries that are starting to play around, prototype, to figure out how do I disrupt my way of designing? How do I disrupt my way of building cars? How do I disrupt fashion? How do I disrupt e-commerce? All of those types of ideas for disruption and experimentation are happening now. So we invite you all to sort of come in and play with us.
Brenda, thank you so much for chatting with me this morning.
Thank you, Lauren. It was a pleasure.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
It's a unique opportunity to meet here in Hong Kong, where East meets West, old meets new.
This is the place to come to see the best new startups across Asia.
This is the hottest emerging area in the world right now.
To have a conference of this size that brings talent of this quality from all over the world matters a lot.
It reminds me of something out of Star Wars, like a city of the future.
We live in a world where innovation is actually on the rise everywhere.
For me, there's hope for the future.
This new generation of people, new generation of companies, it is changing the world of technology. It's changing the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome co-founder and CEO of Web Summit, Paddy Cosgrave.
Hey guys, Europe is an innovation hub worthy of a global stage. Its cities are changing in incredible ways. This year, 26 cities applied to be crowned the most innovative in Europe. The EU Capital of Innovation Award is the gold standard for urban innovation. We're about to announce the winner of the title and a cool €1 million check. So who, or rather where, is it going to? To answer that question, please welcome to the stage the EU Commissioner for Research, Science and Innovation, Carlos Moedas.
Good morning and bom dia. Bom dia, Lisboa. My name is Carlos Moedas, and I'm the European Commissioner for Science and Innovation. So it's really an honor to be here again to introduce to you the European Prize, the Innovation Capital Awards of 2018. It is the fourth time that the European Commission awards this title to the capital of innovation, with a prize of €1 million. Imagine that, as big as the Nobel Prize. And you know, prizes are really a unique way to boost innovation. They ignite the innovative process by connecting people, ideas, cities, and countries. They create the buzz that gets us to a solution. I'm thinking about the Longitude Prize in the 1700s. Imagine that, where a simple carpenter just solved the problem that scientists at the time were not able to do, measuring longitude. And that saved the lives of millions of people, saved the lives of so many navigators. Or the Orteig Prize that changed aviation when a relatively unknown Charles Lindbergh went and across the Atlantic from New York to Paris. That prize boosted the investment in innovation by 1 order of magnitude, and the number of airline passengers at the time increased by 30-fold. So prizes accelerate innovation, and cities are the living labs for innovation. So for me, innovation needs 2 main ingredients. Without them, you cannot innovate. And those are diversity and tolerance. Without diversity of ideas and people, you cannot create anything new. And without tolerance, you don't let that diversity thrive. So you need tolerance to risk. You need tolerance towards different ways of thinking. And cities, my friends, are the centers of diversity and tolerance. When you walk in a city, you feel that energy. So last year, Paris was here. Paris won this prize for these exact reasons. And it's a beautiful story. Allow me 2 minutes. Paris, the center of the world, used this prize to build a different type of school. A school called Tumo, inspired by a visit that Anne Hidalgo made to Yerevan in Armenia. Is there anyone from Armenia here? Probably not a lot of people, but it was there that Paris found the inspiration. So she found the way that you could change education, and in Paris she did the same. She found this school where children follow their passions, where tolerance and diversity are present anywhere. How amazing is that? Through our prize, we linked Paris to Yerevan, Armenia to France. But more than that, we did it at a speed and a scale that would not have been possible without the prize. So last week I was in Paris to inaugurate that new and amazing school based in Yerevan, now in Paris. So thank you. Thank you so much, because you are the ones that make this prize big. Thank you to all of you for being here today for the 2018 edition of this prize. So before I congratulate the mayors of the 6 cities shortlisted this year, that one of those will bring the title of the European Capital of Innovation 2018. Let's watch them together here.
Innovation is about humans, the places we meet, the work we do, the spaces we create.
Very good. So now let me congratulate the mayors of these cities. First of all, the deputy mayor of Aros, Mr. Azad Hamad. Thank you for being here with us today. Thank you for Aros. Innovation is about humans, as the mayor has said before. Then the mayor of Athens, Mr. Kaminis, involving citizens. Then the Hamburg State Secretary of the Minister of Economy, Transport and Innovation, Dr. Saveke. Connecting sciences and business. Then the mayor of Leuven, Mr. Ridwani. Where is Mr. Ridwani? Thank you so much, the great city. Then the vice president of Toulouse Métropole, in charge of digital economy and robotics, Mr. Serp. And the mayor of Umea, Miss Marie-Louise Ronmark. And so the moment is now, the moment that I've been waiting, that so many have been waiting. So let me now get, if I don't get it wrong, this is the envelope. And this is the city that will get 1 million euros in cash. So the winner for this year, for the European Capital of Innovation, is Athens. Mayor. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I have the check for you, and then. Oh. But you say some more. Let me give you the check first, because this is a very.
The check first.
No, you have to see it.
Well, thank you.
This is the check. It's the big check. Mayor, this is a very special moment.
Indeed. Well, I'm very proud to receive this award today on behalf of my city. I would like to thank the European Commission, the jury, and of course, the staff in the municipality who have worked very hard under the leadership of our Vice Mayor, Amalia Zepp. I am sure that here we have among us many smart and devoted developers. To tell you the truth, Athens is not yet a smart city, but Athens has become, I believe, in a certain sense, a wise city, because it engages its citizens, all stakeholders, to create and to put their ideas into work together with the municipality. And of course, Athens embraces its passionate communities. For Athens, this distinction is not just an award, it's something more. It's a recognition of the efforts my city has made during all those years to stand on its feet, recreate itself, reintroduce itself to the rest of Europe as a city with a new identity, coming strong out of the difficulties. And this distinction, I think it's a message for the kind of Europe that we want, an open Europe, a Europe of solidarity, a Europe of inclusion, and mostly a Europe of active, genuinely active civic participants. I'm also proud because Athens has shown a new dimension for what we mean by innovation. Athens, I believe, has shown that innovation is not only for the powerful and well-resourced and prosperous cities. Innovation can be accessible to everyone. And I can't tell you for the time being what we are going to do with this sum of money that we have received, but I can assure you that we are going to upscale, upgrade our efforts mainstream innovation in everything that the municipality does in all its activities and departments. And in this moment of great joy, let me imagine Athens as a lighthouse for the kind of innovation that it has been awarded today. Αθηναίες και Αθηναίοι, αυτό το βραβείο ανήκει σε όλους μας. Προπάντων στους πολίτες εκείνους που έδειξαν μια θετική στάση απέναντι στη κρίση και δούλεψαν με το Δήμο τους για να βγάλουμε την πόλη από την κρίση. Και φυσικά, αφού το βραβείο δίνεται στην πρωτεύουσα, ανήκει σε όλη την Ελλάδα. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for supporting Europe. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Congratulations to Athens. I want to just do a small call out before introducing our next speakers. Because of one of our next speakers, because of the CEO of Booking.com, we're able to run a program to make it easier for female engineers and entrepreneurs from around the world to come to Web Summit. And I'd like you to put your hands together for Booking.com and the just more than 31,000 female entrepreneurs and engineers that are at Web Summit. A big shout out to all of you. On that note, the number of female CEOs leading Fortune 500 companies has declined by 25% over the past year. How can we reset the scales? And does the burden fall on corporations or governments to combat the problem? It's a complicated issue. Here to discuss diversity in leadership, please welcome, alongside editor of the Wall Street Journal for Europe, Middle East and Africa, Toril Barker, the European Commissioner for Justice, Vera Jourova, and the President and CEO of Booking.com, Gillian Tans.
Gillian and Vera, I'm sure that we're going to have plenty of discouraging statistics during this session to talk about, but I just wanted to start on a positive note. I did some reporting with Paddy last night, and for the audience here, at least in Lisbon at the Web Summit, it is now 44% women in the audience versus 24% 5 years ago. So at least here at this event, we're making some progress.
Yeah.
Vera, I'm going to start with you. On Saturday, the EU marks the Equal Pay Day. So last Saturday, the Equal Pay Day, for those of you who don't know, is the day when, because of the pay gap between men and women of about 17%, women effectively stop getting paid versus men and work the rest of the year effectively for free. And you've said in the past that on the range of progress we're making at the moment, it will only be in 2086. So that's 2086, when my daughters will be hopefully retired, that the pay gap will actually close. Can you give us a sense of why is it taking so long? What are the main obstacles that we're facing?
Bon dia, hello. I am greeting not only 44% of women who are here, but also all the boys and men. I think that's a great mixture of people in this vibrant audience. On your question, I don't see any reason why the pay gap should be like that in 2018. And it's necessary to look at the sources of the pay gap because it's shameful. Speaking about the 3rd of November as the starting date of working for free in case of women, there is no reason for that. The sources of the pay gap, it's the discrimination. two people doing the same job, and the woman is less paid. Where is the reason? It's moreover prohibited by the law. So we have to enforce the law in this case. Segregated jobs. The women are mostly working in the jobs which are less paid. Health sector, social services, education. We are pushing the member states to increase the salaries in these sectors as well. Then the care for the families. The women are mostly those who have to work more in the family. It's free of charge work. So that's why the European Commission came with the legislation to enable the women and the working parents to combine better their family duties and work duties. Also, I would say that it's a kind of stereotype which is killing the idea and practical application of equal pay, because for some reason, I don't know why, there is still in part of the society the conviction that it's okay if the women are less paid. And the women, I am unhappy to say that, but they kind of accept this idea as well. So we need to raise the self-confidence. Speaking about tech industry, we need to see more women there and promote them to go to work to the sectors where the salaries are higher. And of course, the last source of pay gap is that we still don't have enough women in high positions. In tech industry, we have only 5% of female managers. Why such a low rate? It's a question for the business mainly.
So Gillian, we'll get to the solutions and what you're doing about it in 1 second, but you run Booking.com. I think the workforce is 55% women, is that right? Or just over 50%
yes,
women?
Over 50%.
But if you look at the tech workers, it's still only 20%.
Correct.
What do you think of those reasons? What do you see from the private sector as the issues and how you address them?
Yeah, so I think companies need to take much more ownership over this topic. If you think about pure women in technology, the 20%, I think companies can do a lot themselves to increase these numbers. I think Booking is already on the higher end, but it also sits in elements like the choices that students make in type of universities and studies, right? So even if we would do everything we can, we probably would still struggle to get it up to equally. So that's why Booking.com decided, I think it was last year, to really sponsor scholarships to promote women to go into STEM type of studies, to actually also make awareness that women should choose these type of studies.
So do you think the answer lies in an earlier stage intervention in education?
Well, it's on a lot of levels that we need to make improvements, but it starts already when women start to make choices for studies. Because you do see that once women enter technology, they actually like the opportunity that technology gives. They like the creativity of these roles. We've done a lot of research where it appears that women would like to stay in the technology sector for at least 5 years, but it's up to technology companies to make sure that the environment stays as good so that women actually stay in technology. And there's a lot of work to do in cultures. I think Booking already from the start had diversity within our values. Many companies don't today, so I think that's a step that every company for me should take. And I think it's time that companies have the basics right. And the basics sits in mandatory conscious bias training. The basics sits in how you do your recruitment to have an equal mix of candidates, how you do your promotional process. And I think if companies try to fix all of these basic elements, I think there we will already see so much improvements. And it's also understanding the data and have an open culture, right, where you do understand what's happening within these businesses as well.
And do you get internally, does everybody understand the benefit of this? for the company itself?
Well,
I mean, is it something where people are looking at it as something they have to do or something they realize is a good idea for?
Well, I think it's been proven time and time over again. I think McKinsey even did a big study in 2015 where it's very obvious that companies who have more women in management positions actually perform better. So they have higher returns on equity, for instance, and that has been proven. So I think for companies, this should be on the top of your list also if you want to create more value, right? And so it's needed. And also because of the cultures.
Yeah.
And these are enough reasons for me to put it on top of the list.
So Vera, a lot of the reasons you gave were cultural. And as Gillian says, it's clear that companies are now internally, for the large part, taking this very seriously, but there's a lot of cultural change and other things that need to be done. What is the Commission doing? What are the main drives the Commission is doing to actually change this at the moment?
We have to fight against stereotype. And to fight against stereotype, it's something you cannot just do through legislation. That's why we are campaigning, we are investing in projects which invite more young women to study the subjects which can have the perspective in their career in the tech industry. Coming back to the legislation, I indicated before that we try to create better conditions for working parents, including working mothers, to combine their family duties and work duties, especially in the tech industry. I can imagine that if the young mother leaves the job for 1 year, then she is not able to jump back to the fast-going train. I can imagine that this is a very speedy, this technological work is very speedy, and it's not easy to come back. So that's why we propose the legislation. We are advising the member states to use also EU funding for services like kindergartens and creches and social facilities, because still we see in many member states that these services are not affordable and not accessible. And we do everything which is possible to do by legislation and non-legislative measures to increase the potential and possibilities of women to keep their jobs and to make careers.
So there's a lot of question about how you drive this forward. Do you put quotas in? Do you put targets in? Do you force more transparency so that people are more aware of the issue? Where do you sit on this? What is the right way to do this legislatively?
Increased transparency is absolutely crucial. The European Commission recommended the member states to introduce in their legislation the obligation for the employers to be transparent about their remuneration policy. Some member states followed the recommendation, some not at all, or some remain somewhere in the middle. And what we see now in several member states which increase transparency, that it is helping to decrease the pay gap.
Right.
And we found out from the transparency reports in UK this spring that it's really shocking why the pay gap is at some companies 30 or even more percent.
Yeah.
And what's also quite interesting that it doesn't relate to the basic salaries but to the bonuses. So I think the remuneration policy in many companies is unhealthy and has to be improved.
Should quotas be part of this?
Quotas might be part of it in case they deliver fair competition. So no bias, but fair competition for men and women. And I am very much in favor of fair competition, which will be good for women, that they are able to go for it.
Okay.
And I think that there is one aspect I don't like so much, the position of the woman as a victim. You know, we are strong enough to take over part of the responsibility for this world, for the business, for the political sphere. We simply have to go for it, and for that we need the good environment without the stereotype, without the bias, and it will, I'm afraid, need more time. But a lot of political will, and the will at the side of the businesses as well.
But you don't want quotas of board representation, other things across the EU. You don't want to have a position where you end up with those actual targets that are enforceable.
I am still promoting the adoption of the directive which introduces the quota for the listed companies, right. Which speaks about 40%. And we still have some time ahead of us.
Do you think that'll happen?
Well, I hope so. We have to move one big state and two small ones.
Okay. Gillian, what's your view on this? How is the best way to push this forward, not necessarily at your company, but more broadly?
Yeah, so I think a lot needs to happen, and a lot of elements we already discussed. I think quotas, when they come, that's really for businesses not a great outcome, because eventually you still need to hire the best people for the job. And I'm worried that it drives a different behavior. But I do think transparency will help, because if companies need to bring out data and transparency, then actually they will be forced to look at that as well and to show improvements. So I think that's a big step forward, and that's something that I would always stimulate to do. And then, like I said, there's many other elements which companies need to start thinking about. And booking also, right? We do things internally, but we also help externally. So, for instance, many women indicated that they need to see more role models, right? So we started the Technology Playmaker Awards to recognize women that have transformed industries and businesses. And actually, people can sign up again because we're doing our second round. But these all initiatives are needed because there's so many great women out there doing amazing things, like the 44% here. And it's important that we keep showcasing that so other women see that that's a path that is actually possible. And that for me is super important. And also, it's great the Web Summit and the ownership they are taking over this topic, because we started this mentoring lounge that we have here at the Web Summit, and that's super successful. You see that women really want to help others. And I actually received an email today from somebody I mentored last year saying, hey, I got my promotion, thank you, right? So we need to help each other as well. But it's important that women be vocal, but actively help, because I think we can.
So when you look at what really works within a company, what examples would you give to Vera of things that really do work on the ground that she should be pushing?
Well, forced transparency, that really helps, right? Because we've seen it in the UK as well. Yep. And so I think that helps. And education, of course, is something where I feel we need a lot of help. Scholarships, these type of initiatives. But I think it's a combination of many parts working together. It's like a 360 effort, and you see that happening in Davos as well, right? It's businesses, it's politics, it's education that all needs to come together. And I think eventually we will get there, but it needs to move faster because the gap is widening. So the problem is really important to fix.
So you don't see any sign that things are getting better, that people are more aware and actually making strides? Do either of you see any sign that things are accelerating or not really?
Well, it's moving, but it's moving too slow. Okay. And it needs, I mean, even salary, it will take 217 years to fix this. I don't think that we should even be discussing that at this time. Right. That should be fixed already.
What can investors do? We've talked about companies, we've talked about government. Investors, the owners of companies, do they have a responsibility here to also impose their own requirements or wishes on the companies themselves? How much can they help, do you think? Vera?
Well, I think that investors should start understanding that it's good for business and for their investments to have more women in decision-making positions. You referred to the survey. I remember the survey done by World Bank. After the financial crisis, it was quite obvious that the companies which had the women on boards in decision-making positions were able to feel earlier than others that the crisis is coming, and they took preventive measures. And these companies went through the crisis with better results. Women are big survivors. And this is what the women can bring to keep the investors' interests very, very high. So I think that it has been proven that it is good for investments and for the businesses. And I think that what's missing here, and what's one of the barriers, that we keep speaking about this issue as if it is a women's issue. This is the issue of the whole society. It will be good for the whole society if the women will take more responsibility for the future. I see it very clearly that we are still not there yet.
And we have a few seconds left. Gillian, will you just give one parting thought to the audience? We have a big audience of people who hopefully will be building companies and creating company cultures in the future.
Yeah.
What are the 2 pieces of advice you would give people to build that inclusive culture that gives the results that you talk about?
Yeah, I mean, think about diversity from the start. So this is something that should be embedded in your culture from day one. And that is something that has helped Booking enormously as to where we are today. So that would be my biggest advice. Because I think this generation has a possibility to make this really better and create more equal companies.
Brilliant. Thank you both very much indeed.
Thank you very much. Have a great summit.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage, co-host of Rise, Casey Lau.
When people talk tech, the conversation quickly turns to Silicon Valley or China. But in the last year or so, Europe's been holding its own. Its startups are bringing in record funding rounds, but they've mostly come from outside the continent. Is Europe's future foreign funded, or has tech made the world so small that geography is irrelevant? Please welcome moderator Alex Conrad of Forbes, with Excel partner and investor in World Remit and Kayak, Harry Nellis, the co-founder of Seed Camp and investor in Revolut, Rishma Sohoni, and general partner at North Zone and investor in Spotify, Par Jorgen Parson.
All right. So in case you guys don't know, these are 3 of the very top venture capitalists in Europe, representing 3 very different firms. They were all 3 of them on the Forbes Midas List Europe of the top 25 European investors just yesterday. And PJ was actually number 2 on the list, which is pretty impressive. And I thought, you guys may not have heard of their firms, but you've definitely heard of the companies that they've supported, that they've been on the boards of, that they've invested in. So if the 3 of you don't mind, maybe just telling us a bit of how big your firm is and a couple of those household companies that the audience would know that you work with. So we'll start with you, PJ.
Yeah, thank you, Alex. We are North Zone. We've been around for 22 years, investing and supporting entrepreneurs in almost 200 companies. The most well-known are obviously Spotify, but also iSettle, which is one of the payment successes coming out of Europe. And prior to that, also the world's largest online classified site, Avito, out of Moscow, and some other pretty notable companies.
Cool.
I'm Reshma Sahoni, co-founder and partner at Seed Camp. We are Europe's seed fund. We're investing out of a 60 million fourth fund. We have 300 companies in our portfolio. Probably you're all out there using Revolut, TransferWise, and a very non-sexy company called UiPath. We try to be your first check-in. So if you want, if you want that first check from us, come find one of us. We're here all week.
Great. I'm with Excel. Excel is a global venture capital firm focused on early stage investing. We've got 3 main offices, one in Palo Alto, California, where we got started 35 years ago, one in London and one in Bangalore. Companies that we've been involved in include Facebook, where we were the first institutional investor way back in 2005. Supercell in Europe and Flipkart in India, and a whole host of new companies, including Slack.
Awesome. Everyone in the audience, pay attention. Raise your hand if you're an entrepreneur or thinking of starting a business in the future.
Good.
OK, a lot of people. So VCs, should they raise money from European investors, or are they going to have to go to California eventually to get their money?
I think maybe I'll kick off. So I think, early stage, there's never been a better time in Europe. And early stage capital tends to be a combination of local and a bit of international, with some key centers like London or Paris or Berlin, right? So, and capital markets right now are thriving. It's a really exciting time to be based in Europe and start in Europe. And I think especially in some sectors that we know really well, fintech, insurtech, health, a couple other sectors, it's the best place globally to start a business. So I think if you can get that capital in Europe, you can really scale to a place where the likes of Nordzone and Excel are interested in you. So you can definitely stay in Europe.
I think you have also all the reason to choose a partner that is close to you. You will be camping together for maybe 7, 8, 9 years. Now, we were in Spotify for 10 years, and that's something that really is a working relationship that becomes really, really important, both for the VC, but probably even as important to the entrepreneur. And if you make the right connection and have access to that relationship, that can really help your business scale a lot.
Yeah, and in the case of Excel, you can actually have the best of both worlds. So we're based in London, so we're close to where you are, but we're very much integrated in the US as well. So especially for enterprise software companies, for whom the #1 market is the US, we can really help you locally and in the US.
So I think 16 members of the top 25 on our list were from London. So I don't know how much longer we can call those European investors. And the 3 of you are based in London. PJ, you're obviously based in Stockholm. For the audience members here who are not also based in London, do they need to be going there to meet investors like you? Or how should they be thinking about the European ecosystem in other places as well?
Yeah, but we try to be in all our key markets, which is the UK, France, Germany, Nordics, and Israel, probably every quarter. So we organize dinners, we organize drinks, but we cannot be there all the time. So the best place to catch us is in London, but we're out in the market most of the time. And I may live in London, but I'm in Europe most of the time.
I mean, one of the key jobs early on is raising money. That's one key job of a CEO, along with hiring brilliant talent. So you have to be open to wherever that money is and go close to it. That said, Europe is in a unique position where you have 27 capitals vying to be the #1 spot. And certainly with Brexit, there's a huge opportunity to take on that #1 spot. And I think every major city and the mayors and prime ministers are busy copying each other, which is the absolute right thing to do. So there is a lot of local capital angels, local VCs, and they're extremely well connected to the centers of capital as well. That said, you have to be flexible, and that's part of being a great CEO, is being flexible.
I couldn't agree more. And locally, in most of the European technology hotspots right now, there is a very well-developed infrastructure for everything from seed financing to Series A and such. And they are pretty much all very well docked into the larger VCs like ourselves, and we have almost daily contact with those, and we serve on boards together. So it's a very tightly knit network of people who have been working together for a long time to the benefit of the entrepreneurs, I think.
And just one thing, because there's been a little Twitter thing going on between the people who are on that list yesterday. We are all dual passport holders, at least, if not, three or more passports. So I think we all found ourselves in London a decade ago because that was absolutely doing the right things in terms of encouraging an ecosystem. But no doubt about it, all of us speak multiple languages and are from very different parts of the world.
Awesome. So the companies that your firms are known for are companies that you invested in years ago. Spotify probably almost 10 years ago now, or about that.
Yeah.
And the same thing for your companies as well, whether it's Supercell with Excel or iZettle and Revolut. What looks different with the new crop of companies? Because VC, we celebrate the mature, older ones, but with the young companies that we may not have heard of yet, what differences are you seeing?
Well, one of the big things that's happening right now, I think, is that enterprises are completely reinventing themselves. They're all afraid of this Amazon or Google moment in which their industry will be disrupted, and they say, we need to digitize ourselves. So a lot of these organizations are going through digital transformations, and what that means is that there's many opportunities for new software companies to be created in Europe. And what we're seeing right now, in fact, is that that's happening all over the place. So in France, in Germany, in the UK, there's many really interesting software companies being created, which was previously not the case, because most startup companies in the past, the successful ones here in Europe, were consumer internet businesses.
Also, there's a lot of pressure on costs. So I think you take verticals like health and agriculture and financial services, et cetera. There's huge pressures on reducing your cost basis. So a lot of developments in AI, blockchain, if it makes sense, can reduce that to a great extent and is really great infrastructure to build on. So, added to that point is all those verticals are extremely ripe for disruption, and they are very kind of local to the European footprint, and there's a massive market to go after.
Yeah, 20 years ago, we invested in startups that sold software to banks. Now we're investing in companies that are replacing banks. That's like 1,000 times a bigger market, and banks is not the only one under attack here. It's like pretty much all the industries, and what we're seeing now is that instead of being disadvantaged as a small company, you actually have more access to capital, you at lower cost, and you have more access to talent, and you can actually build a cost structure that's much more competitive and gain customers that are sick and tired of their old relationships. So it's a phenomenal time to start companies right now.
How important is it for a startup to be sort of located, either originally or eventually, near its biggest customer base? So I live in New York, and historically, we've seen good commerce businesses, financial services, businesses, and then you might say, oh, well, Helsinki and Finland is great for gaming, right? And we kind of have these associations. Is that still the case, and is that still important?
I think, at least in enterprise software, and by the way, we do much more than just enterprise software, but in enterprise software, you got to be where the big customers are. Every dollar out of $2 that gets spent on software is spent in America. So if you want to be an globally important software company, you got to locate your commercial headquarters where the key customers are, which is the US. Now, in online games, people are everywhere, so it doesn't quite matter where you're located.
So enterprise software entrepreneurs here based in Europe might have to think about New York or something like that.
Yeah, and please come to us early. We can help you get there and recruit a great team.
Reshma, would you agree with Harry?
Yes and no. I mean, I think consumer absolutely. You know, I think you want to be close to where you can get scale on distribution. So whether that you can manage that remotely, you know, that's possible as well. On enterprise, you know, I think early you're trying to, it all depends on stage. And so early stage, you're really trying to figure out how to get traction in the first place. And I think if you spent a lot of your time and energy and building talent in Europe, it takes time to go to the US, and you have to do it with great partners. So I think rushing in is also the wrong choice, right? So I think you have to be very conscious and thoughtful of when that right time is. And often we see one of the co-founders has to move because that culture needs to go with you. So it can't necessarily just be done in a rush.
I think that many companies can actually thrive where they are, and they don't necessarily have to move as long as they have access to talent. And that is typically the big issue. Especially if the tech ecosystem is relatively new and hasn't really had the time to multiply itself and to produce a number of big companies and successes that sort of feed back to itself. But I certainly see, for instance, we have invested in Barcelona over the past few years, and that's an ecosystem that was nowhere 10 years ago, and it's really starting to happening. It's happening here in Lisbon, and I think that just goes to show that the world that is powered by cloud and where there is access to infrastructures thanks to social media and all kinds of stuff just makes it possible to be successful in a way that was never the case just 10 years ago.
So whenever I do a talk like this, recently the VCs say there's more money than ever before, there's lots of capital out there, and then entrepreneurs come up to me and say, well, how do I get that money? So for people, especially if they're based in Lisbon or Spain, or they're not maybe in one of these traditional hubs, how do they get on the radar of VCs like yourselves so they can maybe get on that path like the companies we eventually hear about?
Well, from our perspective, first of all, come early. So don't wait till you're bigger, but come when you're a small company. And then I used to be an entrepreneur myself, and I know it looks very daunting to find money in this community. But the best way of doing it is to find someone, as they say in the movies, find a guy who knows a guy. So find someone who has some relationship, and everybody has somebody like that. Either it's a friend who is an entrepreneur who was funded by a venture capital firm, or a service provider such as a lawyer, because every company needs to be incorporated anyway. There will be some connection, and if you just get a slightly warm intro, you will get noticed.
We actually have a blind pool in terms of how we accept companies for investment. So you get on our website and there's a type form, and we ask some very specific questions. But we're not forcing companies to move to London. Of course, we'd love it, but that's how we found our companies in Portugal and in Estonia and Romania and other places. Is just coming through blindly, not knowing anyone, and that's our sort of pre-seed investment pool. And then on the seed side, we do work our network a lot, and the founders work their networks to reach us. But we absolutely believe in that, lone founder or small team sitting somewhere in some small city or town, getting to us and opening that
arena.
Up. Or arena.
Yeah, I think it's very much a person-to-person business, and it takes a while to build a relationship and to really understand what if we work well together. And so start early, just as Harry said, and don't be afraid to reach out, because that's exactly what we expect and we hope to, because that's what we live of, to interact with entrepreneurs.
So my last question is, I'm curious, what would be the most unexpected place that you all have been impressed by a company so far in recent years?
Well, the most unexpected for me was Minsk in Belarus, the last dictatorship in Europe. So that was my most, and we just funded a business based in Perm, Russia, beyond the Urals. So that's as far as we ventured.
I mean, Ljubljana 10 years ago was, nowhere in the tech scene, so...
and Umeå up by the Arctic Circle, and I guess that's what they do during the dark time of the year.
So obviously you can start a great business and get noticed by these top VCs from anywhere. So hopefully that's inspiring for the audience, and thank you all for these insights.
Thank you.
All right. According to the Collins Dictionary, fake news was 2017's word of the year. Propaganda, however, is nothing new. Many have argued that propaganda has been a persistent part of Western media for hundreds of years. But how has tech changed it to the level that it is now, threatening to topple the Fourth Estate? To discuss all this, we have an incredible panel. Please welcome the global media editor for the Financial Times, Matthew Garahan, the executive chairwoman of Mozilla, Mitchell Baker, the CEO of the Guardian Media Group, David Pemsel, and the Prime Minister of Serbia, Ana Brnabić.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you're having a good summit so far. We're going to talk about fake news in this session and its corrosive effects and possible solutions and positive approaches that we could take that could mitigate the problem. And I think it's appropriate that we're talking about it this morning because it's the midterm elections in the United States. Fake news as an issue doesn't seem to be going away anywhere. But we have a very good panel to tackle this and to look at this problem. Anna, maybe I could start with you, since you have a policy experience and running a country in Serbia. But is fake news a live issue for you and for the people in your country on a sort of daily basis?
It's actually starting to be. It's not that big of an issue right now, but it's starting to be. Thinking about fake news, I think it changes our lives, the lives of the people in the government, especially myself as the Prime Minister, in that it takes us, I think, and will takes us more time to actually focus on the actual information that we are sending to the citizens and the issue of transparency rather than job at hand, because we will have to invest more and more time into tracking the news and then responding to the news and explaining that to the citizens rather than actually doing the work, which I found to be kind of challenging. And we do live in the world of fake news and post-truth politics, alternative facts, which we'll have to struggle with, I guess. But I have to say, I was thinking about this for a while. I have to say, although it seems that it's a kind of a global trend and contemporary trend, I actually found a very good quotation by Sir Winston Churchill that says, he said, "A lie gets halfway around the world before the truth has a chance to get its pants on." So it's not a new thing. It's an old thing. But with smartphones and internet and technology and social media, I think it's becoming more of an issue. So what I think is that we are still basically, I would compared to the time of Churchill, I would say today, the truth did not even wake up, right, and the lie actually circled the world already. Right. So that's, I think, the only change, and it's not new.
Social media sort of weaponized it, right? I mean, does social media, David, have a role to play, or the big technology companies? Are the conduits of this stuff, are they doing enough, in your view, to stop?
Yeah, look, I think that it's good to look back in history and recognise that this has been around for an awful long time. But I suppose in Churchill's time, we didn't have platforms that had 2 billion users. We didn't have AI and machine learning that algorithmically served content that was which was more viral than it was quality. And so at the moment, and it's very difficult to sit there and just complain that it's all bad, ultimately there are platforms now who are very good at disseminating and distributing this type of content. And it's clear that those algorithms has ultimately been serving virality amongst its users. And inadvertently, those algorithms have also been the distribution points and the mechanism and the fire behind what is factually incorrect. Right. And any time, obviously, CEO of one of the third largest sort of English-speaking news sites in the world, we have a vested interest to ensure that quality prevails over virality. And when you talk specifically and directly to the leaders of these platforms, I think it would be fair to say that most of them have got to this issue late. Right. What they do is they essentially say, look, we're all about the users, we're all about connecting our users with the content that they want to share. And I think they are now late to the party to understand what mechanisms of interventions they're going to introduce to ensure that the bad stuff stops being distributed. One of the arguments that we have very strongly, there's one thing to suppress things that are fake and are untruthful. The other is, what is their responsibility to promote things that are so evidently factually correct?
Right. So to proper journalism, in other words.
Yeah,
right.
and I don't think, look, frankly, I don't think it's given the fact that the technology and the thousands of engineers and the money that they have on the balance sheet, I do not believe it is that difficult to be able to find a technical solution to determine what is good versus what is bad.
Right.
And when I have conversations directly with the CEO of those companies, I think a year ago they said, look, this is really not our problem. Our problem is to connect our users. We've got a very powerful mechanism with which to make money. Our shareholders are happy. Therefore, all this kind of like dissent and challenge on democracy and issues around your business model, frankly, is not our problem. And I would suggest over the last 12 months, I think they've realized very, very quickly, whether it be societal responsibility, of which all big companies should have, or whether it's the threat of intervention from regulation, I think those leaders now have realized that they have to step up and take full responsibility for that.
Yeah. Mitchell, is this something that we have to accept as a consequence of a connected world? Should tech platforms be doing more on this issue in your view?
Well, a couple of things. Like propaganda and lies and political power and telling lies for money and to win office and garner resources to yourself as part of history. So do we have to live with that aspect of human nature? Yes, that's what the species is. So we're not going to fix humanity through tech platforms. But one thing that is happening is that the attention economy, I think, is manipulating people to the worst of human nature. So the current, how do you keep people engaged and, quote, happy, looks an awful lot like addiction, right? And it aims at outrage and virality and that instantaneous response that people have to threat. So that's something might well have been unintentional, but certainly we're starting to understand that now. So that could be fixed, but I think that's a long time coming, right? Because that requires either evolution of the platforms or a degree of government engagement that we're not anywhere near today. So I think that is really an open question.
But also behavioral change in people, right? The evolution of the species to not want to share damaging or things that sort of confirm bias or confirm particular opinions.
Right. Like controlling evolution is a long time thing.
Yeah.
So actually, I just want to be clear on this. I think it's incremental from the platform side, but I think as societies, the degree of regulation or control that one would have to change quickly, I think is pretty high.
And there is inevitably a contradiction here, isn't there? Is that there is evidently a business model in virality.
Yeah.
And
a very profitable business model.
A very, very profitable business model, and all of us, there is a success story there of businesses that have found very, very efficient ways to scale the monetization of virality. there is obviously a huge disruption around the monetization of quality.
Yeah.
And the contradiction of what is quality and the means of which to get that funded versus the clear evidence of virality being a very, very profitable business, those two things currently don't connect.
Right.
And so I suppose if you're a platform, you just sort of say, look, really, this is just not our problem. We've got a very successful business model. You, the news creators, have evidently not moved as fast as we have into our business model, so therefore kind of it's not our problem, it's yours.
Right.
Whereas actually what's at play here is a challenge on democracy. It's a societal problem, and if algorithms ultimately are the thing that's going to dictate what's in front of us, then we have a big problem, of which there needs to be some shared accountability and responsibility.
I mean, one interesting, when I was reading up on this before today, something I found yesterday, which I thought was worth talking about. A New York Times reporter this week found that the suspect in the round of mail bombings, which you may have read about over the last few weeks, to Democratic candidates and officials, a viral meme that said that this was a Democratic conspiracy got 78,000 shares on Facebook. And for context, the most shared New York Times post in the same period was 50,000 shares. So damaging viral content that confirms biases or that people actively share to spread misinformation can obviously have a very profound effect, and people like doing it, right? I mean, they like to share it. So the question then is, what can be...
So that's a really interesting piece, that people like doing it.
Yeah.
So if we're going to have change, then we as citizens or consumers or whatever need to understand some of the things we like doing, either we shouldn't do, or the platforms are going to stop, or the governments are going to stop. This question of we like doing it, or we're being manipulated into doing it, like those are areas where you might want to focus on.
Yeah.
And I think there are things beyond the platforms, which is one piece. We don't actually understand. Fake news is many things. I think fake news is a term that President Trump made real, but it means many different things. I don't actually think it's helping us. So I think that the terms of what we're discussing are still set in a highly politicized way. And that, like, understanding and research and looking at how do people behave and what should we do has to go along. Just looking at the platforms, I think, is inadequate. And I think if the platforms did suddenly solve this problem, we would look up and say, oh my God, we've just outsourced all of our government, what is democracy, what speech is permitted to, 8 platforms.
So the question then is, what else can be done about it?
Yes.
From your perspective, how do you fix this problem?
Well, firstly, as someone who's in the role of being prime minister, I would be very, very careful about regulation. So I would be very wary of regulation to address this issue. I do not believe that. I think that over-regulation leads to more closed societies, and in general, it's not good for democracy. What I would invest in, and this is one of my priorities, is I would strategically invest in education. I really think that investing in education in today's world, not just because of the fake news or post-truth politics or whatever else, I think that we need to go back to actually enable learning the youth, teaching the kids how to think and not what to think. Also, going back and teaching them to actually have these analytical reasoning, questioning information, questioning authority, if you will, but have creative thinking. And I really think that's probably one of the most difficult things to do in the government, to have that kind of an education. But we have to do it, and I think that what I'm worried about when talking about the fake news is less so about the governments. Governments will have to get used to being more prone to criticism, be it deserved or not. I am more worried because the fake news and post-truth politics is actually discouraging people, and especially young people, from entering politics. I think that the message they sends that the world cannot be changed,
Right.
and they stop believing. And I think, as the basis for democratic societies, that is probably the biggest danger that we have.
I mean, education obviously will take time,
Just
won't it? But
education, just empowering people to kind of think with their own minds.
But is there a more immediate need, David, for something to happen?
Yeah, look,
short-term or
I
now?
agree with the premise of education, and we don't want to be alarmist about this, but I think everyone in this room would accept that the world feels as disjointed and arguably disconnected and more fractious than it's ever been. And you just look at politics, whether that be Brexit, whether it be Trump, what's happening in Germany, what's happening in Italy. I don't think you could put that all on the doorstep of the platforms and say, look, frankly, this is your fault. But the speed of societal discourse, I personally find quite frightening. And interventions, therefore, I think either need to be governmental or it needs to be the boards of these businesses, whether that be the leaders or, frankly, whether it be their directors, start to put on the agenda what is the unintended consequences that if these platforms continue to essentially fuel the type of journalism or content that, frankly, is incorrect. And I think it's not difficult if you are sat running one of these platforms to make a judgment between The Guardian, which is an independent news organization that's protected by a trust, to determine that, in the main, most of the things that we do are intended to be factually correct, versus something that evidently isn't. And I don't think that, if that's a technological answer, I'm not sure, but I do think judgment now needs to be used to make a call on what is clearly factual and truthful and sourced in the right way to something that isn't. And I think that is a decision that they are in the power. It's just totally within their remit to make that judgment.
I actually like to make a pitch for technology on a little broader sense and entrepreneurship in the startup world. Right, we've lived for 15 years now in a setting where suck up every piece of data and do whatever you want with it has been the norm. That's beginning to change. But I think the role of technologists and the role of new technology, and actually how do we understand the source of information. So if you know, yes, this is a person in their garage who's making up lies because it makes him money, that's one thing. But if you're looking at information that's not as blatant, how do you know if it's real? Where does it come from? What's the provenance? What's identity? Who are we? These are all technical topics that are unsolved. And the platforms will have their own particular approach, which will be highly centralized and pressured. So I think there is a real role for funding, for what is Europe? Like, is Europe a startup center? Is it not? There's an open question. Do you want to be the same kind of startup center as Silicon Valley, or is it something different?
But we're in a great European city here, and I get the sense that if the tech platforms' wings are going to be clipped, it's going to be in Europe. It'll be European regulators that do it.
And I think the point that you just made, actually, it is technology is incredibly exciting. The entrepreneurs that are developing their new businesses almost every second. It's a hugely dynamic, rewarding, and exciting world to be part of. I suppose what would be good is if we could point some of that energy and that technical innovation to solving some of these problems that has an impact on society, as opposed to saying our job now is to create the most valuable company on earth, which, let's be honest, most of those tech platforms are vying for almost every day.
Already there, yeah.
And maybe some intervention to say, can we put engineering resource to be able to answer some of these societal problems rather than just monetary?
Yeah. From the point of view of the government, I think that there are some positive things as well. I think this will slowly or quickly push the government into being more transparent, and I think that's good. I also think that the government will have to rethink the way in which they're communicating with their citizens, and I think actually that fake news can actually lead to us fighting post-truth politics by actually presenting the facts to the government, and the facts you either have or you don't.
Well, the red light is flashing, and we could talk about this all morning, but we are out of time, so we're going to have to get on with the next panel. But thank you very much, guys, for joining me to talk about this today. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a unique opportunity to meet here in Hong Kong where East meets West, old meets new.
This is the place to come to see the best new startups across Asia.
This is the hottest emerging area in the world right now.
To have a conference of this size that brings talent of this quality from all over the world matters a lot.
You know, it reminds me of something out of Star Wars, like a city of the future.
We live in a world where innovation is actually on the rise everywhere.
For me, there's hope for the future.
This new generation of people, new generation of companies, it is changing the world of technology. It's changing the world. It's a new technological age.
We don't sell data, we don't have an advertiser.
If you're one of the guys who thinks, I just can't hire women, look in the mirror, you're part of the problem.
The tech ecosystem is just a reflection of our ecosystem. We have to find a way to cancel out the stupidity and the rigidity.
Let's not just put our heads in the sand. Let's try to be part of the solution here.
The era of information technology being dominated by only a single geography is rapidly coming to an end.
Silicon Valley actually is slightly shrinking. You see places like Toronto growing faster than Silicon Valley.
Toronto is an incredible city. It is a place where people are going to love to come together.
Collision, bienvenue au Canada.
Please welcome to the stage, co-host of Collision, Sunil Sharma.
Good morning, Lisbon. So my name is Sunil Sharma. I'm the managing director of Techstars in Toronto, and Techstars is the worldwide network that helps entrepreneurs succeed, and that's why it's so exciting to see such a great collaboration between Techstars and Web Summit, which is the largest gathering of entrepreneurs in the world. But what I'm here to talk to you briefly about is Collision, and the new home that Collision has chosen for the next 3 years, which is my home city of Toronto in the most amazing country of Canada. Canada has really come to the forefront now in the world of innovation, and Toronto is at its very core. The city is teeming with life and entrepreneurs. It is one of the most connected cities on the planet in its ability to create cohesion amongst all fabrics of society in an open and inclusive culture. We are attracting talent from around the world, and many companies of worldwide acclaim are now launching in Canada and finding it one of its fastest growth market launches in the world. Recently, we've welcomed Silicon Valley Bank, new offices of Pinterest, of Uber Labs, of WeWork, and many other incumbent companies, Facebook and Google, and many more are calling Canada home, and very often the heart of our largest city, Toronto. We're also fostering our own homegrown talent, due in large part to a tremendous capacity of research universities, colleges, producing punching far above our weight in STEM education, launching amazing women, creating new startups. And so we're very excited to welcome all of you to Toronto and to participate in this growth and to take advantage of some of the large investments the country has made in areas like artificial intelligence and machine learning, in virtual and augmented reality, in the life sciences. I mean, even insulin was invented by Canadians in Toronto. So in May of 2019, and again in 2020 and 2021, we want the world of innovation and startups to come to our city to participate that type of growth with us. So we welcome you next year. I'm now going to introduce the very next panel here today. A cool head under pressure, some say, is priceless. The ability to make the right call at the right time while all others lose their head is what makes or breaks careers, whether on the racetrack or in the boardroom. So next, we welcome to this stage two people who are the experts on the pressures of making decisions at speed. In conversation with Karen Chu from CNBC, please welcome the co-founder and CEO of TripAdvisor, Stephen Koffer, and the 2016 Formula One champion, Nico Rosberg.
Quite an audience. You're used to this. We don't normally see this, but when we're on camera, we don't normally have a crowd. Welcome to Web Summit, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. No, this is awesome. Wow, huge. I didn't expect this coming here.
From a Formula One champion. Now, Nico, you've won 23 Grand Prix, a World Cup title to your name, and now a tech entrepreneur. You're invested in Formula E, SpaceX, Lyft, and what three words? Are there similarities between the quick decisions you'd make on the track to effectively set yourself up for a win or for a title as to the ones that you're now making to set yourself up as a serious tech player?
Yeah, I mean, the Formula One world really is the most extreme form of needing to make quick decisions under pressure. So really, I learned so much from my life in that environment there. And I can use a lot of that now in the business world. It's really possible to transform all my learnings there. So it's really useful. And no, I look forward now in the next couple of minutes to give you a bit of insights on the stuff that I really picked up in my sport about this topic.
So there's something similar about hairpin corner and tech investing?
Yes, very much. A lot of it really is in the preparation. As a Formula One driver, yeah, you're pushing the boundaries all the time. And the most important thing to help you make that right decision under pressure is all the preparation that goes into it beforehand. It's a discipline going into it, the details, yeah. It's marginal gains also, yeah. Every little thing counts. And eventually, if you put it all together, you'll make more and more right decisions. And that's really where I focused on.
Well, Stephen, let's hear from you. It's probably less obvious to the audience that you are also a lead foot, but it's with the same adrenaline and purpose that you drive TripAdvisor. I gather you had a post-it note on the door very early on saying, "Speed wins." Why is speed important to you and the culture at TripAdvisor?
It's absolutely incredible how important it is for a company like TripAdvisor, but pretty much any other company in an industry, in the internet industry, in an industry that is as fast-paced as the one that we're in, that we be able to make our decisions quickly. We have a lot of options in front of us. We have a lot of resources to be able to do that, to accomplish many of those things. But the choice of which ones we do, based upon a lot of data in the system, the answer is get them done and get them done fast. We're going to be left in the dust if we're not able to continually go fast. Speed wins was the short phrase of that.
You are a sprawling company now, 3,000 employees, present in 49 markets. And when you talk about scale like that, we know a lot of big tech companies really struggle to have that entrepreneur, that startup spirit still in their companies. They try and bring founders in, they acquire businesses, keep some of those founders, the founders eventually leave. I think you all know what business I'm talking about. But how do you keep that fast-paced spirit alive in a big company like yours?
Well, part of it is actually that organizational structure. As we would acquire different companies, we have some amazing assets in a business, The Fork. It does restaurant reservations throughout many cities in Europe with great discounts. We kept the management team in place, based in Paris and now Barcelona. And that team is able to innovate and drive their business forward with a great connection with TripAdvisor. We try to share our best practices. When a company is acquired, we often talk about offering a tool set of tips, techniques, technology, best practices, and let the acquired company come and pick what works for them. And then I want them to innovate in ways that maybe are a bit foreign to TripAdvisor based in the US.
Nico, there's a whole universe of technology companies out there to invest in. It's pretty obvious when you walk around Web Summit how many startups, how many tech options there are. Even if you are particularly interested in mobility, which is part of your background,
How do you narrow down the field in terms of what you want to invest in? Even with Lyft, there are rivals, Uber, Careem, and they're just the ones we know about. So what criteria, what decision-making do you use to decide?
I base a lot on trust, actually. So I've really, in this time now, after I retired, built up a trusted inner circle for myself of people who are absolute experts in analyzing in a way that I will never be. And this really being able to trust them helps me a lot in my decision making in the end, yeah, because I mean they're the best at what they do, and so that's one part, and the other part is really looking at the people behind the company. Yeah, as we all know, when we're looking at startups, sometimes even more important than the idea is the people behind it, and we saw that as well with TripAdvisor, because your idea initially was not quite the right idea, yeah, but since you were awesome founders, you managed to pivot it into the huge success story that it is now.
Exactly. I mean, to draw out that point, when TripAdvisor started, we actually had a very different business model. We still wanted to help travelers. We were still in travel space, but we quickly realized that that just wasn't going to go anywhere, and we had to pivot. And the funny part that isn't actually written all that often is we pivoted once and then twice. The fourth time it worked. So sometimes we had to keep trying.
You've gone there on founders, so let me bring up Elon Musk, because you are an investor in SpaceX, and clearly it's been quite a disruptive time. All the tweets or the erratic behavior from Elon Musk and a securities fraud case based on comments he said about taking Tesla private. Has that damaged some of your thinking around what he's able to execute in SpaceX? Has it made you rethink the investment?
No, not at all. I mean, he's always pushing the boundaries. He's always on a bit of a knife's edge. But I have a lot of confidence in him. And anyways, to be honest, already now, what he has done for all of us and for our planet is so huge. If you think about the mobility space, it's really all down to him that now every major manufacturer in the world is pushing forward with electric cars. He is the guy who forced them to accelerate the deployment of electric cars single-handedly. Yeah, this is an incredible feat, and electric cars itself are not the complete solution to more sustainability, but it's the gateway. It's the gateway to opening up the possibility of more renewable energy feeding the electric cars, and that's going to be the big progress then for us towards sustainability. So this is really, really huge, and I think we can thank him a lot for that.
Let's talk a little bit more about decisions, because something links both of you, and that you've had very strong growth stories in what you've been doing. Stephen, first with you creating TripAdvisor, but then selling out very early in the process, becoming a multi-millionaire when you could have been a multi-billionaire. Nico, you winning your big title, your Formula One title against Lewis Hamilton, yet he's gone on to win even more titles again. Did you finish Formula One too early? Are these the worst decisions you've both made, or are there worse ones?
Plenty worse ones in one's life, right? How could anyone possibly complain about creating something like TripAdvisor, winning a world championship, and say, oh, but there could have been more? We're driven by different things. We wanted at TripAdvisor to really be able to help the next billion travelers with amazing personalization, great inspiration, be able to follow their friends, get trusted advice, because that's the next generation of travel as we see it. Plenty of challenge there, and I'm blessed, TripAdvisor is blessed to be able to continue along that journey, even if our corporate history was we got bought and then we spun out. That doesn't matter. We're helping so many other travelers.
You stepped around the worst decision there.
I am blessed by having a life that has not been plagued by terrible decisions. Certainly, selling TripAdvisor when we did, it could have gone differently, but I just don't look back with any regrets there. I'm driven for what I can do next, not looking in the rearview mirror.
You're planning the next trip.
No, for me it was absolutely the best decision, because I had a clear target, and my target was to win that championship once. And to exit in that way, it just makes me very, very happy. Even now, I'm completely fulfilled. So this is going to carry me a long way in my life, I think. So that absolutely, that was the right decision. If I can quickly touch back onto maybe some of the learnings that I had in my sport in terms of decision making under pressure. As I said, most of it is in the preparation. And what I really learned also was the importance of focus. We see that a lot also in the business world. Yeah, the big achievers, they have this ability to focus and get rid of all the distractions, that are in our lives, left, right, and center, with social media, with this, with that. Get rid of it all. Focus really, really precisely on what you want to achieve and dedicate really everything you have to that. At the same time, though, remember better life, better performance. So at the same time as focusing, make sure you keep that balance, and keep that balance with private life, friends, relaxation. Because if you have that balance, it will help you perform much better, and it will help you make better decisions on a regular basis.
Well, here's a scenario. Let's talk about real life for a lot of tech executives and a lot of business executives. You've got multiple themes happening, and that's not even just on the geopolitical level with trade and different world events. Just take it to tech. You're contemplating how to bring artificial intelligence into the business. You're trying to think about AR, VR, big data,
what a mess.
Privacy concerns, regulation, how to make profits, whether you should IPO. I mean, how do you focus on one thing when all of these things need to happen at once if you want to progress the business and not be disrupted?
Well, that's where great leadership comes in as well, because you need to build and have trust in all your employees. I'm sure you were a great example of that. You must have been to create that success, because you can't handle everything yourself. So you need to delegate. Delegating is extremely important. The art of delegating is very, very important to have success. So delegate, have trust, and then focus on what you need to do as a leader or whatever your role is.
Stephen, do you want to weigh on this? Because things are obviously much more complicated now than when you first started TripAdvisor. Is that a fair comment?
Absolutely. Delegate, inspire, trust, as you were saying, and make it really clear the set of things as a business you're choosing not to do. Every tech business I know of has plenty of opportunity, different areas to expand, and sometimes I honestly feel the biggest decisions or the most important decisions that I make in conjunction with the team are the things that we are choosing not to do this year, but will reconsider next year.
Do you want to give us an example of that?
Well, just think about the traveling community, right? We could look at augmented reality and say that's the way people are going to travel in the future. We could invest a ton right now, today, in voice recognition to drive the ability to talk to the app to tell me stuff. There's a real pain point in being too early in those decisions. And we feel right now we would be too early to really make big bets in those technologies. They will come. Predicting when, well, that's what I count on the team for, and we're not doing that yet.
I want to touch on data privacy. It's been a fast-moving issue. No one really cared, and then the Cambridge Analytica scandal broke with Facebook. You've had tech executives hold on to Capitol Hill to give explanations. New data protection rules here in Europe, still up for debate in the United States. Are regulators too slow to react?
I'd say yes. In general, regulators have been a little slow to react. I think the bigger challenges with the internet today was what some of the other folks were talking about in terms of the ability for anyone to say anything, complete lies, instantly spread. You've heard a bit about that already, but I would argue that that's a much bigger challenge that I hope governments and regulators would tackle before sort of continuing down, or at least in conjunction with the data privacy issues.
Nico, tech regulation is the elephant in the room when it comes to investing in technology. We've already seen on Wall Street, the NASDAQ closed out October in correction territory. There's been a violent swing south in the valuation of technology companies. At what point do you feel like there is concern for you as an investor based on a changing landscape around regulation? How do you factor that into the decision-making when you're saying, I'm putting all this money on the table, regulators could take some back?
Oh, that's the best example for don't put all the eggs in one basket. because those are force majeure, more or less. I would love to call them like that. You just can't control. Sometimes you can't even foresee. So spread your risk out, because there's always going to be things like that happening. But to go into more detail, I'm not well enough positioned. Maybe you could take that answer into a bit more detail if you want. Or
I think in general, industries have shown that less regulation is better until the companies just get too big and too much of a stranglehold in a particular area. Telcos in the US way back. Certainly there's a good argument on the search engine front today. And I do think it is worth careful examination, but gingerly.
You're saying Google's too big?
I think Google, as a dominant search engine, does wield too much power in most countries, yes. Whether they choose to use that power carefully or not is up to them, and they've had a mixed record.
We've got a couple of minutes left. I just want to get into what you're both up to at this point. And Nico, you've invested in a couple of big names, and we've mentioned some of them. Do you want to tell us a little bit about what 3 words, basically an idea to carve up the world into 3 meter by 3 meter squares to identify location? Now, we know habits are hard to change. There's governments as an obstacle. What are your hopes for this investment?
Yeah, so I'm really focused on impact investing. It's sort of a new challenge that I've taken on, which I'm really enjoying, that challenge of getting those investments right and also managing to have an impact. And what 3 words has been one recent example. Phenomenal company. They've divided up the world in 3 by 3 meter squares, and each square doesn't have an address anymore. It just has 3 words. So it could be television wall white. That could be this 3 by 3 meter square. So it's incredible, because so much more precise, yeah, and so much more simple than our address system that we have nowadays. And for TripAdvisor, actually, that could be something very, very useful. So I'm happy to make a deal right after behind the stage. And the problem, though, is that, of course, to change consumers' way of doing things, as you said, that's such a mission. So probably you have to go via the big institutions, governments, and go that way, that they set it as a default navigation system. I think that's the way it needs to go. And at the moment, it's proceeding really well. It's exciting times.
It's very interesting to hear European trying to tackle governments when you consider where we are at in Europe. But anyway, we could get bogged down in that. Minute 30 left, Stephen. Let me ask you about what you're up to, because in the background, you're working on some changes at TripAdvisor, and there's almost a soft launch going on. Do you want to give the audience a bit of a clue as to what the future
Sure, the soft launch is about to become a very real launch, November 13th, global launch of the new TripAdvisor. It's really cool because it brings together. Right now, travelers have to go visit 20, 30 different websites to actually plan that magical weekend getaway a week long. And now on TripAdvisor, they'll be able to find content, real great inspirational information from the brands they trust, beautiful videos, social influencers, and their friends. And if we think about what really makes a vacation, a trip special, it's getting that extra insight from all the different trusted partners in what's now your travel feed. So I'm visiting Lisbon, and now I see these inspirational videos, what to do, where to stay, where to eat, from my friends, all in one place, taking the pain out of planning that trip and delivering it for you.
That's 6 days away, and you're sitting here so relaxed.
I've got a great team back home.
Delegation.
He's delegated.
You've delegated awesomely, yeah?
The true secret to all management success.
Very good.
I also want to talk about authenticity, because you had a very significant win in the courts in Europe recently, trying to tackle some of the fake reviews.
Yes, we put a guy in jail for writing fake reviews in Italy. It was fantastic. We worked with the prosecuting attorneys in order to deliver the evidence, because it is illegal in most countries. We care a lot. And of course, the 450 million users of our site every month count on trusting that information. And so we do a whole lot to make sure it's accurate, it's fair, it delivers all the opinions safely.
We've got a flashing light in front of us. Nico, you used to flashing lights. Give the audience a takeaway message. What do they need to think of when they think about speedy decisions?
One last thing would be follow your instincts as well. Usually our bodies have a very, very strong ability to tell us what the right way for us is. and learn to listen to that and follow that more often than not. I think that's something that can be very, very valuable in life, and I'm trying to learn that myself more and more.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for your time, and thank you to the audience.
Thank you.
Nico, Stephen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. With the dawn of self-driving cars just around the corner and the move away from fossil fuels and toward electrification, the auto industry is experiencing the most radical transformation ever. What comes next? To answer this, in conversation with Charlie Warzel of BuzzFeed, we're joined by the CEO of Volkswagen, Martin Hofmann, Chief Creative Officer of Aston Martin, Marek Reichman, and the founder of Byton, Carsten Breitfeld.
Hello. This is big. This is big, guys. I'm really excited to be here today to talk with our panel about what is probably has to be one of the most consequential developments in technology in the next decade plus, multiple decades here. We're talking about the vehicles that get us everywhere, and there is a real mandate and pressure, obviously, with the concerns about climate change and the environment. So we're standing at this crossroads right now. As the introduction said, we have a time when we think we know a little bit with autonomous vehicles what the future is going to look like, but it certainly hasn't been implemented on our roads yet. And I guess I would like to just have you go down the line and talk just a little bit about this moment. How soon are we going to see autonomy taking over the car business? And are we ready? And when can we be if we're not right now?
Do you want me to start?
Yeah.
Afternoon, everybody. Probably one of the last cars that is ever going to be fully autonomous is an Aston Martin, because we spend most of the time saving time with autonomy to go and enjoy the fun of driving an Aston Martin. So absolutely, we are at a fundamental crossroads of the future of autonomy, but everything is automated. The typewriter became automated, et cetera, et cetera. Automation is inevitable. And it's such an important point. When does it happen fully? When do we have road systems and systems that support full autonomy, the level of autonomy that means you can have 4 people facing in? Is it 10, 15, 20 years? I guess legislation is going to tell us a lot of that, but the investment that is going into autonomy now is incredibly important. And as a designer, I think it's a very important future as well.
I'm curious, your thoughts?
I mean, you can broaden the whole discussion even more, right? I mean, autonomous vehicles is basically moving engineering and component-oriented work that we have done as engineers into this world of software. So that's a complete new dimension we're entering. And the world of software offers you even much more than autonomy, right? It's a whole new user experience. You can add services on the fly. You can upgrade a vehicle overnight. You can add functionality. So I think the big thing is that we are entering a world where software is not eating the world only, but also the cars, right? So and artificial intelligence, to top the whole thing off, is adding so much more richness that we are now just beginning to understand.
And Carsten?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for having me here. It's an amazing environment, so much energy. I really love it. This is a big discussion, a big question you just asked, yeah? Because it has a technology component. When will technology be ready? It has a legislation component. By the way, it will be driven by societies and not so much by our companies, because it will add value to societies, reduce traffic accidents, death people from traffic accidents. If you ask when are we going to see it, so if you mean level 4 all over the world under every condition, maybe never. If you ask level 4 and specific pilot areas working it out, maybe around 2021. It will happen in China first, I'm completely convinced. But the most exciting and most important thing is it will change the business models of the whole transportation and automotive industry. And this is the most fascinating thing. This is the reason why we created Byton.
Well, I want to talk a little bit about that, and we'll stick with you on this because you're a new entrant into the field, so to speak. You spoke to me backstage about thinking of the car, especially with autonomous vehicles, things like that, as a platform, and really marrying all the software, all the possible data that can be collected. And I wanted you to talk a little bit about that and how that model not just works in practical measures, but also what does that mean for what you're trying to build?
So you could ask, does it really make sense to set up the next company for building and selling electric cars? And the answer would clearly be no. There are so many out already. All the traditional companies eventually will build electric cars. It's not the point. But technology like connectivity, like artificial intelligence, like new styles of user interfaces will give the chance to make the car smart. And by doing so, it will convert into a platform which we can use to sell digital content to our customers. And eventually, we will become a provider of mobility and not of selling cars. And this is an interesting thing because it's not only technology change, this is changing the business model. And changing a business model in an existing big company might be a big challenge, might be very difficult, if not impossible. But it's a great opportunity for a new company.
Mm-hmm. Well, so that's a great transition into, some legacy players in this market, and for Volkswagen, I'm curious about ownership models. In the face of this purported threat from Uber and Lyft on car ownership, and there's a lot of understanding that car share and subscription services could be the solution. And I'm curious if Volkswagen has adjusted its thinking about what a car ownership model, in the 2020 decade and what that looks like.
I mean, the world is not simple black and white, right?
Sure.
I mean, you will find a lot of consumers in the world. We sell nearly 11 million cars to 11 million different people. And there will be a lot of people who want to own a car. And I saw your presentation, Aston Martin. I understand why people want to own a car, right? 911, you want to own probably. But a simple car to transport you from A to B, where transportation is your objective in the morning in rush hour, where you cannot enjoy a sports car or another luxury car. You might have use your app, Uber-like, and utilize a vehicle and pay for the mile. I mean, and in between you'll find many, many different models. I mean, the disadvantage of a brick-and-mortar traditional company is also the advantage. There's a sheer financial power to sustain and try different models because no one really knows what customers will do in 5 to 10 years, right? So that's, I think, the disadvantage, also the advantage at the same time.
Mm-hmm. And that kind of gets to Aston Martin and the idea of a very high-end luxury brand. How do you feel that demand for having this crafted, user-controlled vehicle. How do you marry that with this idea that people want to embrace this technology and they want to see an autonomous driving future?
It's why we created or reinvented Lagonda. So we are Aston Martin and Lagonda. And Aston Martin will maintain its emphasis on driving cars to be driven. But again, don't forget, most luxury products, in particular sports cars and race cars that go on circuits, have so much data. They have so many control systems in them, much more so than a lot of the cars that are on the road now, that we have collected data about driving experiences, driving feeling, monitoring the driver in a 24-hour race, using that technology eventually to make driving better when you do drive, your experience. Lagonda is the potential answer to autonomy. It's a full BEV product. So that's the answer to an autonomous luxury future, because there has to be one, clearly. And that's why we've put the two brands there, and Aston Martin remains as the car you drive, the Lagonda is the car you would be driven by.
We talked a little bit about this idea of, as a designer, marrying technology with some of the raw physical things that make driving a car so exciting. How do you balance that in a vehicle that you're supposed to get behind and feel the motor?
But it's every time we force society into a box, into a system, there's always an alternative. As soon as we have more and more MP3 players playing music, the advent of vinyl starts to rise because someone wants something different. Somebody wants the feeling of placing the stylus on the record and hearing the analog music. So analog is always important in a digital world. And within the luxury space, people want to know that their shoes have been handmade, but they also want to understand the technology, the autonomous systems, the voice recognition systems, the gesture control systems as well. They want to marry both together, which is why, for a designer, it's an incredibly exciting point in time, because there are more and more things being made by hand, and there are more and more things becoming digital. And if I just, again, draw a parallel of the watch, a tourbillon, an incredible tourbillon built in Switzerland, tells the time to within maybe half a second on a daily basis, versus a digital watch which is accurate to within 10 decimal places. Right. But the relevance is still there. People still want handmade watches, but they also want technology as well.
I want to shift a little, and I want to talk about when you're designing for this future. How do you take into account some of the more, I guess, ethical ramifications of this? I saw an MIT study recently that mentioned, surveying people how they would want a car to treat different people when it comes to making a decision of whether or not they have to hit them or something else. And there's a lot of ethical considerations baked into that, as well as data collection. You're building something from the ground up, something that's going to be a platform that people are going to, input all their data in. How do you think about designing and building for a future where we're not only safe inside our vehicles, but we're safe with the information that we're entrusting them with?
First of all, we have to consider and to understand this technology will add value to societies. It will save lives. We will not be able to avoid accidents completely, but we will be able to reduce them by 80% or something. There still will be accidents, but much less. It's right, there are some ethical considerations to discuss. There are a lot of potential answers to it. This will have to go through a process in the society to discuss and eventually to agree on something, and this will take some time. But the baseline is it will add value and we will save lives. This is very important. When it comes to data collection, obviously, as a company, you have to follow all the rules and the legislation in all the countries. And this is a point which is discussed, obviously, a lot. At the end of the day, it depends on what kind of value can you create out of this data, what kind of value can you give back to your customers. And this is the measure they are going to decide if they like it or not. Everybody can decide not to do it, as you can to do with your smartphone. Most of the people are not switching it off because they would like to make use of functionalities which add value. And the last point, this is maybe something we are discussing very much in our generation. If I listen to younger people, they are much more open in sharing their personal data because they are born into a world where this is more normal.
I would pose that to you as well, and simply add on with that. Yes, there are new generations. I'm part of that generation, but I'm also incredibly wary of the way that my data has been used, and I think as our technology layer moves into the real world, all those considerations are more and more grave. And I'd just like to pose sort of the same question to you and how you guys are thinking about it.
GDPR is teaching us right now how to handle privacy, right? And in the beginning, when GDPR was introduced by the European Union, there was a lot of nervousness in the industry how to handle it, right? Because it's a very complex process. On the other hand, I truly believe it's a competitive advantage, and it will be a different issue in 5 to 10 years. If I see my kids already becoming more and more wary of their data, what they share on social media. 2 or 3 years ago, my daughter shared everything. Now, she's become a little bit smarter. But the point is, I think that the more we feel observed in our world, like in China, we have cameras everywhere taking a picture of your face and analyzing your movement on a meter-by-meter basis. This is only going to work a certain time until people reflect and want their privacy controlled. And they, as you said, they want to decide if they're going to sell the data or not. Today, they don't sell the data. Today, you give data away and you get something in return, which you think right now is a value. Maybe in 2 years, it's not a value anymore. But we call it consent management. That will be, I believe, the key in the future society to control your own privacy destiny much more than today. It's more than just opting in. It's making a decision to opt in and opt out anytime you want, with any data point you want. And this is, by the way, a very tricky, from a technologist, a very tricky approach. I mean, we are developing software that allows customers to, on a data field level, to opt in or opt out what they want to share. And so this is, I think, depending on how society develops, but that's my feeling, which is going to happen in the next 10 years.
Looking towards the drivers, the users, getting the signals and adapting to them perhaps a little better than some of the technology companies have done recently. We just have 2 more minutes here, and I would like to end by asking each of you, and we'll just go down the line. Let's set some expectations in terms of, you guys are in the thick of this. We're always in this race to have technology meet us right now. And I think we've seen recently that that race can be detrimental. Setting expectations, how do you guys down the line, what would you like to impart to our audience here? So, what we have to look forward to in the next, let's say, 5 years?
In the next 5 years, I think, we started the conversation with saying we're at a fundamental shift both in the automotive world, but in our world, in our connected world as well. And I think the conversation so far has shown a lot of that. And it's an incredible time for a designer. I'm just listening to the last 2 questions, actually, because whenever there is a counter there, a designer's mind is always thinking about, well, what's the potential there for? And what's the potential for cybersecurity, for making sure we are secure? And if we have knowledge and we have information and we have imagination, we can create and make a better world. And I think in the next 5 years, there will be an improvement. The safety systems that are being developed on the roads will make society better in the end. And I think in the next 5 years, you'll start to see more of that, more relevance, monitoring systems so that you can know when to drive, when is it safe to drive, when should I be driving. And within the world of luxury, we have that opportunity because we're selling fewer cars at a higher price point, so you can involve more of that technology and future thinking technology within the product.
Okay, rapid fire, we have 45 seconds. Can you both get it in?
Okay, cars will become smart devices on wheels. So very pretty, beautiful car from outside. If you step in, it feels like a smart device, big screens, high-speed connectivity, all the ecosystem in it. We will see shared mobility based on autonomous driving and new business models. This is where Byton is designed for, and if you are interested in our crazy journey, feel free to follow us on our social medias.
I think the exciting thing about the future is choice. We'll have so many different business models that you can choose from as a consumer, so many technology approaches, full autonomy on certain roads maybe, up to manual driving on a racetrack, and I think it's going to be 10 times more choice than we have today.
All right. Thank you all so much for listening and having us. Thank you to our panelists.
Thank
to
you.
the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome co-founder and CEO of Web Summit, Paddy Cosgrave.
For many of you in the audience today and those watching at home, you're just starting your entrepreneurial journey. Our next guest was in that position over a decade ago when he began his journey to co-create an online platform with global reach and impact. No journey, though, even a successful one, ends without teaching the traveler a few hard and good lessons along the way. What did our next guest wish he knew starting out? Please give a huge warm welcome to the co-founder of Reddit and Initialized Capital, Alexis Ohanian.
What's up, Lisbon? Hello. I heard I'm the last speaker before lunch. No pressure, but I'm very happy to be here. The last time I was here in Portugal was 2 years ago. A lot's changed in the last couple of years. I'm pretty hopeful, though, to share a few lessons from a decade or so of entrepreneurship that I wish I had been told when I was starting Reddit. Yeah, one of you's a Reddit. How many of y'all use Reddit, just by a show of hands? Oh, God bless you. Thank you. Upvote, 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 upvote. Thank you also for outing yourselves as the least productive people here. Very brave. But I take it y'all are startup founders too. Hopefully this will prove valuable. We need more innovation now more than ever. And one of the reasons I was so excited to go back to doing early stage investing with my co-founder Gary Tan at Initialized was because I believe great change and great improvements can happen from early days. A couple of folks at Y Combinator took a chance on me and my co-founder back in 2005, handed us $12,000 and said, good luck, and it became Reddit. We've been really fortunate with Initialized to make similar bets in early stage founders before anyone else believes in them and had some success. But we're just getting started. And when we thought about what we wanted to build, we thought, all right, well, we need a team of people who are all the things that a founder is going to need, and then turn them into cyborgs using software. And so these are the sort of highlights and the very best lessons that I find myself repeating over and over and over and over again when I'm mentoring founders, either in the portfolio or just randomly at a conference in Lisbon. Number one, look for peers, not mentors. There are probably lots of people who are coming on and off this stage where you're like, oh, I would love to have 15 minutes with her. She should be an amazing mentor for me. Here's the rub. Wherever they're at, the reason they're on this stage is because they are a ways away from where you are today. And you actually probably know, undoubtedly know more about your industry than they do. You know more about your struggles and the current ways to fix them than they do. And they are so far removed from actually solving those real problems that you should be looking for peers who are at your level or just above and where you want to go. Work with them, because they've solved the problems you've had to solve recently, not 10 years ago. The advice that I would give you about starting a startup, specifically based on my experience from 13 years ago starting Reddit, not that valuable. But the very specific tactical advice you could get from someone who is a peer of yours in the industry, who you respect, who you're learning from, is actually actionable. You're the average of your 5 closest friends. If you came to this conference with some friends of yours who don't impress you, who don't motivate you, you should probably spend less time with them. I know it's going to make for some awkward lunch conversations, but the people you spend most of your time with will have an influence on who you are. And there should be qualities about them that you admire. There should be qualities about them that you aspire to, because your time is valuable. Don't waste it with people who do not give you something to make you better, who do not inspire you to be better. Seek authenticity, not authority. This is one of the things I see so many founders struggling with, because they feel this pressure, probably because of unrealistic expectations set in school, to always be right. You are a founder, you are starting out, so by definition, you're going to be wrong most of the time. But that's okay. Be authentic. One of the best lessons we learned from the early days of Reddit was having a front page, literally the week after we launched, where the top story was, "Why is the site down? You are idiots." We didn't ban it. We got in the comments, we explained what had happened, the reason the server had gone down, and we took responsibility for it. People seek this transparency, they seek this authenticity, and as an early stage startup, that is all you have. That is your brand. No one cares about you. No one knows about you. You don't have a budget to plaster advertisements. You can be real. You can be authentic, and thanks to social media now, that currency has far, far more weight. Another is to operate for the short term, but plan for the long term. So many founders are looking way far ahead at what their future is going to be, that they're not focusing on the things that they need to solve for in the short term, for right now, for next week, for next month. And believe me, I know the to-do list is long. There are so many things that you want to be doing, that you can be doing. There's another event to go to, there's a meetup, there's a client to talk to, there's an engineer you have to close. There's so much happening that you need to become ruthless at prioritizing your schedule. I see so many founders who don't appreciate and properly value their time. And that is to say, look, there are infinite things you could be doing, and one of the best is spending every Monday or Sunday night going through and planning the things you want to accomplish. I still do this every single week. And priority list from P0 all the way down, all the things that you need to do and accomplish by the end of that week, and be thinking about that on a weekly basis and be checking in with that regularly, because there are always going to be distractions, and it's on you to triage. And this is the one that I still have to remind myself of all the time, because the more successful you are, the more things you will have nipping for your attention. Focus and not breadth. All right? Focus on the very specific things that make your business different, on the very specific things that make your product special. Obsess over those things. Obsess over them. Focus on them relentlessly and cast all the other distractions to the side. Understand what that singular reason is. So many founders who are able to find product market fit start getting distracted because they found that focus. They found the thing that users want, that customers want, that people are coming back for, that people are paying for, and it's a good feeling. When you've been struggling for so long trying to find that fit, it's such a good feeling to have made something people want. But the temptation starts to come in, oh, well, there's other verticals we could go into, there's other opportunities and product that we could do. And the more that you can focus relentlessly on that specific thing that works and works well, the better. So many side projects that were launched and shuttered in those early days at Reddit that I wish I could take back, because that was time, brain power, engineering resources, energy, all misspent on things that were side projects and not the actual core focus. Oh, this one is personal. Health, not hustle. I don't know how much of a problem y'all have with hustle porn here in Europe. Is that a thing in the European startup community? Hustle porn? Or is this a uniquely American phenomenon? If it has been imported here and thus exported from America, I apologize on behalf of my country. Hustle porn is one of the most toxic, dangerous things in the tech industry right now. And I know so much of it comes from the States. It is this idea that unless you are suffering, unless you are grinding, unless you are working every hour of every day and posting about it on Instagram, you're not working hard enough. It is such bullshit, such utter bullshit. And the worst part about it is it has deleterious effects not just on your business, but on your personal well-being. And at the early days of a company, that really is the great differentiator, right, is your own health and well-being. And so I know Europe's always had a much more enlightened viewpoint on work and life and the balance therein, but please do not let hustle porn win here, and do not let it infect your brain. There were so many times that I wished I had someone to talk to, and whether that's going to be your rabbi or your priest, or whether that's going to be your therapist or your executive coach, bring people into your life who care solely and singularly for your health and well-being, and talk to them. I had personal things going on during the founding of Reddit, my mother getting terminally ill. I had issues with my co-founder, things that went unresolved for years, that took its toll on me personally. And there are countless founders, probably plenty in the audience right now, who wish there was someone you could open up to and confide in. So what I say is please, please, please do. Please, please, please get people in your life who are there with that singular focus to help you. It will make you a better founder, and it just might save your life. And it's not just mental health too, it's also physical. It's this crazy obsession with this idea that we should just be sedentary for as many hours as possible in front of a computer. The reality is garbage in, garbage out. The food you're putting into your body is the amount of time you're spending actually in fresh air, actually getting exercise, has a material impact. And it took me 34 years to give a damn. It took me until I found out I was gonna be a dad that I decided to make a promise to my then unborn child that I was gonna live my next 34 years as fantastically as I could health-wise so I could be around for her. Why did it take me so damn long? So if you want the cheat code, start investing in yourself mentally and physically right now. The time that you spend even taking that walk is going to clear your head to solve that problem about that investor that you're trying to appease or that client you're trying to close. It will help you in your business life. Do not succumb to hustle porn. It's bullshit. And values, not friendship. This is a fun one, because a lot of great founding teams come together because they were friends first. They were friends in college, they were friends in high school, they were friends at work. The key thing to make a co-founder pairing work for the long term is to understand that you don't just have a friendship in common, they don't just like the same video games, but that you share values. If you don't, that will fray. And it's important to take inventory of that now. And it's not just the list of 10 values you got on your company wall that you try to get everyone to recite at the offsites. It's the values you have as people, the things that you prioritize. The fact that if push comes to shove, and it will, if times get tough at a company, and they will, you will know what this person will fall back on as their universal truths, as their values. And it's not about the friendship. It's not about, oh, we used to go party together. Oh, we used to play video games together. It is we share an alignment in how we see the world. And this matters. And these aren't conversations we see founders having early enough with one another, and we encourage them to at Initialized. We encourage them to have these discussions, these hard, honest, but so important discussions. Because this is what is going to matter, especially when things are going bad. And finally, cyborgs, not robots. I mentioned this earlier. You know, we're building software at Initialized to scale the unscalable. We've got partners for everything a founder might need, but we wanted their expertise to scale, so we built software, because that's what we do. We're software makers, to run the internal workings of the fund. There are a lot of people out there offering like black box solutions. I really believe the future of the work is largely going to be cyborgs. What do I mean by this? Right now, we are seeing basically flat growth in new job creation for all work that is routine. So whether it is cognitive or whether it is manual, those jobs aren't really growing anymore. They probably won't. Why? Automation, hardware, software, all these things are doing those jobs better, cheaper, and faster. But the ones that are growing still are non-routine. Now, they aren't just cognitive, they aren't just software engineers, which you might expect. They're also barbers, all right? They're also stylists. They're any kind of work that a robot ain't doing, all right? Now, as much as I'm a technologist, as much as I believe in that AI future, I know I'm never walking into my barber shop and seeing a T800 give me a damn haircut. It's a Terminator reference. Remember that Arnold Schwarzenegger's character? Come on, am I that old? The fact that if a robot's ever gonna be your barber, it's gonna look at those clippers, and it's gonna just throw them down and enslave us. It will never happen, all right? The amount of therapy, as well as humor, as well as banter, as well as just work that an amazing barber can do will never get reproduced by robots. At least that's what I believe. And so the future is in these cyborgs. It is in humans who are doing non-routine work, again, whether it is manual or cognitive, doesn't matter, and software is helping do their jobs better, cheaper, faster. It's letting software, it's letting AI do the things that we humans just kind of suck at, or frankly, don't even like doing. And that's the software that many of you all are building. This is the biggest opportunity we see right now, and we have companies in the portfolio. Standard cognition is gonna radically change the way retail happens. And my first job was a retail job, but it's gonna drastically change the way that world happens because humans hitting boop, 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 probably not the best use of human ingenuity and creativity. And software is going to replace this. It's gonna make our lives better, I think, on the whole, but until we sort out what all of those people are gonna be doing, we have a really big challenge, but also a really big opportunity. And that's where I believe software comes in. That's where these cyborgs come in, to create software, to create marketplaces where they didn't exist before for jobs that humans are uniquely amazing at. And then the last bit of advice, I know I said it was the last one, but this is the last one, this is my favorite. This is why the honey badger is our mascot. I really love mascots. Every Reddit, Hitmonk, all the companies I gotta draw the mascots. This is the first one I didn't draw, because honey badgers are really hard to draw. Really happy Dave Lee did this one, it looks phenomenal. So, be relentless. This is so key, and there are going to be haters, there are going to be detractors, there is going to be so many no's in your life as an entrepreneur, and that's okay. Get really good at hearing no. In fact, get even better at using no as motivation to be better. Heard no a lot. We visited, Yahoo invited us to their offices in 2006 just to ask us how much traffic we had, and when we told them we were a small website, the executive just laughed and said we were a rounding error compared to Yahoo's traffic. Now, we did recently pass Yahoo in traffic, but the point of this story is that I went home and I put that on the wall at my desk. Oh, well, credit to all y'all for using Reddit all the damn time. But thank you. I took that quote and put it on my wall at my desk. You are a rounding error. It's my wall of negative reinforcement. And I just kept adding to it. And every single time, whether it's a journalist, whether it was just some jerk executive, it just added to the wall. And it was delicious. It was fuel. It was motivation. You will hear no your entire life as an entrepreneur. That's okay. Get good at it. Be relentless. Know those values. Know your founders. Build teams of people who believe in something bigger than just what they're working on, and continue to hold true to that North Star, relentlessly, no matter what. And please do not succumb to hustle porn. And above all, when you are creating your own Reddit, or bigger and better, remember this talk, and please give me all the credit. Thank you.
Before we get to our breakthrough startups this afternoon, we are going to take an in-depth look at early-stage startup activity. Tech.eu, Stripe, and Techstars have taken a look at the state of play for European startups since 2015, and will now reveal their findings. To go through all of this, please welcome Managing Director of Techstars, Eamon Carey.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we break for lunch, please feel free to rejoin us here in 20 minutes for our exciting Breakout Startups Lunchtime Showcase.
It's a new technological age.
We don't sell data. We don't have an advertiser.
If you're one of the guys who thinks, I just can't hire women, look in the mirror, you're part of the problem.
The tech ecosystem is just a reflection of our ecosystem. We have to find a way to cancel out the stupidity and the rigidity.
Let's not just put our heads in the sand. Let's try to be part of the solution here.
The era of information technology being dominated by only a single geography is rapidly coming to an end.
Silicon Valley actually is slightly shrinking. You see places like Toronto growing faster than Silicon Valley.
Toronto is an incredible city. It is a place where people are going to love to come together.
Collision, bienvenue au Canada.
It's a unique opportunity to meet here in Hong Kong where East meets West, old meets new.
This is the place to come to see the best new startups across Asia.
This is the hottest emerging area in the world right now.
To have a conference of this size that brings talent of this quality from all over the world matters a lot.
You know, it reminds me of something out of Star Wars, like a city of the future.
We live in a world where innovation is actually on the rise everywhere.
For me, there's hope for the future.
This new generation of people, new generation of companies, it is changing the world of technology. It's changing the world.
We are seeing the redefinition of money.
Everybody's always talking about this revolution.
And if money really makes the world turn, shouldn't your money be digital too?
I think by definition we're going there.
I'm already living the cashless lifestyle. The topic of money is a universal language.
It is where people talk about what's happening in future.
Europe needs to be intelligent in how it adapts to the change of a generation.
I felt I was protecting a model that had gone stale, that was no longer working.
Banknotes are a piece of history.
Money is really about future value.
So I quit my job to start a new bank.
It's a new technological age.
We don't sell data. We don't have an advertiser.
If you're one of the guys who thinks, I just can't hire women, look in the mirror, you're part of the problem.
The tech ecosystem is just a reflection of our ecosystem. We have to find a way to cancel out the stupidity and In the rigidity.
Let's not just put our heads in the sand. Let's try to be part of the solution here.
The era of information technology being dominated by only a single geography is rapidly coming to an end.
Silicon Valley actually is slightly shrinking. You see places like Toronto growing faster than Silicon Valley.
Toronto is an incredible city. It is a place where people are going to love to come together.
Collision, bienvenue au Canada.
It's a unique opportunity to meet here in Hong Kong where East meets West, old meets new.
This is the place to come to see the best new startups across Asia.
This is the hottest emerging area in the world right now.
To have a conference of this size that brings talent of this quality from all over the world matters a lot.
You know, it reminds me of something out of Star Wars, like a city of the future.
We live in a world where innovation is actually on the rise everywhere.
For me, there's hope for the future.
This new generation of people, new generation of companies, it is changing the world of technology. It's changing the world.
We are seeing the redefinition of money.
Everybody's always talking about this revolution.
And if money really makes the world turn, shouldn't your money be digital too?
I think by definition we're going there.
I'm already living the cashless lifestyle. The topic of money is a universal language.
It is where people talk about what's happening in future.
Europe needs to be intelligent in how it adapts to the change of a generation.
I felt I was protecting a model that had gone stale, that was no longer working.
Banknotes are a piece of history.
Money is really about future value.
So I quit my job to start a new bank.
It's a new technological age.
We don't sell data, we don't have an advertiser.
If you're one of the guys who thinks, I just can't hire women, look in the mirror, you're part of the problem.
The tech ecosystem is just a reflection of our ecosystem. We have to find a way to cancel out the stupidity and the rigidity.
Let's not just put our heads in the sand. Let's try to be part of the solution here.
The era of information technology being dominated by only a single geography is rapidly coming to an end.
Silicon Valley actually is slightly shrinking. You see places like Toronto growing faster than Silicon Valley.
Toronto is an incredible city. It is a place where people are going to love to come together.
Collision, bienvenue au Canada.
It's a unique opportunity to meet here in Hong Kong, where East meets West, old meets new.
This is the place to come to see the best new startups across Asia.
This is the hottest emerging area in the world right now.
To have a conference of this size that brings talent of this quality from all over the world matters a lot.
You know, it reminds me of something out of Star Wars, like a city of the future.
We live in a world where innovation is actually on the rise everywhere.
For me, there's hope for the future.
This new generation of people, new generation of companies, it is changing the world of technology. It's changing the world.
We are seeing the redefinition of money.
Everybody's always talking about this revolution.
And if money really makes the world turn, shouldn't your money be digital too?
I think by definition we're going there.
I'm already living the cashless lifestyle. The topic of money is a universal language.
It is where people talk about what's happening in future.
Europe needs to be intelligent in how it adapts to the change of a generation.
I felt I was protecting a model that had gone stale, that was no longer working.
Banknotes are a piece of history.
Money is really about future value.
So I quit my job to start a new bank.
It's a new technological age.
We don't sell data, we don't have an advertiser.
If you're one of the guys who thinks, I just can't hire women, look in the mirror, you're part of the problem.
The tech ecosystem is just a reflection of our ecosystem. We have to find a way to cancel out the stupidity and the rigidity.
Let's not just put our heads in the sand. Let's try to be part of the solution here.
The era of information technology being dominated by only a single geography is rapidly coming to an end.
Silicon Valley actually is slightly shrinking. You see places like Toronto growing faster than Silicon Valley.
Toronto is an incredible city. It is a place where people are going to love to come together.
Collision, bienvenue au Canada.
It's a unique opportunity to meet here in Hong Kong, where East meets West, old meets new.
This is the place to come to see the best new startups across Asia.
This is the hottest emerging area in the world right now.
To have a conference of this size that brings talent of this quality from all over the world matters a lot.
You know, it reminds me of something out of Star Wars, like a city of the future.
We live in a world where innovation is actually on the rise everywhere.
For me, me, there's hope for the future.
This new generation of people, new generation of companies, it is changing the world of technology. It's changing the world.
We are seeing the redefinition of money.
Everybody's always talking about this revolution.
And if money really makes the world turn, shouldn't your money be digital too?
I think by definition we're going there.
I'm already living the cashless lifestyle. The topic of money is a universal language.
It is where people talk about what's happening in future.
Europe needs to be intelligent in how it adapts to the change of a generation.
I felt I was protecting a model that had gone stale, that was no longer working.
Banknotes are a piece of history.
Money is really about future value.
So I quit my job to start a new bank.
It's a new technological age.
We don't sell data. We don't have an advertiser.
If you're one of the guys who thinks I just can't hire women, look in the mirror. You're part of the problem.
The tech ecosystem is just a reflection of our ecosystem. We have to find a way to cancel out the stupidity and the rigidity.
Let's not just put our heads in the sand. Let's try to be part of the solution here.
The era of information technology being dominated by only a single geography is rapidly coming to an end.
Silicon Valley actually is slightly shrinking. You see places like Toronto growing faster than Silicon Valley.
Toronto is an incredible city. It is a place where people are going to love to come together.
Collision, bienvenue au Canada.
It's a unique opportunity to meet here in Hong Kong, where East meets West, old meets new.
This is the place to come to see the best new startups across Asia.
This is the hottest emerging area in the world right now.
To have a conference of this size that brings talent of this quality from all over the world matters a lot.
You know, it reminds me of something out of Star Wars, like a city of the future.
We live in a world where innovation is actually on the rise everywhere.
For me, there's hope for the future.
This new generation of people, new generation of companies, it is changing the world of technology. It's changing the world.
We are seeing the redefinition of money.
Everybody's always talking about this revolution.
And if money really makes the world turn, shouldn't your money be digital too?
I think by definition we're going there.
I'm already living the cashless lifestyle. The topic of money is a universal language.
It is where people talk about what's happening in future.
Europe needs to be intelligent in how it adapts to the change of a generation.
I felt I was protecting a model that had gone stale, that was no longer working.
Banknotes are a piece of history.
Money is really about future value.
So I quit my job to start a new bank.
It's a new technological age.
We don't sell data. We don't have an advertiser.
If you're one of the guys who thinks I just can't hire women, look in the mirror. You're part of the problem.
The tech ecosystem is just a reflection of our ecosystem. We have to find a way to cancel out the stupidity and the rigidity.
Let's not just put our heads in the sand. Let's try to be part of the solution here.
The era of information technology being dominated by only a single geography is rapidly coming to an end.
Silicon Valley actually is slightly shrinking. You see places like Toronto growing faster than Silicon Valley.
Toronto is an incredible city. It is a place where people are going to love to come together.
Collision, bienvenue au Canada.
It's a unique opportunity to meet here in Hong Kong where East meets West, old meets new.
This is the place to come to see the best new startups across Asia.
This is the hottest emerging area in the world right now.
To have a conference of this size that brings talent of this quality from all over the world matters a lot.
You know, it reminds me of something out of Star Wars, like a city of the future.
We live in a world where innovation is actually on the rise everywhere.
For me, there's hope for the future.
This new generation of people, new generation of companies, it is changing the world of technology. It's changing the world.
We are seeing the redefinition of money.
Everybody's always talking about this revolution.
And if money really makes the world turn, shouldn't your money be digital too?
I think by definition we're going there.
I'm already living the cashless lifestyle. The topic of money is a universal language.
It is where people talk about what's happening in future.
Europe needs to be intelligent in how it adapts to the change of a generation.
I felt I was protecting a model that had gone stale, that was no longer working.
Banknotes are a piece of history.
Money is really about future value.
So I quit my job to start a new bank.
It's a new technological age.
We don't sell data, we don't have an advertiser.
If you're one of the guys who thinks, I just can't hire women, look in the mirror, you're part of the problem.
The tech ecosystem is just a reflection of our ecosystem. We have to find a way to cancel out the stupidity and the rigidity.
Let's not just put our heads in the sand. Let's try to be part of the solution here.
The era of information technology being dominated by only a single geography is rapidly coming to an end.
Silicon Valley actually is slightly shrinking. You see places like Toronto growing faster than Silicon Valley.
Toronto is an incredible city. It is a place where people are going to love to come together.
Collision, bienvenue au Canada.
It's a unique opportunity to meet here in Hong Kong, where East meets West, old meets new.
This is the place to come to see the best new startups across Asia.
This is the hottest emerging area in the world right now.
To have a conference of this size that brings talent of this quality from all over the world matters a lot.
You know, it reminds me of something out of Star Wars, like a city of the future.
We live in a world where innovation is actually on the rise everywhere.
For me, there's hope for the future.
This new generation of people, new generation of companies, it is changing the world of technology. It's changing the world.
We are seeing the redefinition of money.
Everybody's always talking about this revolution.
And if money really makes the world turn, shouldn't your money be digital too?
I think by definition we're going there.
I'm already living the cashless lifestyle. The topic of money is a universal language.
It is where people talk about what's happening in future.
Europe needs to be intelligent in how it adapts to the change of a generation.
I felt I was protecting a model that had gone stale, that was no longer working.
Banknotes are a piece of history.
Money is really about future value.
So I quit my job to start a new bank.
It's a new technological age.
We don't sell data, we don't have an advertiser.
If you're one of the guys who thinks, I just can't hire women, look in the mirror, you're part of the problem.
The tech ecosystem is just a reflection of our ecosystem. We have to find a way to cancel out the stupidity and the rigidity.
Let's not just put our heads in the sand. Let's try to be part of the solution here.
The era of information technology being dominated by only a single geography is rapidly coming to an end.
Silicon Valley actually is slightly shrinking. You see places like Toronto growing faster than Silicon Valley.
Toronto is an incredible city. It is a place where people are going to love to come together.
Collision, bienvenue au Canada.
It's a unique opportunity to meet here in Hong Kong where East meets West, old meets new.
This is the place to come to see the best new startups across Asia.
This is the hottest emerging area in the world right now.
To have a conference of this size that brings talent of this quality from all over the world matters a lot.
You know, it reminds me of something out of Star Wars, like a city of the future.
We live in a world where innovation is actually on the rise everywhere.
For me, there's hope for the future.
This new generation of people, new generation of companies, it is changing the world of technology. It's changing the world.
We are seeing the redefinition of money.
Everybody's always talking about this revolution.
And if money really makes the world turn, shouldn't your money be digital too?
I think by definition we're going there.
I'm already living the cashless lifestyle. The topic of money is a universal language.
It is where people talk about what's happening in future.
Europe needs to be intelligent in how it adapts to the change of a generation.
I felt I was protecting a model that had gone stale, that was no longer working.
Banknotes are a piece of history.
Money is really about future value.
So I quit my job to start a new bank.
It's a new technological age.
We don't sell data. We don't have an advertiser.
If you're one of the guys who thinks, I just can't hire women, look in the mirror. You're part of the problem.
The tech ecosystem is just a reflection of our ecosystem. We have to find a way to cancel out the stupidity and the rigidity.
Let's not just put our heads in the sand. Let's try to be part of the solution here.
The era of information technology being dominated by only a single geography is rapidly coming to an end.
Silicon Valley actually is slightly shrinking. You see places like Toronto growing faster than Silicon Valley.
Toronto is an incredible city. It is a place where people are going to love to come together.
Collision, bienvenue au Canada.
It's a unique opportunity to meet here in Hong Kong where East meets West, old meets new.
This is the place to come to see the best new startups across Asia.
This is the hottest emerging area in the world right now.
To have a conference of this size that brings talent of this quality from all over the world matters a lot.
You know, it reminds me of something out of Star Wars, like a city of the future.
We live in a world where innovation is actually on the rise everywhere.
For me, there's hope for the future.
This new generation of people, new generation of companies, it is changing the world of technology. It's changing the world.
We are seeing the redefinition of money.
Everybody's always talking about this revolution.
And if money really makes the world turn, shouldn't your money be digital too?
I think by definition we're going there.
I'm already living the cashless lifestyle. The topic of money is a universal language.
It is where people talk about what's happening in future.
Europe needs to be intelligent in how it adapts to the change of a generation.
I felt I was protecting a model that had gone stale, that was no longer working.
Banknotes are a piece of history.
Money is really about future value.
So I quit my job to start a new bank.
It's a new technological age.
We don't sell data. We don't have an advertiser.
If you're one of the guys who thinks, I just can't hire women, look in the mirror, you're part of the problem.
The tech ecosystem is just a reflection of our ecosystem. We have to find a way to cancel out the stupidity and the rigidity.
Let's not just put our heads in the sand. Let's try to be part of the solution here.
The era of information technology being dominated by only a single geography is rapidly coming to an end.
Silicon Valley actually is slightly shrinking. You see places like Toronto growing faster than Silicon Valley.
Toronto is an incredible city. It is a place where people are going to love to come together.
Collision, bienvenue au Canada.
It's a unique opportunity to meet here in Hong Kong, where East meets West, old meets new.
This is the place to come to see the best new startups across Asia.
This is the hottest emerging area in the world right now.
To have a conference of this size that brings talent of this quality from all over the world matters a lot.
So is everybody having a good time? Good time? Who's having a bad time? Put your hand up. We've got pictures. That's great. Thanks a million all for coming. This is, we're halfway through the very first day. For those of you that weren't here this morning, I talked a little bit about Night Summit. A critical component of Web Summit is not just what happens over the course of today from 7:30 this morning all the way to roughly about 5 p.m., but what happens this evening is just as important. There are events, parties all across the city as part of Night Summit this evening. If you're looking for a particular community of developers or designers, you'll find those parties. Take a look at the app, tap on Night Summit, and you'll find where we're all going to be located. There'll be tens of thousands of people on the street, and you can just wander, and you really never know who you're going to bump into. So I'd strongly encourage you to all come out to Night Summit. It'll be quite the experience. Earlier this year, we saw Cambridge Analytica, the scandal, explode, when our next speaker revealed to British authorities and the media that the company had illegally obtained data from tens of millions of people through Facebook, and that data was used to try to manipulate elections all across the world. It raises huge, huge questions. And what can we do about it being one of the most pertinent questions? Answering these questions and more in conversation with one of Channel 4's top investigative journalists, Krishnan Gurumurthy. Please welcome former research director for Cambridge Analytica, Christopher Wylie.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Krishnan. This is Chris.
Hi.
Chris, we are now 6 months on
Yeah.
since this whole thing exploded. When you think back to the moment where this went public, what was going through your mind? What were you trying to explore? What were you trying to expose?
Yeah, so I think looking at a bit of the history of Cambridge Analytica is helpful. So Cambridge Analytica came out of a company that I used to work for called SCL Group. And SCL was a military contractor for the Ministry of Defense in the UK, for the Pentagon in the United States, and militaries all around the world. And when I first got brought on to SCL Group, Cambridge Analytica didn't exist. Steve Bannon wasn't in the picture. The project that I was initially working on was in looking at how we can use information and data to profile people in the context of national defense. And it's important for people to understand the original context of a lot of the research that led to Cambridge Analytica. When you work on military projects or projects intended to be military research, right? If you are combating ISIS, the agency of that person, the agency of your target is not a consideration, right? So if you are trying to interfere with a recruitment network, if you are trying to interfere with a communications network of an extremist organization, and you're using profiling and you're using targeting to do that, it is fair game to use disinformation. It is fair game to interfere with the communications of those people because they are seeking to harm people. The problem became when, and it's sort of a funny story because one of our clients, who at the time was working for the US Air Force, was on a plane. And he was sitting next to a guy who worked for Steve Bannon. And they were just chit-chatting on this plane. What do you do? Oh, I work in US Cyber Command, da-da-da-da. What do you do? I work in politics. And from this conversation on a plane, this guy who worked for Steve Bannon got introduced to SCL Group. And SCL, being a sort of a military contractor, appealed to Steve Bannon because at the time, he was running Breitbart. And when you look at why Breitbart was founded, Andrew Breitbart, before he died, he said, politics exists downstream from culture. So if you want to change anything, change culture. And Steve, when he was looking at Breitbart, it was kind of failing because what was originally supposed to be this grand sort of monument to cultural change became sort of a glorified hate blog for white dudes who can't get laid. And he was seeking to find a new arsenal of tools to wage a cultural war. And when Steve Bannon talks about culture war, he says it pointedly. He means war. And when you think about warfare, what do you need? You need an arsenal. And in culture war, your arsenal of weaponry is information, and your targeting systems are algorithms, just in the same way that a missile has a payload and a targeting system. In information operations and warfare, you've got the same thing, except instead, your payload is information, and your targeting system is an algorithm. And he went to SCL and looked at some of the projects that were being done, and it appealed to him. And so he introduced the firm to Robert Mercer, who is a computer scientist by training, a billionaire, made all of his money by building algorithms in finance. And he looked at this, what we were doing, and wanted to acquire the company and bought the company. And so all of a sudden, we had a situation where, on one hand, we start working on a project in one sense, and all of a sudden it gets acquired, and it becomes something very, very, very different. And when you look at what the alt-right is, and what the role of Cambridge Analytica was in catalyzing the alt-right, it's an insurgency. It was built to be an insurgency. People who were vulnerable to disinformation were profiled and targeted using the same kinds of techniques and tactics the military would use against ISIS. And those people were brought onto Facebook groups or pages, because what the company realized is that Facebook's algorithms were, at least at the time, very sensitive. So if you brought people to alt-right pages, the news feed would change. And Facebook would do half of the work for you. And when those people would join groups, when they would join pages, they would then develop relationships with people who may or may not have existed about things that were possibly or possibly untrue. And that was used as the basis to create a movement. Because once these groups reached a certain threshold, even a couple thousand if it was in a local county, right? You take even 5% of those groups and you say, hey, why don't you come to a local coffee shop and meet just regular Joes like you, talk about all the things that you're not hearing on the media. And all of a sudden, you put even just 50 people in a coffee shop, and boom, these people think like the entire community thinks like this. And when I look at CNN or when I look at NBC or whatever, and I'm not seeing any of the things that everybody in my community is talking about, or whenever I go onto Facebook, I see everywhere, left, right, and center, it's because they're fake news. They're trying to hide stuff from me. And then you have a company that starts whispering into these people's ears. When you think that thing and you stop yourself from saying it because you think it's racist, maybe you shouldn't. Maybe you're just being realistic about race. Maybe there's a thing to this. Maybe it's just you can't say it because these people are trying to keep you down, or they're taking your job. And this entire company started fracturing American society in the same way that you would fracture a terrorist organization and treating voters like terrorists. And when I saw that happening, I left. And the first thing that happened when I left is I got sued. I got sued by a billionaire. I got sued by Steve Bannon and the whole company. They made me sign an NDA and put very large stakes for me coming out. And this was just before the 2016 election started getting into full swing. And so the first thing that I did is I went to some contacts that I had at the time, the Obama administration, told them about what was happening. This data all went to Russia, by the way. After Facebook, and by the way, Facebook authorized this. The applications that Cambridge Analytica set up went through Facebook's approval process, and they authorized it. They knew exactly what was happening. That data then went to a Russian researcher in Russia who was also working on Russian state-funded projects on how psychological profiling can be used using online data, right, in St. Petersburg. And so Facebook knew about it. They knew about it from the beginning, and they did nothing about it. I went to some people in the Obama administration, and they said, don't worry about it.
You tried to blow the whistle a couple of times, didn't you?
Yes. And I then went to people in the Democratic Party, and I said, hey, so they're not doing anything about it. Maybe you should look at this. And they didn't do anything about it. Why? Because, yeah, Donald Trump's a slime bag. Steve Bannon's a slime bag. But Hillary's going to win. But then that didn't happen. It was at that point, where I saw Steve Bannon, who is my old boss, walking into the White House with Donald Trump and listening to the things, not only the things that he says in public, but thinking back to the things that he would say in private and go, this is fucked up. And then learning that Cambridge Analytica was being given non-competitive tenders to the American government, State Department, and the Pentagon. And I go, this is a company that is associating with Russian researchers that is taking tens of millions of data surreptitiously from people on Facebook's watch. Facebook's not doing anything about it. And now you want to send them into the Pentagon? It's like Steve was trying to create his own personal NSA and do things that, would frankly undermine and fracture, and he was in part successful at undermining and fracturing our society using disinformation, using targeting systems, using the same tactics the military would use. And so I decided to come out. I went to the police, I went to the authorities in Britain and in the United States, and when Facebook found out that the story was coming out, the first thing that they did is they threatened to sue The Guardian and Channel 4 and the New York Times, saying it was defamatory and untrue. And then they send me a letter saying, you're the criminal here. We're going to, you might have committed crimes, and we're going to reserve our rights to report you to the FBI. And that, when Facebook was then, and then later it turns out it's all true. And when Facebook's CTO was asked about it at Parliament, Facebook's response was, why did you threaten to sue journalists when you knew it was all true? And they just said, oh, we thought that was the done thing. We thought threatening people was just the done thing. And here's the problem. Here's the problem because Facebook, it has so much power at its disposal. It is making a digital clone of our society. And when you look at how technology is evolving, 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, 20 years down the road, right, where you're putting all of your information into AI systems. And what happens when all of those AI systems start connecting to one another, right? We are starting to create an environment where we will lose agency because the control of information, we are devolving to these companies.
We have to try and work out what are the lessons from your experience.
Yeah.
And of what has happened since, and in terms of the authorities and investigative bodies' ability to get a handle on this, so that we can work out what the lessons are for all of the people here in this city right now, who are working on all sorts of systems which gather data and have automation and AI and all of those sorts of things that are going to make this more of a problem. I mean, what do you think, 6 months on, the world has managed to accomplish in terms of holding people to account? Have the systems worked?
My journey as a whistleblower has also, I think, been a journey in understanding institutional failure. We as a society have not come to appreciate what it is that we are doing. It's funny because I think back to, for example, first contact between Europeans and indigenous people, right? And you have these people come on ships, and they have their glittering steel, these large ships. They have guns. They have power. They must be divine messengers from the gods, because look at all these things that they can do. But no, they were conquerors. They were there to seek to conquer and exploit resources. And when you look at how we lionize a lot of these tech founders as almost divine with all their shiny, glittering technology, and not taking a step back and going, are we letting these companies colonize our societies? When you look at Facebook's Free Basics program, for example, where all around the world, mostly in the global south, it is putting internet infrastructures all over so that it can mine data resources. And you look at how it doesn't do anything to stop disinformation, where real consequences, like in Burma, where real consequences happen. People die because of disinformation. And why didn't they do anything about it? Because they didn't bother to have somebody who spoke Burmese in fucking Burma. And so, this is a story of colonialism. The new Facebook is our generation's East India Company, where it is going around and seeking to exploit people, and whenever there's a problem, it seeks to devolve the consequences to someone else. And the problem is that our governments are not equipped to handle this.
Well, that's the
problem,
so
behind.
Because you now are dealing and have given evidence to politicians on both sides of the Atlantic and around the world.
Yeah.
I mean, do any of them get it? Do any of them understand? Or is their approach, this is just too much for us to handle, we can never catch up?
Yeah, I'll tell you, because I work with a lot of committees, House Intelligence Committee, Senate, Judiciary Committee, all kinds in the United States. I've had meetings with a lot of congressmen and women and senators, and the things that I get asked, particularly in private, are actually frankly concerning. Like, I've been asked, where in America do we store the internet? And this is a person who is responsible for regulating these companies. I went into a meeting, and there was a congressman there, and he goes, he jokes, I'm just an old guy, so my assistants handle the Twitter and the Facebook and all that. I don't understand any of this tech stuff. And I say, with respect, Congressman, imagine if you said, you know what, I'm an old guy. I'm too old to understand all this civil rights stuff. I'm too old to understand all this environment stuff. It's like, the internet matters, man. Like, you tell me a job that you can get without using the internet. Who's going to hire you if you say, I refuse to use Google, I refuse to use Facebook, I refuse to use LinkedIn, because I want my privacy. I want to have the integrity and the agency to be able to make choices without being fucking warped, right? You can't. So I tell this guy, I say, look, man, it's not funny. You shouldn't joke about this, because actually every single constituent of yours uses the internet every single day. You eat 3 or 4 times a day. On average, you check your phone 150 times a day, right? People literally go to bed with their phones. They sleep with their phones more than they sleep with people, right? And there are no rules. I mean, when you go to the doctor, do you feel safe? When you go to a grocery store and buy food, do you feel safe? When you step onto an airplane and literally sit in a metal tube as it hurtles through the air, do you feel safe? Most people do, because regulation works. There are rules in place to ensure
So you think it is possible?
Safety. Absolutely, absolutely. Why is it, if we can regulate nuclear power, why can't we regulate some fucking code, right? Why can't we institute design standards? Okay, I say this as somebody who works in fucking tech. Yeah, we need rules. And why is it that as a data scientist or as an engineer, I sit in one of the only professions that doesn't have professional conduct standards, right? If you were an accountant, if you were a lawyer, if you were a doctor, if you were a nurse, if you were a teacher, you have a duty to follow an ethical code of conduct, where you have to consider the ethical implications of your actions and behavior. And why is it that as a data scientist, where we are making things that people touch every single day, that they touch and touch them, that we don't have to consider the ethical and moral implications of what we're doing? I think that's absurd. Like, surely, us as a profession, people who work in tech, we are touching people's lives so intimately that we should have rules to make sure that we at least give due consideration to the impact of the things that we build. But otherwise, we're playing with fire, and people get hurt.
But when you think back to what you exposed, do you think the people behind it have got away with it so far?
Well, so far, there hasn't been really any consequences. I mean, I'll give credit to the British Information Commissioner's Office, because they instituted the largest fine by law that they were able to do, a couple £100,000. Nothing. Facebook still fought it, though. They lost the appeal, but they still fought it. They refused to even take a modicum of responsibility for what they've done and what they're currently doing. But it's unfortunate, because in the United States, for example, it's very difficult because there is no regulator. There is no authority. When you sit with, the closest thing is the FTC, which has sort of this weird opt-in consent decree, right? They have no powers. Yes, the FBI is looking into it. But it's really complicated. When you sit, one of the problems that I have is, even when I go and I work with the police, the first day or two of me sitting there doing interviews with policemen is just explaining what software is, right? And these are people who do tech crime. How to do forensics. The questions that I've gotten asked, it's my lawyers joke, the only reason they keep calling me over is so they don't have to pay me a consulting fee. Because most of the time it's just helping, it's sort of like mansplaining technology to people, right? And I don't want to sound flippant about it because it's not actually funny when you think about it. It's not funny that our police are not equipped to handle data crime or tech crime. It's not funny that our politicians and our parliaments and our legislators don't understand what the fucking internet is.
So do we have to think beyond? I mean, what you said is, we need rules. We need regulators and investigators and politicians who understand this stuff and who know what to do about it. But you've also sounded the alarm about a new colonialism.
Yeah.
And about its impact on the world. We are here at an event celebrating the progress of the internet, the next stages of the internet, the new dreams.
Yeah.
Do you want to also sound an alarm to say to people, just stop and think about what you're doing?
Yeah. I mean, imagine, let's look at the future, right? Everybody here is probably imagining the future. Okay, so we've got data being warehoused on people left, right, and center. And that's fine now because it's siloed, right? And so we look at it and go, oh, well, the only effects are just some, bots and some ads, right? People aren't just, we are the first stages of putting AI into our homes, right? You've got Alexa and Google Home, and now Facebook has their random one, but they put a little privacy cover on it in case that you don't want them to spy on you. But what happens then when that system gets literally built into your house? When your house starts to think about you. And then your house is connected to your car, and your car is connected to the street, and the street's connected to your office. And everything starts talking to one another about you, thinking about you, making decisions for you, what you see, what you don't see. And also, when that AI has intentions, when that AI has motivations, it is literally disrupting the meaning of being human when we stand in an environment that thinks about us and watches us and makes decisions and seeks to influence and correct our behavior. It's almost divine. And the problem is that we're like struggling to even talk about problems that happened years ago, let alone like the future where we might be creating our own sort of master, where our own environment in space dictates our very choices and perceptions of things. And that's a huge, huge problem that we're not thinking about it. And what I want to say to people is give due consideration to what you do and what other people do to our society, and think forward. Just because you're working on one widget doesn't mean that widget's not going to connect to another widget, and it's going to connect to another widget, and another widget. And soon, lo and behold, we have an entire environment that is thinking and watching us. And for me, that is a bit scary, particularly when you look at the fact that Facebook and companies like Facebook don't do their job and don't give consideration to the ethical impacts of what they're doing. And you've got companies like Cambridge Analytica that go and work with Russians, that go and work with hostile foreign powers, that use surreptitious methods to go and corrupt people's minds. And then imagine that environment 20 years from now, where the whole fucking world is AI. And that's scary. And so what I'm trying to do is say, guys, think about it. Just think about it. And maybe we collectively, as people who work in tech, and our legislatures and people more broadly in civil society can start a conversation about, what should the future be, and what should we create, and who is a stakeholder in that, and who should we be talking to and giving due consideration to as we're building these things.
Just in the last minute, this has turned your life upside down.
Yeah.
And inside out. Was it worth it?
Yes, because there is now a conversation about it. Change is slow. Change doesn't happen overnight. And, I feel like I had a duty. I sat there in one of the largest abuses of AI ethics, I think, that we've seen yet. And I felt like I had a duty to tell people about it. And at least now that now there's a conversation, and at least now I can go and speak to people here and all around the world, whether it's legislators or just regular people, and we can start thinking about it. And I think that's progress.
Chris Wylie, thank you very much indeed.
Cheers.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Whether in business, life, or media, the right story, told well, touches the human heart like little else can. In entertainment, the more you invest in a character, the more you invest in the product behind it. In mixed reality, here to do just that. Next up, we'll hear from the founder of the studio, whose recent VR film features Oprah Winfrey and John Legend. Please welcome the co-founder of Baobab Studios, Eric Darnell.
Hello. It's great to be here. It's a big stage. So, yeah, that's me, Eric Darnell. I'm the Chief Creative Officer of Baobab Studios. I got really excited about computers back in the early 80s and then found my way ultimately to CalArts, where I got my master's in experimental animation, which is what computers were at the time. And then from there, I found my way to DreamWorks, did some stuff there. Most notably, I was the director on Ants, the first film they released back in '98, and then I went on to be a director and writer on all these Madagascar movies. And that was 20 years of my life. And then I decided to see if there was something else I could do to kind of rekindle the excitement that I felt when I was just getting involved with computers back in the 80s, and somebody put a VR headset on me, and I was blown away. I partnered up with Maureen Fan. She was vice president at Zynga at the time, in charge of hundreds of millions of dollars of revenue every year for their IP. Larry Cutler, who mastered in VR at Stanford in the, when was it, the 90s, realized he was too soon to make a go of it, and so he went to Pixar, worked on some of their best films, then went to DreamWorks, led the character technology department, and won an Academy Award for the work that he did. You can see some of our advisors down at the bottom there. Point out Alvy Ray Smith and Glenn Antis, who have helped us quite a bit. They both started computer animation startups back when they were the only computer animation startups in the world. And you'll recognize some of those other faces. Clicker, go. So what we love about animation is art in motion. It takes you to worlds that you could never go to in reality. And it delivers those worlds to you in a way that feels real, in a way, in a sense. It feels tangible, that you could reach out and touch the fur of that lion or that tree and know what it would feel like. And that's a lot what VR can do, too. It immerses you in these worlds, but you know, what it can't do unless you put it in yourself. Oh, I'm going backwards now. Stand by. What it can't do is tell stories unless you have a story to tell. And you need characters to tell that story. And that's what we're most interested in doing at Baobab, is immersive storytelling in VR. So that's our vision, that's our goal, to inspire people to dream. Now, what I want to do is show a short video that'll give you a little bit of background on our company. We're based in Redwood City. We've got about, I think about 16 full-time employees, and we've been around for about 3 years.
At Baobab Studios, we're focused on doing immersive storytelling in virtual reality with characters that audiences can fall in love with.
When I watch animation, I feel that I'm taken back to that 5-year-old sense of self where I thought anything was possible. And our mission is to inspire the world to dream by bringing out your sense of wonder.
Whoa. I had been working for over 20 years directing feature animated films, and put on a VR headset for the first time. It blew me away. It's like this undiscovered frontier.
We see virtual reality as a new medium for telling stories and creating great cinematic experiences that are character-driven. It allows people to be taken to places and to worlds that otherwise wouldn't exist.
When audiences saw Invasion, they reacted to the world and the characters in ways that we never imagined. And that interactivity and that connection and that eye contact was really significant, and we realized we were really onto something. So then when hand controllers came out, we started our next piece, Asteroids, determined to make the viewer a character inside this story that had hands that could actually interact with the world around them.
Crow the Legend was a piece that we always wanted to do from the very beginning. It started off as a Native American folktale that was spread through word, and we are turning it into a VR animation to take the story to the next level.
Hey, that sounds like Crow.
Another way we look at what we're doing at Bab Studios is to take advantage of what we already know about the empathy of filmmaking and cinema and the interactivity of games and the motivation to act that we have in real life when things really matter and we really care. And so when we have all those pieces of the puzzle working together, then we have an experience that's unlike an experience you could have in any other medium.
So like I said, storytelling is really a key to what we're doing. A lot of people talk about storytelling in VR, but there's a lot of different kinds of storytelling. Journalistic stories, the story you tell after a VR experience. But really, we're talking about classic traditional storytelling with, multi-act structure, inciting incident, progressive complications that end in a climax that's unexpected yet in reflection inevitable. And try to build those into a VR experience. We're not trying to invent a new storytelling wheel. Storytelling's been around for thousands and thousands of years. It's in our DNA. We want to tap into what we already have up here. So I want to talk a little bit more about this bunny. We worked on this piece for several months and kind of forgot in a way what we were doing. And when we took it out in front of audiences, we were really surprised at the reaction. Now, what you're going to see is a movie. And so when this little bunny named Chloe comes up and looks at the camera lens, basically, that's like any actor, breaking the fourth wall, they call it, because it just doesn't quite work. But when you're in VR and you have this whole world around you and the snow is falling wherever you look and the clouds are going by overhead and a little bunny comes out and looks you in the eye, and even if you move over here, she follows you and maintains eye contact, that's a completely different kind of experience. And so when this is happening for viewers in a VR headset, they're not just sitting there watching like they might in a theater. They're reaching out and trying to touch the bunny. They're talking to the bunny. They're hopping around and mimicking what she's doing. And so when we saw audiences do this, we realized there's something really special and unique about VR that we want to tap into. In Asteroids, as I said in the video, we had hand controllers, so there's a lot more we could do with interactivity. But I didn't want to do some branching story concept, pick your own adventure thing based on the choices you made. I wanted to be able to control the story the way that I always have when I worked in cinema, and yet still give the viewer a sense that they mattered, that they were important in the story, and that they were important to the characters. And so instead of thinking of it as branching stories, we thought of it as branching emotions. And I can give you a simple example. Like if there's a button to push or a lever to pull, the character in the story may say, hey, could you please push that button for me? And if you do it, they'll be happy that you did, and they'll say, thanks a lot, that was a big help. And they like you maybe more because of what you've done to help them out. You don't have to push the button. If you don't push the button, they may get frustrated with you. And they may find another way to push the button. But the point is that your relationship and your emotional journey is changing. And we can do that because we're running this stuff in real time. It's animation, so we can run it in real time. We can generate 90 frames a second. That's 11 milliseconds a frame twice for each eye. And we can react to what the viewer does and create an experience that feels believable, where you really feel like this character knows that you're in their world and that it matters to them. And it changes what it does based on the things that you do. In Crow the Legend, John Legend, we came up with a different sort of paradigm for the interactivity because the viewer is the spirit of the seasons. They're invisible, but they have these great powers. And we got rid of using all the buttons and triggers on the hand controllers, instead just did a gestural thing. So you could basically go like this and make the snow fall, or the flowers grow, or the sun come out. And by bringing these seasons to planet Earth and the animals for the first time, you actually are the author of the inciting incident, and then you follow these animals along the way as they try to deal with what it means to live with seasons and help them with the powers that you have. One of the ways I think about this stuff that we do is this idea of a little girl crying on a park bench, all by herself, too young to be by herself. What do you do if you see something like that? Well, if it's a film, you don't do anything. You sit there. You may have great empathy for the little girl, but there's no expectation of any kind of interactivity. In games, you might interact with the girl right away, but it's probably not motivated by empathy. It's probably motivated by the fact that you're in a game and you want to win the game, and you'll get some information from her, something you need to get to the next level, etc. In life, you're immersed in life, of course, and you have the motivation of life, which comes from caring about this girl and being able to go talk to her. And you can do that same thing in VR. One final thing that I want to leave you with is this anecdote. I heard a bit of it on a podcast called Radiolab, and I'm sure many of you are familiar with, and then picked up Robert Sapolsky's book, Behave, which came out in 2017. Sapolsky is a neuro-something or other at Stanford, and a really bright guy. And he was interested in what is it that makes people risk their own lives to save somebody else who's in trouble. And his hypothesis was that they must be capable of having so much empathy, just overflowing with empathy, feeling the pain of that other person, really connecting with the suffering, that they can't help themselves but to leap into that burning car and pull those teenagers out before they die. So when he went and talked to some of these people who have done these heroic acts, he asked them, what were you thinking before you leapt into that burning car or whatever else you did to risk your own life to save someone else's? And their answer was, surprising to him, their answer was, I didn't think. I just did it. And when he got in a little deeper with them, he learned that they had actually lived their entire lives with compassion. They had been brought up by their parents to be compassionate. If you see somebody suffering, if you see somebody in trouble, if you see somebody in pain, another human being needs your help. And so you need to step out and do the right thing and help them. And so these people have been practicing compassion their entire lives. It became a part of who they were. So when the big event happened, the life-defining event for them and perhaps and certainly for the other person, they didn't think about it. They just did what they naturally do. They leapt into action. And so I'd like to, hope that on some tiny little level, that if I can provide stories with characters that audiences can fall in love with and feel like they get to know enough, that when they make a decision to take some kind of action, it's not because they want to win or because they want to get to the next level, but it's because there's actually some sense of a connection going on. Of course, it's manufactured. Of course, you have to suspend your disbelief. Of course, the stakes are low. But maybe in experiences that we make at Baobab, and hopefully experiences that other studios will make, after people take their headset off, after they've been practicing little acts of compassion, they'll be a little bit more compassionate in real reality. Thanks a lot for coming, you guys. Appreciate it.
Next, we'll discover what marketing trends we can expect in the next few months and which platforms they'll be playing out on. Our panel has worked with some of the biggest brands around. We have the CMO of IBM, who's also a Nike board member, and the heads of Weber Shandwick and Co. Collective, whose credits include campaigns for Budweiser and Macy's. Please welcome moderator Alex Heath from Cheddar, the chief of IBM marketing, Michelle Peluso, the president of Weber Shandwick, Gail Hyman, and the CEO of Co. Collective, Rosemary Ryan.
All right. Going to talk about marketing, us and a few thousand friends. So we have a lot of big topics to discuss, the state of marketing going into 2019. I mean, I feel like it's safe to say it's a very pivotal moment for the marketing industry going into 2019. There was a keynote at the Association of National Advertisers in Florida a couple of weeks ago, and the title of the keynote was Fire Your CMO. A bit hyperbolic, but I think it gets at the challenges that the industry is facing right now. So excited to have you all for this panel. I want to jump into this idea of taking a stand. Brands are being asked to take moral and ethical stands, really seems like never before. And of course, inclusion and diversity are a big part of that. The example that everyone probably thinks of is Nike and Colin Kaepernick's campaign there. Certainly Nike had a degree of clout that some would say allowed them to get away with that, but it was a risk. And Michelle, maybe we can start with you being a board member of Nike. Can you take us inside the decision-making process there and weighing the risks to the potential rewards of a campaign like that? How does Nike think about that?
Well, I won't take you inside the boardroom. Nice try. But look, I think every brand, if you know who you stand for and you're passionate about your values, and Nike has always known it stands for the athletes with an asterisk. If you have a body, you're an athlete. And you're passionate about your values, then you can take a stand. And I think you're absolutely right that the environment we're in is calling for companies and brands to stand up for their values.
And what about you two, working with all these clients and all these companies? What are you hearing from them about taking a stand, about having increasingly moral, ethical-focused campaigns? How do you weigh the risks and rewards of that?
Well, I think you cannot have a conversation with a brand today, at least we can't, where a brand doesn't say purpose, right? A brand is looking for, needs to have, must have woven in to everything that brand does is purpose, and that purpose has to be authentic to the brand. So those are the kinds of discussions we have, and partly because if you look at the generation of consumers that exist now, millennials and Gen Z, the generations that's coming after, purpose is hugely important to those generations. They will boycott, get it, a brand that does not have a purpose that is relevant and relatable for them. So it's hugely important, both for the brand. It's hugely important for the consumer, for existentially for a brand.
Yeah, I think it's also hugely important for their employees. If you look at all the statistics, it says that people want to work for companies that share their values, that they're proud to be part of. And if I look at some of the kind of anti-immigration stuff that happened over the Muslim ban, I mean, Google and Airbnb and Lyft, those companies were standing up for their employees as much as they were standing up for their customers. So I think in a world where nobody really trusts any of the big institutions, brands are going to need to play a larger role. But it has to be authentic to who they are, otherwise it looks a bit exploitive.
Right. So I want to talk next about the rise of direct-to-consumer and in-house agencies. But first, IBM has had some news. I want to get your thoughts on this, Michelle. With Red Hat, $32 billion acquisition, I think the third largest tech acquisition of all time. What does that do for IBM? And from a marketing perspective, how are you thinking about those synergies?
Well, we're super excited. I mean, the cloud journey has been a lot about what you can spin up in the public cloud, but the journey has changed. And really now it's about the 80% of the workloads that aren't yet on the cloud, which bodes for open, You can't have lock-ins. You can't be locked into a single cloud. It bodes well for hybrid, and it bodes well for multi-cloud. That is going to be the environment that major corporations around the world need to operate in. So the combination of Red Hat and IBM, two brands that have worked together for a long time that share a common purpose around open, is a very exciting one for all of us. And we have a lot to learn from Red Hat, and we're excited about starting that journey.
All right, so shifting gears to direct-to-consumer in-house agencies, there was a report from ANA that says 78% of marketers have some form of in-house agency, up from 58% just 5 years ago. And of course, you have the Airbnbs and the Harrys of the world that have just purely been direct-to-consumer. Maybe a question first for Gail and Rosemary. What's driving this? What is the future of the agency model when these trends are happening?
Well, I don't know. There's an American humorist, Mark Twain, who, when reading his obit, it sort of published a piece that said, the reports of my death have been greatly exaggerated. And I think having read some of the reports out of ANA and people saying, oh, the last place I'd want to work now is an agency because everything's going in-house, I think that is greatly exaggerated. I think the agency business is alive and well, and it's alive and well because what our clients need is a truly integrated, frictionless answer to what is a problem or an issue. So I think marketing services is changing to marketing solutions, and those agencies that have an ability to bring the kinds of integrated skill sets together to address those solutions and address them in a data-driven, human-led way are the agencies that will continue to thrive on the go forward.
Yeah. I jumped out of an advertising agency 8-9 years ago now to start a different kind of company because we found that we weren't having the right conversations with our clients in that room. They were coming to us for advertising solutions. The place I worked for, it's kind of traditional advertising solutions. And I wasn't sure that they were really addressing the issues that our clients needed. And for me, a brand today needs to build that into its products and its services and its experience. And so the agencies who can deliver that for their clients, I think will be very successful. The agencies who are still looking at a kind of push-out broadcast model, I think, will continue to decline.
But I'm going to sound the alarm bell because I actually I think the modern marketer is a different beast than he or she was 10 years ago. She's a technologist, she is a data scientist, and she works in Agile. At IBM, we actually, as a discipline, have 6,000 marketers operating in Agile as a discipline. And it's a huge alarm bell for our agency partners because that means daily outcomes. It means stand-ups, retrospectives, data-driven, prioritization of work. The traditional model, which is send work out, get it back, and integrate it, doesn't work.
Yeah.
It does in some specialized places, but I think the alarm bell for the agencies and for the clients is how do you actually do work? That's the thing that I think has to change.
Yeah.
Whether the agency does it or we do it, I don't care so much about that. What I care is how work gets done. How am I assured of daily outcomes, data-driven, technology-driven? That's the role of the modern marketer. Some agencies, I think, are doing a good job of recognizing that they have to change the way they work, and others are not.
Yeah. Quite often we're an extension of our clients' teams. So we work pretty well with in-house clients because we think they actually should be pushing the work and we should help to accelerate that where possible. We don't have to own it. And I think that, again, is part of the issue with the old model, this idea of ownership and we are doing it as opposed to together we have this task that we need to get done and we're going to do it the best way possible.
Yeah. And I don't disagree. And I think there was an old rubric of, there's your account person and they steward the business, right? And that is gone for sure. And agencies have to add value via data, via strategy, via creative, via unbelievable understanding of integrated media and how it all gets choreographed, and they have to work in direct partnership with the client in a very different way.
Yeah.
But I think those that are figuring it out will thrive.
One of the things I think is missing, and I'd be really interested to hear your perspective on this, is that often I'll go into my clients and they've done a lot of work with BCG or Bain or McKinsey setting the kind of business strategy. And then I see that on the marketing side, they have a lot of kind of great initiatives underway. But there's not necessarily kind of any narrative that's kind of bringing the two of those together in a way that I think will drive coherence. And I think that has been lost a little bit with the loss of the AOR. And finding a way to bring those two things together, I think, is going to be important.
All right, so another topic that I think is top of mind for anyone who does marketing in this room are the social platforms. You've got these go-to platforms, obviously Google, Facebook, Snapchat, Twitter, Pinterest. There's so many. A lot of them have taken a lot of heat in the last 18 months or so. And yet eMarketer says that Facebook and Google will control roughly 52% of the worldwide digital ad market in 2019. So how do you thrive and survive in this environment? And are these platforms still as attractive to you as marketers as they once were?
Well, two questions. Is it effective? Is it ethical? And we have to ask ourselves both those questions, right? I mean, we think a lot about things like brand safety and where our ads appear. We think a lot about, obviously, our clients' data and our own data and how it gets used. And we, like any brand, think about the bigger issues, too, as all companies are thinking about the companies we work with. Do they reflect inclusion in the way we want to see it in the world? So I think the Facebooks and Googles of the world are incredibly effective channels. There's no doubt. And we leverage them extensively. It's where our clients want to be. Having said that, as a CMO with a large budget, it's incumbent on me to make sure we're asking those tough questions, we're having those tough conversations, and also that we're innovating with technology. I'm really passionate about what blockchain will do for media buying and the transparency and the efficiency it can provide for brands like IBM.
Gail, Rosemary?
I mean, I think the question is how effective do the users find those platforms moving forward? I think there's a definite trust from the advertiser, marketer perspective about what's going on from an integrity and a privacy perspective, but I think that's also happening with their users. I think they're asking questions about what's happening to their data, and I think that's going to impact how they think and feel about the platforms moving forward. So I think it's really critical that those platforms are creating a native environment where people have a good experience. I think Pinterest, by the way, are doing a pretty good job of that. If I think about the platform that they've built, it's really kind of like, I don't know, a marketplace for ideas and inspiration. It's a perfect place for a customer and a brand to come together. It's a natural place where so they're not interrupting that experience. I think they're building on that experience. So platforms that and advertisers that build on the experience, I think, will be successful.
I'm curious, from a marketer's perspective, do you think it's your job to vote with your dollars on behavior? I mean, you alluded to this, but so like say the Facebook scandal, your Facebook ad spend went up throughout that whole process. So, my thinking as a reporter who covers Facebook is if, all the CMOs in the world collectively decided tomorrow to stop spending on Facebook, I think that company would change pretty radically in a day to fix whatever problems that were. I mean, there's a lot of power in what you all do. Do you feel like the industry recognizes that and sees that as something that they should be using to hold these companies accountable?
We just talked about the A&A and being on the board. That's definitely a topic that the CMOs are talking about. And our sort of accountability and responsibility, because it is our dollars, right? It's the budget that we have. So, look, I don't think. I think incumbent on all of us is to have the right conversations. And I think those conversations are increasing in intensity, is what I would say. And we'll see where it all goes.
So we live in a post-trust era, right? And we know that trust has eroded in our civic leaders. So I do think it's incumbent upon us as an industry, with all the screens and platforms that we occupy, to step back and think, okay, where should we be? Where should we put our dollars, right? And I do think we do that on behalf of the brands for whom we work on a daily basis.
What about the internal culture for your teams? How do you keep up with the pace of technology and all these new platforms? There's something new every day.
Agile.
And then you've got VR, AR, all this stuff.
So we at IBM, we're the first company at scale to go agile as a discipline in marketing. So our 6,000 marketers are all in agile squads. We went through 6 months of training with all of our marketers. We built workspace for our marketers that are agile. So we have 6 in the US, about a dozen abroad. And all of us, we have guilds of disciplines. So you can have a content person, a social person, a product marketer, an event marketer, a creative marketer, an analyst, digital media specialist. They sit in teams of 8 or 10, and they practice Agile as a discipline. It gives them enormous ability to prioritize work, as it does in software. It gives them enormous ability to actually think about how they optimize and get better every day through practices like the retrospective, daily stand-ups. It encouraging really rapid adoption and learning, because all of a sudden you're not sitting in your vertical silo anymore. You're sitting at a table with people of different disciplines achieving the same common purpose. So, I think it's I think changing the way we work is actually the #1 question for most CEOs right now. Culture change. Technology, all of us can take advantage of, all of us can benefit from. Most of the world's incumbent CEOs are sitting on the biggest asset of all, which is the world's data. How you make change happen in your company, how you change rate and pace, how you operate and execute at the speed of ideas, that's really what's compelling a lot of C-suite leaders, I think, to think differently about culture. And perhaps the verticalization that we've all lived through for the past 30 years is not the organizational model of the future.
And you alluded to that.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I know these things are better when there's tension between the panelists. I feel terrible, but I totally agree with
everything. You vehemently disagree
with everything Michelle said. I mean, we're an agency, right? And typically agencies are divided up into practices, right? There's a healthcare practice, and there's a consumer marketing practice, and nutrition practice. What we did this past year is we created something called an X practice, and we took everybody who's involved with data and technology and innovation, and we moved them together. And it's similar to the Agile unit that you're talking about. And the idea being that it would feed those business propellant elements and that knowledge to everybody who's doing nutrition and who's doing government and who is doing healthcare. So that's our way, and to the point again that Michelle made, acceleration is hugely important and speed is hugely important, and getting that kind of thinking out to every team around the world on a consistent, regular, and accelerated basis is what we were solving for.
Yeah. I mean, agreed. When we set up the company, we have a cross-discipline team, so there's no baton passing in the way that it used to be in the old days. Cross-discipline with a set project, a set time, set KPIs, set deliverables, so everybody's on the same page, they're all working together. And then after that project, they often disband, and then we'll start another team. And that's, by the way, really exciting for them. Everybody's learning something new all the time. And you know, as much as we can make that happen, I think the more successful we'll all be. And I think it's hard. The larger the organization is, the hard that is to kind of break down that vertical discipline and get horizontally in place. Right.
But it sounds like we're all kind of in agreement that that's what needs to happen to thrive in this modern environment that we're in. Turning a little bit to regulations. So in California, there's this new data privacy law going into effect in January 2020. It changes how brands can set prices depending on if consumers opt in or opt out to share their data. And in Europe, there's GDPR, of course, which is quickly becoming, it seems like, the standard around the world. How does the constantly evolving landscape of regulation change what you do on a day-to-day, or does it?
I mean, the bar is what do consumers want to hear from us? And so, it's not so much what we want to tell them and how we want to tell them. The bar that our marketers have to rise to is, are we providing compelling, relevant, life-enhancing communication? If we're not, then all these regulations are going to make it harder for us to use the channels we've become addicted to. So I think that the good news is, for great marketers are getting creative. Great marketers are thinking harder about the emails they send, the way they do targeting, the way they do notifications and mobile and the like. And so I look at it as, it's a challenge that the best marketers will have to rise to, and that's a good thing for society.
We worked in regulated environments for years, right? Healthcare, the healthcare environment, the finance environment. There have always been regulatory issues. There will continue to be. Data, for sure, demands that there be regulation. And to the point that's been made here, we have to work around them. We have to deliver what the consumer wants and needs, and respect the regulatory voice, for sure.
How does AI play into what you do on a day-to-day? Do you think about it much? Is it just this thing that, I know you do, but with the agency side, is it a thing that you're using in-house to help you? What are the tools that it offers?
It's at the beginning, so I should just say that. There's a lot that we're going to learn and discover, but for me, this is, AI and VR and all of those things are going to change the way we market in the same way as the internet changed how we market in 1998. I think we moved then from this idea of marketing being about persuasion to marketing being about participation. And I think this is going to take us into marketing singularity. It's going to be like, we're going to be totally immersed. It's going to be a totally immersive experience. And so for me, I was talking to one of my clients who's in the car business, and with the internet came car configurators. That changed totally how they went to market if you choose to configure a car online, you're 20 times more likely to buy that car than if you just go into a showroom. With AI, you can now have a test drive at home. Like, that's going to happen pretty soon, and that's going to change, your whole relationship with how you buy something.
I think there's the pieces like that are sexy and exciting, but there's also what AI delivers for us. And when you think about the work we do in issues and understanding how people are feeling, it used to be that to truly understand what was going on, one would go out and do complicated searches of media, and it would take hours and hours and hundreds of humans. And now with AI, we can collect perspectives, feelings, conversations from across the world in multiple language via things like NLP and AI, et cetera. And that enables us not only to know what people are thinking now, but to be predictive in how we're shaping conversations and thinking about things on behalf of our clients. So I couldn't agree more. I mean, initially it was, OMG, AI is going to make ads and everything's going to change. And AI has made ads, and they've been okay, actually. But for us, it's how to deploy AI in ways that are meaningful and deliver on the solutions mandate, and I think it's extraordinary. Yeah.
There won't be a profession that doesn't change because of AI. And when you think about that, the biggest societal issue is going to be that everybody will have to live through constant retraining and relearning. As a society, we're going to have to be constant learners, continual learners. So that's a really interesting question for society, for companies, for government officials, for nonprofits. AI will profoundly affect marketing, I think, in 3 ways. And I think Rosemary and Gail have touched on it. One, is going to change what we know about our consumers. It's going to provide a lot more insight into personality, social sentiment, who they are, what their intention is, what they're trying to do, as opposed to just what their actions or their clicks were. Secondly, it's going to change how we interact with consumers. You see that today in chatbots. You see that today in these experiments we're doing with Watson ads. You tell us what's in your refrigerator, a menu will be tailored for soup based on what's in your refrigerator. So interacting, ads that are interactive. And it's also going to change how we work, much like it will shape every profession. The amount of data each of our 6,000 marketers is sitting on every day is explosive. And there's no way one person can fully understand the corpus of information that's in front of them. And that's perfect for artificial intelligence. We seek to think about what's the next best action we can take as a marketer. So reshaping what we know about customers, reshaping how we interact with them, and changing the way we work. The 3 areas that I think in the next 3 to 5 years will have a profound effect on marketers.
All right, we're going to have to leave it there. Michelle, Gail, Rosemary, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I have a show of hands of how many of you in the audience are in leadership positions in your company? Great. Can you keep your hand up if you think management has changed when dealing with a younger generation of workers? Yes. Is this ever-changing workforce the biggest challenge facing business today? Or are there bigger challenges on the horizon? To try and answer this, in conversation with Recode Senior Editor Teddy Schleifer, please welcome the president of Cartoon Network, responsible for such hits as Adventure Time and Teen Titans Go, Christina Miller, the CEO of the world's largest esports company, the ESL, Ralph Reichert, and the youngest manager to ever win the Europa League, Portugal's own Andre Villas-Boas.
everywhere you go.
How you guys doing?
I'm not sure if you're sitting right.
It's all good. So we're here today with three folks who manage entirely different teams. As we were just talking about backstage, none of you are super old, none of you are spring chickens, but you guys are all dealing with folks who are a couple decades younger than you, right? Ralph, you're players, you're creators, 20s.
Yeah.
Christina, your audience of viewers or what?
Anywhere from 4 years old to 50 years old.
And Andre, and your players are mid-20s?
Yeah, from 18 up to 33, let's say, but a younger generation for sure is the one that is more in momentum.
Let's start with Ralph. I mean, how do you think about that? The fact that, I'm sure you're constantly questioning, do I have the right read on my audience? Obviously, as a CEO, folks will see, wait a minute, he's not 25 like all my friends who are doing this. How often do you spend time thinking about the fact that this could be a liability as a leader, the fact that there's a bit of a gap?
I mean, it's literally just starting now because I start to recognize that I'm not the youngest guy in the room anymore, which I always used in business meetings, in even running the company kind of ish. So I still try to play as much video games as I can. So I'm, on the pulse of what we're actually talking about. But it's simple. You need to listen more than you used to, right?
There you go. How about you, Christina? Do you poll your kids to kind of gauge what they're interested in these days?
So I would say that our job, no matter what we do, is to always know your audience, right? So I don't think you're ever allowed to not or stop paying attention. And in the youngest set, we're actually the first media they're consuming sometimes. So it's about generational research on the youngest. And the rest is, just making sure we're listening, that we're surrounding ourselves with a diverse cast of people, both from a creative talent set as well as an employee set. But it is something that you always have to be mindful of.
Right. Andre?
Well, on football sense, I think what players appreciate in the end, independent of the age group, is that if you are able to develop them in a certain way. I was just telling you about my Chinese experience in Shanghai. And the good thing there was that the players there didn't have the experiences that us Europeans or in European football have normally. So they were very keen to learn on the basics. They are always late developers. They develop at the age of 16, 17, so which is a little bit late for the football player. So they were very keen on learning. So for me, it was great to give them this knowledge that I had. And this willingness from them to learn these basics that we already have in European football.
Right. And all you guys obviously have to, none of you guys are leaving this business anytime soon. When you have an audience of folks who are a couple decades younger, like, do you just begin to think about generational transition earlier in your careers? Do you begin to think about, like, hey, I need to hire a deputy who's even just like a decade younger than I am? Is that how often, like, I imagine, obviously, a lot of people think about generational transitions when they're in their 50s or in their 60s. You guys are all in your 40s. Have any of you guys begun doing that earlier in your careers because of the fact that you need to make sure you're in touch with, people who are going to be playing in games or watching your shows, like, that are being born today?
Well, I think first, when you look at hiring, I think what I tried, or we always tried to do, is to hire people with passion in balance to people with skills, right? So it means people who live and breathe what we're doing. We're always trying to hire 50% out of that group. Not so much important how skilled and trained they are. We need to take that job to some extent. And the other half should be professionals who just know what they're doing. I think by that, you're solving for half of that problem.
Because professionals are going to be older, generally.
They're technically older, and they might not even, if they're the age demographic, they might not be fans of our content or of our tournaments, or they're not interested in what we're doing. So we've always been a passion company. We need to keep that. So we need to be smart in hiring to preserve that DNA internally. I think that's step number one. Step number two, again, is listening, talking to people, going to events like this. If we do an event like this, I have to sit down in the audience and talk to people and try to understand what they're doing and encourage my team to do the same, to never stop listening after all.
Christina, I imagine you can't just go ahead and hire 10-year-olds to be your deputy at Cartoon Network, but...
Well, it's interesting when I hear everybody talk about it because, for a while, millennials were the big concern, and now it's Gen Z as they're all going to head off to college. And we're actually serving them before anyone because of the younger network. So we're spending a lot of time understanding that audience, which eventually becomes our employee. So I think, much like you're saying, is that we have a lot of animation enthusiasts that have grown up watching us. Cartoon Network itself is 40 years old. Adult Swim is, 15 years old. So they've been in the marketplace for a while. So it's easy for people to come aware and want to do animation with us. So it is about the enthusiasm, building community of artists, and being able to infuse that with executives and employees, because it's as much about the creators as it is about the executives or the employees that surround those creators. If we're one without the other in age group, we won't find success.
There you go. Andre, you have been a manager of some pretty high-profile football teams, right? Yeah. Teams like Chelsea, Tottenham. There's always, and this is a question for Christina also down the line, there are always people who are critics of you who are doing so publicly, right? Yeah. It's not just like people, sharing with their friends what a terrible performance by Chelsea, but they're calling for your head all the time. You've bounced around a couple different teams. There's always critics, right, in sports, right? People who say that it's the coach's fault. I'm just curious how you manage that as a leader. The fact that so much of your life is like playing out on national television.
It's not easy. It's not an easy part. Basically, what the social network has brought into football is the urgency and the demand for the short-term results. If you want to see something funny, try watching Twitter whilst a football game goes on. And the hatred and hate that it's inside the comments of people.
Do you search for your name to make sure you're keeping up with?
No, I am outside of social network. I have decided that in my profession is one of the things that I keep track on, but I am not on them. Basically, not being a fan or more a fan of another one, but Instagram is a little bit more soft than Twitter and Facebook. Twitter, in my opinion, has become a hate opinion. If you want to hear about something bad about someone, try searching Twitter about it, and of course it has positive tools and positive content, and I'm just speaking about some exceptions, of course. But in terms of for us coaches, it is difficult to deal with it because it raises expectations in people. Football is about, of course, success, short-term results. But we need a certain amount of time to establish our ideas, and social network is shortening this amount of times that we have to make success, because it's raising expectations of people towards success. And in some way, modern society is a little bit less tolerant for the people who fail, or for those who fail. So you have to be very, very quick on your bouncing back. Mm-hmm. I decided to bounce back on my experiences in England away from the UK, so I went to Russia and I had success there. The coming back is very, very important for someone, but the intolerance towards those who fail is a lot.
Yeah. Christina, when you search your name on Google, there's a headline from a couple years ago that's, "Who should replace Christina Miller when she gets fired?"
Yes. And it's part of the job overall now that if you have fans and you can make them love shows or love what you do, then there's the other side of it as well. So I think that we live in a very vocal society. We appreciate the fact when something's trending or people are saying great things about you. There's always going to be another side of that. So I think it's about, one, I don't really believe you should read the comments on anything at this point. But other than that, it is part of the job at this point that people are going to be vocal. They're of an age where they're able to express themselves. The generation we serve, again, is the first mobile generation. They've been on social media since they've been born. The average, if you're 12 or older, you don't know life without a cell phone, without an iPhone.
particular. So when you start to look at those things, there's just space for people to evangelize or express their opinion. And I think that that is fine and that is open. You know, there definitely are places where people go too far, and that's going to be out there.
So you basically just accepted, for instance, that you're going to be a public figure, and there are going to be people with change.org petitions
yes,
protesting Cartoon Network cancellations, but
yes.
But it sounds like it was interesting. You're saying you try and make sure you're tapped into positive feedback as well, which
all feedback, right?
Yeah.
There's good stuff and there's bad stuff, and you have to pay attention to both. And people genuinely love the shows and the properties that we're creating, so they have passion for them, and passion isn't always going to come out positive. So I think you have to accept both.
I hear you. I want to talk a little bit about kind of some leadership challenges that each of you guys deal with individually. Ralph, esports and gaming more broadly, there's a cross-section of people, you know, especially a couple years ago, who think this is all crazy. Maybe people would dispute, is this really sports? Mm-hmm. You know, you've talked about in a couple years, this will be seen as a fairly normal thing that society is adapted to. How do you deal with that as a leader, just the fact that there are, beyond just the day-to-day challenges of the job, but there are people who think that the entire industry you're dealing with is just nuts. How do you deal with that?
That's very simple, because you just know they are wrong. So dealing with people where you know they have no basis for their counter-argument is very easy to deal with. You either counter it with the same amount of ignorance that they are doing, or a little bit more in a comedy way, or just ignore it. I think in terms of feedback, it's harder when it's right? When you get feedback that you did something wrong, you do something wrong, the product you're delivering this weekend, the event, the stream, whatever, that this is not good. Our takeaway usually is that it's like the fifth executive in the room is a community. It's a feedback online, which ultimately co-decides how we develop our products and where we have to listen. It's very hard to swallow on the short term.
Right.
But it's so valuable on the long term. I think the only thing is, and that no one should overestimate, is that the internet is very unfiltered but forgets very fast. It's not that the internet doesn't forget, it's the opposite. It forgets immediately.
So even if people think, you know, this whole esports thing is crazy, in a couple years, people think you're a genius, right? So
Exactly. Or if you're the worst executive in the world or the worst coach in the world, that is that minute. And 1 week later, when he won 5-0 your next match, then he's the best coach in the world. So opinion sways fast.
Andre, one criticism you've had to deal with for sure. You're one of a couple coaches, though a rising number of coaches, who never played football professionally. It's pretty easy to see why, you know, some player might say, especially if they have any reason to be upset with you, he doesn't know what he's talking about. He hasn't played the game professionally. How do you deal with that?
What we try to do is understand what the player demands and wants from you. You know, so, we in this time we have to be sometimes a different type of leader to each type of player, because one demands arm around the shoulder, the other one demands a little bit more pressure. So we have to adapt as leaders to what the other one wants. So for that to happen, you have to be attentive to details. A person like me that doesn't come from a football playing experience, I have to dominate other areas.
I feel like you have to get better at other things.
Yeah, you know, on my communication skills, let's say, for example, on my training skills, on the nutrition, on understanding management. The manager who has been a player has the ability to decide things by the experiences that he has lived before. At this moment in time, there is a trend towards the managers that were ex-players. This was because, you know, Zidane has won 3 European Cups recently. Guardiola, Luis Enrique, Conte have all achieved recent success. If we speak a bit like 10 years before, there was another trend, which was Mourinho, Benitez, myself. So I think there is a trend. What is the common pattern of all of us is that we have to be great motivators. We have to channel the passion that the players feel for the game, because all of them, you know, no matter how rich they have become and how famous they have become, they have a child love for the game, and this is the passion that we need them to play every Sunday. So this is what we are all the same is we are all great motivators of people. That's what we try to be.
Cool. And then last thing I want to talk about is just the question of responsibility of leaders. You know, for instance, Christina, you're a business executive. You know, you run a company. You guys have shareholders. Do you think your ultimate responsibility is to, you know, improve margins, make profits, build a business? Or how do you guys think about like who you're ultimately responsible for? Let's start with Ralph. I mean, do you feel like, is your sole objective as the CEO of, you know, a company that runs, you know, esports tournaments, is it solely to make money? Or how do you think about kind of what your responsibility is in 2018?
So I think any company needs to first and foremost try to build something great, build a great product. In our case, it's actually to make the athletes stars. When we founded the company, I did it because I was a player, and the next generation of players should have gotten more recognition than my generation of players did. And making money is a tool to achieve that. It's a necessity, and it's a necessity as well for the shareholders to do it. But our job is to make ESL one of the largest sports brands out there. And we're going to achieve that simply by enabling players to become stars and be celebrated and be seen as exceptional, like football players, like any other athlete in the world. And then we're going to make money with it automatically, and everyone is happy.
So you don't see the primary responsibility. You're saying the business responsibilities are secondary, you feel like, to elevating the entire profession.
It's even a cosmetical thing that you need to do.
Yeah. How about you, Christina?
I completely agree. They're interconnected, right? Our goal is to make great shows, to make kids laugh, make people laugh on an ongoing basis. If we're taking care of the audience, the consumer, the fan, those things come naturally. Yeah, there's business decisions that need to be made as part of that. There's employee decisions that need to be made part of that, but it's all interconnected. Can't be so black and white. We're there, I show up, we have shareholders, there's a commitment to delivering for them. But you do that by doing the best possible work in content.
There are times, though, where this conflicts, right? As we were talking about before, there'll be criticism. Why is this show that is beloved by a small fan base, but, you know, and it is a good show, but maybe doesn't have the mass audience appeal? That's something you got to deal with all the time, right?
Absolutely, and sometimes you can wait and watch shows grow, and it depends when in its life cycle. I mean, there's lots of factors when you're making a business decision, but I ultimately think that it's about making the best possible product and experience for your audience and your fans, and that delivers those business results people are looking for.
There you go. All right, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, hey, you people that are leaving, sit back down. This is going to be a big one right now. How many people in here have invested in cryptocurrency? Bitcoin, Ethereum? If you said yes, chances are you'll also use a wallet from our next guest. With a very special announcement, please welcome to the stage the CEO of blockchain, Peter Smith.
Good afternoon, guys. How are we doing? Oh, man, that's dead. It's really dead. Well, the last guy already did the question about how many people have cryptocurrency. So I'm at a loss for what to do. But first, let's talk about our company. We started about 7 years ago. We're now probably the most popular crypto wallet in the world. We have more active users than TD Ameritrade and Charles Schwab combined. That's for my Americans. We do a little more consumer transaction volume than PayPal, and we're about 25 to 30% of the global transaction network. We serve both retail users around the world, everyday people that you might live with or go to lunch with, and then we also serve large institutions and funds. So the question is, what comes next? So I already saw backstage that some of you have crypto. How many of you guys have a cell phone? There's a lot of you that don't have a cell phone. That's really worrying. So if you don't have a cell phone, can you put your hand up? All right, everyone has a cell phone. That's probably a good start. Well, one of the things that I've enjoyed about spending 7 years in the crypto world is giving people their first $20 or $30 of cryptocurrency, and then seeing how that changes their life. You know, one, there's the obvious thing where if I gave you some cryptocurrency 6 years ago, it's probably gone up a lot in value. But then there's the less obvious thing. Every new technology is hard to understand until you use it. And the experience of seeing someone use a new technology for the first time, to understand what they have in their hand, the power of an open, decentralized financial system, is a really powerful moment. But unfortunately, you know, I can only do so many of those a year, and eventually I'd probably run out of crypto. So one of the things I'm excited to announce today is a $125 million giveaway of Stellar. Stellar is a network built for transaction scalability. It's built to enable a low-cost global financial protocol, and it'll be the fourth asset in our consumer wallet. We're doing this because we want you to truly understand crypto, and the only way to truly understand it is to use it. And we thought we'd start with a group of tech-savvy people who apparently all own cell phones, and start our airdrop with the attendees of Web Summit. So all you'll have to do to claim your free $20, $30 of Stellar is check your email from Web Summit. There'll be a unique code inside of the email, and then you just go to our website, blockchain.com/crypto. You'll sign up, enter your code, and you should receive your Stellar just a little bit later that day. But, you know, I've never really learned how to use Twitter, and I'm still trying to figure it out. One of the things that I really love is Twitter contests, where you have people try to run around and take funny Twitter photos. So I thought we'd try to get a little Twitter contest here today. So if you'd like us to put 475,000 XLM in your wallet, which is about 100,000 euros, take a fun crypto selfie at Web Summit, interpretation open to yourself, tweet it with our company tag, it's just @blockchain, and the hashtag #GetCrypto. And whoever has the most likes in a 24-hour period, starting from now, you'll find about 100,000 euros of XLM in your wallet. Now, we have a panel next to talk about the crypto market, so please don't all rush out and start taking weird pictures. And, you know, don't take any pictures that's anywhere unsafe. But I think, in closing, before I bring out the panel of people that are excited to talk about all kinds of crypto stuff, what's important when you're looking at new technology is how it impacts people. And I think that you're never going to find that out until you download something and try it for yourself today. So that's the end of my sales pitch. Go to the website, download it, and get some cryptocurrency. Thanks, guys.
2018 was supposed to be the year of cryptocurrencies. After a huge breakout performance last year, people thought that by now, crypto would just be an unquestioned part of our lives. While more people are aware of Bitcoin, they're still a little slow to start using it. So has the bubble burst before it has even truly fully blown? Forbes journalist Jen Viechner leads the next conversation. With the co-founder of Initialized Capital, Gary Tan, the founder of Draper Associates, Tim Draper, and the man who just gave you, tons of cash, co-founder and CEO of blockchain, Peter Smith.
We got to do this, right?
All right.
Hang on, I'm trying to get $150,000 worth of crypto.
Can we get hands in the air if you own
Now one without
cryptocurrency?
you. Okay, now where do we send this?
This guy already has plenty of crypto.
All right, thanks everyone. Quick correction, I'm actually with Fortune, not Forbes, but no hard feelings. All right, Tim, I wanted to start. It was, I think, about exactly a year ago, you were on this stage. Bitcoin, the price of Bitcoin was $7,400 about. Today it's about $6,400. We got to 20,000 in the middle, but we're about $1,000 down from where we were last year. Has it been a disappointment these last 12 months?
Oh, no. We're going to see all sorts of volatility. One Bitcoin is still worth one Bitcoin. It's just that all these other political currencies are going to be very volatile against it as they slowly disappear from our use.
So it's been good. You've had a good year. Do you still own your 30,000 Bitcoins?
Oh, absolutely. And more. And I'm thinking that this is a movement. We have a huge opportunity here to be thinking about the world more globally. Humans have always had these tribes. They've always sort of had these competitive tribes that fought against each other for resources. Well, now the globe is kind of ours. And this currency has allowed humans to think totally globally, where the geographic borders become less important, and and being a part of a great humanity becomes much more important. And so we've got a major opportunity to sort of change people's thinking. And the politicians, a lot of the bad politicians will fight to try to hold on to what they call power. But the great politicians will get all the power because what they'll do is they'll open up and they'll encourage their country to bring these cryptocurrencies in. For instance, China, he got very heavy-handed and he made Bitcoin illegal. And then he decided he'd be president for life. And then Japan looks and says, hey, well, let's make Bitcoin a national currency. And so any entrepreneur who's worth their salt in China is going to move to Japan or somewhere else. So the best governments are going to be open and encouraging people to explore this new world that is going to be so awesome. All these industries are going to be completely converted and transformed by Bitcoin, all the associated technologies, and all of the great things that can happen with them.
Similar question for you, Peter. A couple of you have made bold predictions. You made one that was pretty bold, I think, that a little under a year ago, that the cryptocurrency market in 2018 could reach $1 trillion in market cap. Today we're about 216 billion, so we've got a little ways to go. Do you think we can get there in 7 weeks before the end of the year?
Yeah, I think the other side of the prediction was that I expected the crypto market to cool off for most of the next year. I said, but in the article in the FT, I said also that I was notoriously wrong about the price of crypto in the future, and that could just as easily be 1 trillion. I think most of it is irrelevant right now. We're sort of on the front lines of a lot of what Tim is talking about. We see a lot of trends early because of our user base. We've seen over the last quarter growth pick up to really nice velocity now and from a really distributed data set across the world. That said, the crypto market is so nascent today and so tiny that, a quarter of a trillion, a half a trillion, a trillion, it's still very small relative to the global financial services market. And I think that's interesting for two reasons. One is it means that there's a lot of growth ahead. If you're bought into the sort of inevitability of the crypto finance system, which you're on stage with a bunch of people who are, then you know that there's a lot of room yet in front of you. The second thing that that means is we should probably be a little humble about where we're at. And where we're at now is that we need a lot more people in our system. As a platform or a tech system, we still have a relatively modest amount of users when you look across the industry. And so really the focus for the next couple of years needs to be around building the fundamental infrastructure that will allow us to onboard the next 100, 200 million users.
Are there certain milestones that you would have hoped to have reached by now? What are you still waiting for, and which ones have we achieved?
I'm a notorious pessimist. I like to call myself a realistic optimist. So, we're now, from an AUM basis and a volume basis, about 3 times further than PayPal was at a similar point in company history. And I would have found that if you'd told me a few years ago, incredibly unlikely. So we're probably, we're ahead of the last model that I did a couple years ago. That said, I'm not really a California guy. I'm more of a realistic optimist. But one thing that has surprised me that hasn't happened is the development of an orderly market. I thought that we would see orderly markets with high quality matching engines. And as a really large user of matching engines across the space, we've been relatively disappointed by most of the efforts to create orderly markets across the crypto ecosystem.
Gary, I know you've invested in Coinbase, which I think just last week actually announced that they've raised $300 million, valuing the company at $8 billion, which seems, like a pretty positive sign for the industry. Are they worth that much? What are you seeing there?
Absolutely. I totally agree with Tim in that what we're talking about with cryptocurrency is nothing short of something that could take over the way all goods and services are transacted. That's the magnitude of what crypto could do for society at large. One of the largest narratives in tech broadly is the rise of mega tech. Google, Facebook, these companies have incredible power, and it's incredibly centralized. And as a part of the tech community, we've been a part of centralizing that power in the hands of these corporations. And so what decentralization actually means is let's take that power and let's bring it back to the people. And that's why I'm truly excited about what Coinbase could do, but broadly crypto in general. Let's bring the power of software back to the masses.
On the flip side, though, now that you do have these big exchanges, Coinbase talking, they may go public one day. You have big institutions that are fairly centralized in this space. Is that a concern? Does that run counter to this whole ideal of decentralization?
Yeah, what's the point of going public? You've got a big open world out there. The public markets have been so restrictive that it hurts companies. So Coinbase should probably stay private for as long as they possibly can before it's big. Before it's so big that people already say, "Hey, you're already public."
Yeah, these markets are fractal because one of the biggest possible markets for decentralized markets is actually the financial world. This idea of security tokens, and Stellar is, one of those out there that is built by default, to actually support something like security tokens.
Yeah, I think, it is an irony that you have sort of a heavy degree of centralization of users in the crypto space. The users of a couple entities generate most of the transaction volume in our space. That said, I think it really comes down to how those businesses are built. So in our case, we give every single user their own private key, which means every user is a direct part of the crypto network that they're using, which means they're not just part of it from a security standpoint, they're part of it from a governance standpoint as well. So that's radically different than, for example, a company that centralizes all the coins into one place. The other thing that I would mention that I think is particularly interesting as we look across the industry is this whole idea of will crypto companies go public? And my guess is the only crypto companies that will go public are crypto companies that either have a high need of capital, so you're looking at mining companies, or companies that have a cap table that's at least 50% investors. Because these venture funds, the sort of early pioneers of crypto, the venture funds are very much not structured in a way to take the proceeds of an ICO or of a network token or of anything like that. And so I think a lot of those early companies are going to be put under a lot of pressure to go public despite the fact that it won't make a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, that said, I think Coinbase will be a $1 trillion business. It's not, you know, $7 billion sounds pretty cheap based on what it could potentially do if all of, I mean, why we aren't all just going and creating Bitcoin, put together a wallet, just go do it so that you get the feel for it, because it's so much better than what we have today. We have these political currencies. What's the point? Why do we have why do we even trust currencies that are determined by some weird political party or another? I mean, this is very clear if you're in Nigeria or Argentina or Venezuela. It's not as clear here, but it is true that central banks basically print money whenever they feel like it for whatever reason they want it. And here's suddenly some currency that is apolitical, totally global, totally open. And as we move away from these, as it's easier to use these, to use Bitcoin to pay for your news or for whatever it is that you pay your coffee. As soon as it's easier to do that, then it becomes where you make a choice and you say, do I want a currency that's tied to some political force, or do I want one that's open and decentralized and frictionless and global? It's going to be an easy choice. And we need to drive that choice. We need to push for that choice. And the best way to push for that choice is just go buy a Bitcoin, put it on a ledger, feel what it's like to have that money in your hand, rather than looking up at a big, huge bank with all those rich people walking out with those fancy suits. Like, look at how I'm dressed, right? And they're using your money. And all of a sudden, you've got control over your money.
But let's
just a whole new
to take it
way
back
of
from there,
operating.
a lot of what I think is interesting about the crypto market is the way that it generates choice for people. So clearly, Tim is very passionate about the libertarian money ideal, which as a libertarian I can identify with. I can also tell you that when you look across our user base, you would be in the minority.
I wouldn't say I'm libertarian. I believe in a government, actually I believe in a lot of governments all competing for you. I want governments to have to compete for you. I want them to have to provide services that are better than the other government.
Well, so the interesting thing is, all of the people in this room, and it's a very big room, have choice. And actually, that's one of the points that decentralized cryptocurrencies actually have to overcome. To your point, you brought up ease of use, and that's sort of where we're at right now. It is way too hard to start using this stuff. It is way too hard for developers to actually create things that are truly decentralized marketplaces, decentralized applications. But that's where it's going to go. And at the end of the day, they actually have to compete with the centralized alternatives.
What if these two, sides, centralized and the crypto world, become one and the same? I mean, is a Coinbase going to go public, or is Goldman Sachs, which is now looking into trading cryptocurrency, just going to buy them, and then we end up the cryptocurrency owned by the banks anyway? Fidelity's in the space.
So I've talked to these institutions for years now, and we work with some of them. The challenge for them is that by the time they realize they need to go all in on the strategy, they probably won't be able to afford one of the large crypto companies. I think, and part of that is today finance is very fractured. It's very region by region for most part. Crypto is very global, and so you can achieve scale much, much faster. And that's why if you compare our numbers or Coinbase numbers to another fintech startup from a similar period, they're usually like 20 to 30x the other fintech startup, the sort of legacy system fintech startup. I think the other thing, though, to come back to the point around building tools and building access is really important. We also have to keep in mind what users actually want. And that to me is the most powerful thing about crypto, is the idea that it's gotten so cheap to build the underlying infrastructure that you can give someone like Tim the gold standard of digital money, but you can also give people in Nigeria access to the US dollar if they want access to the US dollar. Now, do I want additional access to the US dollar? No. My personal portfolio is overly levered crypto, and I think that's the right way to be as an individual right now. But it's ultimately, to me, about creating user choice and user control. And I think it's incumbent on us to educate people about why we think they should make the choices we believe in. But at the end of the day, what we're really passionate about doing is giving those people those choices and putting them back in control of their money. And so, when we look at the crypto market today, there's been far too little of that and far too much what I would call centralized speculation, which is no different from a Goldman Sachs or a Bank of America, which you've correctly identified. And I think it's going to be a huge challenge for our industry to move away from centralized speculation and towards putting users truly back in control of their money and finances.
I would agree that Goldman, they're going to be too late to buy these companies, and all they're going to have is fiat currency to buy the company with. They better start buying Bitcoin if they're going to try to buy one of these amazing crypto transaction centers. I don't know what you're going to call yourselves, but banks or wallets or whatever it is.
I think we usually call ourselves crypto platforms.
So a crypto platform, I mean, nobody with a crypto platform is going to want to sell for political currency.
Yeah.
I mean, there's also just no way that, in my own personal instance, that I would sell.
Yeah. I mean, Tim, you've said that in 4 years, you think in 2022, one Bitcoin is going to be worth 250,000. So that's a 40x return in the span of 4 years. That's, maybe Trump will still be president, maybe he won't. That's the kind of fast it will be. Do you still stand by that?
Oh, yeah. Well, of course, because, there are 86 trillion, this is in political dollars worth of currency out there in the world. We're talking about getting to about 5% market share to get to $250,000. That seems like a drop in the bucket, and all we need to really do is make it so that Bitcoin can be used to buy Starbucks coffee, and all of a sudden the world just opens up. And then they say, I've got this choice. Do I want, and it's a very simple choice. Do I want a currency that I can take from country to country to country, or do I want one that sticks me in one country or one geographic area, and I can't use it anywhere else?
I mean, I love store of value. Store of value is the first and currently still the absolute best use case for cryptocurrency. But for me, it's about medium of exchange. So rather than go and ride in an Uber or go and sell a thing on eBay, I actually want all goods and services to be transacted through a decentralized marketplace that gives power back to the consumer. And I think that that's the true, how it gets to $250,000, that's how it happens.
And I think, the entrepreneurs building the apps are still trying to sort out store of value, but for a mass market. I will say, though, what's interesting about the crypto market is that thesis around store of value has become obvious to people outside of the G7 much faster than people in the G7. So because inflation is so controlled in the US, people don't realize they're becoming poorer every day. Same in the Eurozone. Whereas people in places like Nigeria, Ukraine, Romania, Argentina do realize it. And to be frank, they're some of our best, longest term, most consistent customers.
So we're almost out of time, but I just want to ask you each briefly, since we're talking about predictions. 1 year from now, will Bitcoin be higher or lower? And if so, how high or how low?
I am no longer allowed to make those predictions, but I am.
You might.
That's like
we still got a month and a half to go.
Higher or lower? Higher or lower?
I am still really optimistic about the future of Bitcoin and still personally allocating into Bitcoin.
So higher.
Higher.
So my prediction sort of stands. I'm not too good at predicting like what's going on today or tomorrow. I have a pretty good sense for what's going on 4, 5, 6, 10 years from now, because that's my business, to meet with young entrepreneurs who are putting a future into my mind. And so my prediction at 250,000 for 2022, maybe 2023, but in that range, is absolutely solid. But I'm not so sure how we're going to get there, because it's getting manipulated. It's getting, if Goldman recognizes that they can only buy Coinbase with Bitcoin and they can't use that fiat junk, then this won't work for them, and they're going to have to buy it up, and then price will go up.
Okay.
But otherwise, I'm not going to make a short-term prediction.
1 year from now, higher or lower? It's not so short term.
I don't know if crypto winter is going to be over in a year because I don't know
a year
if
from
the apps
now
will
is
be
higher.
here.
Okay.
A year from
4
now
years
is
from
higher.
now, I'm going to go with your prediction.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you guys so much for being here.
Good, my
Thanks
pleasure.
for having us.
And a
Thank
shout out over here to Sam at AI Sense. Sam is changing the way artificial intelligence keeps track of everything you do. So good to see you, Sam.
Thanks.
All right.
Seeing the redefinition of money.
Everybody's always talking about this revolution.
If money really makes the world turn, shouldn't your money be digital too?
I think by definition we're going there.
I'm already living the cashless lifestyle. The topic of money is a universal language.
It is where people talk about what's happening in future.
Europe needs to be intelligent in how it adapts to the change of a generation.
I felt I was protecting a model that had gone stale, that was no longer working.
Banknotes are a piece of history.
Money is really about future value. So I quit my job to start a new bank.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome co-founder and CEO of Web Summit, Paddy Cosgrave.
Good afternoon, everybody. Earlier this morning, I asked for a few shout-outs for people from different countries around the world. Last night, I kind of asked, were there any Ukrainians in the audience? Are there any Ukrainians in the audience right now? It's not bad. Are there any Germans? The Germans are all so shy and polite. What about French? They're a bit louder. What about Brazilians? And what about Portuguese? We're all a little bit Portuguese for the next few days. It's incredible to be here in Lisbon. We've had such a fantastic first day, and we're down to our 3 final speakers before Night Summit. Google's mission from day one has been to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible. 20 years later, that mission is still relevant, the work, of course, ongoing. To talk about transparency and control over how your data is used, please welcome Google Vice President Tamar Yehoshua.
Hello. Thanks so much for having me here. It's great to be back in Lisbon. As Patty said, Google's mission has remained steady for 20 years to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. I've spent the past 8 years working to fulfill this mission by helping Google Search work on mobile phones with a focus on emerging markets. I've been lucky enough to work on something that's touched the lives of billions of people by giving them access to information. Search now serves people all across the globe in more than 150 languages and over 190 countries. We've always been focused on making information accessible and useful. And we want to build experiences that make your information useful to you. A few months ago, I took on responsibility for leading privacy efforts at Google Because I think that we can continue to build great experiences and products, but only if we get privacy right. Public conversation is increasingly focused on digital privacy and the responsibilities of the tech industry. Recent headlines reflect people's concerns that their personal data could be stolen by hackers, collected by malicious apps, or shared with third-party marketing firms without their knowledge. As an industry, we have a responsibility to keep people's data safe and secure. This has always been our view at Google, and I'm optimistic that the tech sector will continue to improve privacy and security policies. However, beyond this baseline of security, decisions aren't black and white. We need to strike the right balance. For instance, we could require two-factor authentication and biometric identification every time you read an email message. This would make accounts virtually impervious to hackers, but it would also make technology more cumbersome to use and make it almost impossible for people who misplace their phones. We could discard all data about how you use our products, but at a cost of not being able to introduce new and innovative features. At Google, we believe that it should be up to you to decide the right mix of features that are right for you. And it's up to us to enable you to make those decisions. We're committed to making these choices easy to understand and front and center when using our products. When I was preparing for this trip, there were several moments when Google used my data in ways that were helpful for me. My flight was automatically added to my Google Calendar from the confirmation in my Gmail, and this was really helpful because then I had all the information in one place. And because of this, Google reminded me to download an offline map of Lisbon. And also because of my calendar entry, the morning of my trip, I got a notification from Google saying that I needed to leave earlier for the airport because there was more traffic than expected. All of this was enabled by being signed in with the same account across all of these products. And in the future, I can envision many more ways that tech companies can build systems to help people through data-driven technologies. For instance, it's still difficult to get good personalized recommendations for places to go, such as interesting concerts, new restaurants, and local meetups based on what you've enjoyed in the past. And why can't I get Google to tell me where I can get the best bowl of caldo verde? These are difficult problems, yet we can make progress with better data and better algorithms. And this is our challenge at Google and for the tech industry as a whole. We must continue to invent new and better data-driven products while being transparent about what data is collected and how it is used. And we need to let users choose what data, if any, they're comfortable sharing with us to enable these products. In the last few months since I took on this new job, I've gotten lots of questions from friends and family like, what does Google know about me? Why am I being asked to review a restaurant I was just at? And how does Google even know that I was there? By the tenor of all of these questions, it's obvious that we have a lot of work to do. These are fundamental questions, and it's on us to make sure the answers are clear. Let me tell you a little bit about how we've been approaching privacy at Google. This has always been a priority for us. And GDPR, which was one of the biggest company-wide efforts over the last 2 years, has helped us focus our work and solidify our framework. We think of 4 dimensions that need to fit together. First and foremost, Your data needs to be protected from misuse as well as from hijackers. Your data should be accessible. You need to know what exists, where it exists, and how you can find it. We need to build flexible controls so that you can tell us how you want your data used, and we can respect your wishes. And these controls need to be simple. These principles have been important to us for many years and served as the foundation of our work on GDPR. Addressing these dimensions is the only way to unlock products and experiences that are helpful. I want to share more about what we're doing in each of these areas. First, let's talk about how your data needs to be protected. If people don't feel safe, they won't bother using our products. It's as simple as that. It's our job to keep your data safe from potential hijackers, but we need to strike a careful balance between locking down your data and making sure you can recover your account if needed. We invest heavily in detecting suspicious sign-in activity and taking automatic action to secure your account against attackers. However, for every would-be hijacker we successfully keep out, there are also people who have forgotten their password, left their phones in a taxi, or otherwise locked out of their accounts. And these problems can cause real user frustration. For users, we introduced the Security Center to help give personalized advice for improving account security. For example, the security checkup helps ensure that we have enough information for secondary challenges and also lets users know about potential security threats to their account. Now, when it comes to security, different people have different needs and different risk profiles. While this sounds obvious, some people face life circumstances that put them at higher risk in ways that are not always straightforward. Over the past few years, we've seen a disturbing trend. High-profile individuals like politicians, activists, and journalists are specifically being targeted through what we call spear phishing attacks. While our systems were optimized to protect all users equally, the balance we strike between security and ease of use might not be right for people who are being specifically targeted by determined adversaries. The realization that we have a population of users with substantially different risk profiles led us to develop a new product for safeguarding their accounts. The Advanced Protection Program is specifically built to protect the online security of these high-risk users. The program requires a hardware-based security key to sign in, which does introduce some additional friction, but provides dramatically higher protection against targeted attacks. Since the program started last year, we've seen activists, politicians, and journalists adopt it. Security for everyone doesn't mean that everyone requires the same level of security. We need to ensure that we have security protections that suit different needs. Another dimension that we work on is making sure you can always find and access your data. The Google account has existed for some time now. It's where we give you a comprehensive view of all of your privacy settings and information across all Google products. For example, this is where you can go to see your ad settings to help you choose the type of ads that you want to see and to turn personalization on and off. While many people visit their Google account, over the years we've realized we could do a better job at empowering users to find information about their account and their privacy center. So we redesigned the site with more prominent security and privacy options and a simplified navigation so that people can find and manage their information more easily. We built this great experience for your data controls, but not enough people know about it. When we asked people on the street randomly if they knew how to access their Google account, many did not. so we need to help people find it. This is why across all Google products, you'll start to see your account avatar, the picture you added to your account, appear more prominently. When you click on your avatar, you'll get a direct link to your Google account. This will also help people understand when they're signed in and sharing information with Google. My goal is to make sure that everyone knows exactly how to get to their privacy settings and view all of their Google data. Now, once you're using a product, you should have flexible controls as well. Your settings should cater to your needs. People differ in how much information they want to share. It's really a personal decision. A woman in my team always shares her location with her husband because she likes to bike, but she has a heart condition, so she wants to make sure he can always find her. While another engineer in the team never wants to share her location. At Google, we believe you should be able to delete and turn features off if you don't want to use them. And you should be able to pack up your data and leave if you'd prefer to use a different service. In the Google account, you can find the tools to do this. It's called Download Your Data. We launched this 7 years ago because we believe that your data belongs to you, and you should be able to take it with you. The original team that launched this feature is still proudly working on data portability. And this July, the team took this a step further, working in tandem with leading technology providers to announce the Data Transfer Project. It's an open source initiative dedicated to developing tools so that people can transfer their data directly from one service to another without having to download and re-upload it. People tell us that tools like the Google account are helpful, but we also need to make it easier to access privacy information and data controls within the products that you use every day. This is why we launched Your Data in Search, a way for people to review the data collected by search, understand how this data is used, and learn about data controls, all without leaving search. For example, you'll have easier access to view and delete your search activity. So once we've protected your data, given you access to it, and built flexible controls, we need to ensure that all of this information is simple and comprehensible. Making sure our products match what our users want starts with talking to as many people as possible, whenever possible. At Google, we're deeply data-driven, and we learn a great deal every time we talk to users. Over the past 2 years, we've run a research program through the Privacy and Data Protection Office every 6 weeks all around the world with the goal of helping us build simple privacy products that people understand. This isn't a program where the research team goes off, does the work, and brings back a report. We try to bring whole teams, engineers, designers, product leads, writers, everyone who can come. We do that because watching somebody struggle to understand a setting or a feature is a great way to increase the team's empathy around user comprehension. This program was a large part of driving the new Google account experience that I mentioned earlier. As a part of the redesign alone, we talked to over 11,000 people across 19 countries. It was also a big part of the approach we took when relaunching our privacy policy, as we wanted to make sure everyone could understand it. We started by assembling a team of cross-functional members, designers, writers, lawyers, and researchers to work together and approach the task as if they were building a product. Then, throughout the process, we got feedback from dozens and dozens of people from around the world. While the content of the policies didn't change, we supplemented the text with videos and illustrations and added concrete, approachable examples because we know that different people have different ways of learning. The result was a privacy policy that users and the industry told us that people actually understood. It's our challenge to build helpful experiences that make it worthwhile for you to entrust your data with us. From features like Smart Compose in Gmail that leverages aggregate data to save users from typing over 1 billion characters a week, to the Google Assistant, which helps you with your everyday interactions, we strive to make your data work for you. Earlier, I mentioned a few of how my data was used across Gmail, Calendar, and Maps to help me prepare for my trip. I know how this works, and I'm still pleasantly surprised every time I see it. These kinds of experiences are a great example of how data can be helpful when it's connected together. When it comes to how your data is used, there's no one answer that's right for everyone. We believe that it should be up to you to decide what is right for you. We're committed to making these choices easy to understand and front and center when using our products. We don't always get it right. That's why we do a new research study every few weeks, but we're always learning and improving. And this isn't just something for us to do, it's something we need to all work on together. We need to work together to create and promote best practices that show the world that technology can be empowering, helpful, and trustworthy, and how data can be put to work on your behalf. We need to do better across the industry, and I look forward to working with all of you to get this right. Thank you.
Wasn't that great? We're down to our 2 final speakers of our opening day. Wrestling, like many other industries, is still thought of as a male-dominated world. That's changing now, though, with the help of probably the biggest name in wrestling, the WWE, which boasts nearly 1 billion social media followers. After the launch of their first ever female-only pay-per-view, please welcome to the stage in conversation with Kurt Wagner of Recode, the Chief Brand Officer of WWE, Stephanie McMahon.
Style and grace, I'm never gonna be done, lean on me. Now welcome to the kingdom. The queendom, where the kings bow down. They relinquish the crown. Y'all gon' hit me now. I just turn that around and make you love me. The queendom,
all right.
where the kings bow down. They relinquish the crown.
Kurt, is that the first time you've actually made an entrance to a song called Welcome to the Queendom?
That's, believe it or not, the first time.
Yes,
yeah,
it's hard to believe.
I feel like Bieber up here or something like this. Like this is, you know, tech journalists don't usually get this kind of situation.
They don't?
No, I know
No.
you're familiar with it, but not me. We got a ton to talk about. WWE, specifically women in the WWE taking over, Evolution. You guys just had a pay-per-view thing that I think was a huge success. But before we get to that, you have something you want to show all of us, get us maybe a little hyped up.
Yes, so let me just see a show of hands. How many of you are familiar with WWE? All right. Oh, yeah. I love that. Thank you very much. Well, for those of you who aren't, instead of me telling you all about our brand, I think it's easier for me to just show you.
WWE.
WWE. WWE. WWE.
3 little letters. But one extraordinary experience.
I had the best time there.
I went out there and I just got caught up.
The energy in this place is unbelievable.
It's more than this.
WWE is the #1 sports channel on YouTube. WWE has been a major topic in all forms of social media. We are being seen all over the world. get ready for WrestleMania.
WrestleMania.
WrestleMania!
What's up, Kids' Choice Awards?
To family.
My wife is Maurice. She is the Mrs. You get it? Ms. and Mrs.
And even more than a spectacle, we are family, friends, heroes. We are a community.
Like when I close my eyes and don't even care if anyone sees me dance. Like I can fly and don't even think of touching the ground. Like a heartbeat skip, like an open page, like a one-way trip on an aeroplane. It's the way that
This was my best day ever.
brand new.
We are WWE.
All right. Hyped up. What goes through your mind when you see that? You guys have done so much.
I'm so proud when I see that, and I think about where WWE has come from when I was a little girl. My father really started the WWE. It was a Northeast regional promotion that is now a global phenomenon in 180 countries in 25 different languages.
Yeah, and I want to talk about Evolution, which was a women's only, I guess, event
Yes,
that you
all
had,
women's, our
pay-per-view.
first ever.
Before you tell me how it went, walk us through just really quickly why this is such a big deal. Because this is the first time you've ever done a female-only match, a female-only event like this.
It is hugely important, especially when you consider this moment in time in our world. Not only in sports, not only in entertainment, in business, in media, women are finally becoming the spotlight. They are finally becoming the equal counterpart that they should be. And WWE, I'm so proud, is such a huge part of that movement with Evolution, which isn't just a pay-per-view event, it's also a live streaming event on WWE Network, which is our direct-to-consumer.
Yep.
We were actually the first live streaming OTT platform to launch. We launched, of course, behind Netflix and Hulu. We're still trying to catch up.
Yeah.
But, that was, we were the first live streaming platform, and that was a calculated risk.
And so what was it that happened in the world around WWE that made you say, now's the right time to do this particular event?
Well, it's more than just this event. So what happened is we started recruiting athletes from all over the world, elite athletes, male and female. And it's actually my husband who spoke on this stage last year, Triple H,
Yeah.
Paul Levesque. He started training the women the same as the men, giving them the same opportunities in terms of match time, which, like anything else, it's reps. The more you do, the better you're going to get, the more you can hone your craft. And these women started stealing the show. And the audience started chanting, "This is wrestling," and women's wrestling. So then you go to, and that's in our developmental system, which started off as a developmental platform and has now evolved into a global touring brand for WWE, the third one. So then on one of our flagship shows, Monday Night Raw, which airs in the US on USA Network, and again, like I said, all over the world, our women were more often treated as secondary, if not tertiary type characters, because it was never believed they could be the draw or that they could be the main event. And there was a tag match that specifically lasted all of 30 seconds. And a tag match is obviously a team of two competing against each other. So 4 entrances and a match that lasted 30 seconds. And our fans had had enough. And they started a hashtag that trended worldwide for 3 days called Give Divas a Chance.
And divas were what female
How
wrestlers
we branded.
were called.
Exactly,
Yeah. Very
exactly.
like sexualized originally.
No. Divas actually, I'm not saying that that's, wasn't represented in some form or fashion, but the term divas at that time was the divas of soul. Whitney Houston, Aretha Franklin, all of that good stuff. And it was successful. It was an effort to spotlight the women's division. It evolved into some reality programming like Total Divas, which is now Total Bellas, and We now have a third reality show on USA Network called Ms. and Mrs.
Yeah.
But our fans with this hashtag were specifically calling for more athleticism, better storylines, more character development. And their voices were so loud that our chairman and CEO responded, "We hear you, keep watching, hashtag give divas a chance." So then at WrestleMania, which is akin to our Super Bowl, strategically our biggest event at AT&T Stadium in front of over 101,000 people. I mean, think about this room times 10.
Yeah.
Right, we had WWE Hall of Famer Lita go out and announce the rebranding of the Divas division to the women's division. She unveiled a new championship belt more akin to the men's, but still very feminine, and announced that our women would now be called superstars, same as the men. And since that time, our women have been more regularly headlining and main eventing our programming. We signed Rowdy Ronda Rousey, arguably one of the world's greatest athletes, male or female, and perhaps the biggest story, in addition to the event that you referenced, which was the origin of your question, in Abu Dhabi, nearly a year ago, for the first time ever, our women were allowed to perform. And they had to wear different costuming. Only their heads and their hands could be exposed. But during their match, a chant broke out in the arena, both men and women chanting, "This is hope. This is hope." In a WWE wrestling event in Abu Dhabi, men and women chanting, "This is hope," seeing women represented. That's what this movement is all about. Thank you. It's so much bigger than one brand.
Yeah.
It's bigger than all of us.
When you see that and hear that feedback, does it make you wish that you had done this earlier? Does it make you think, gosh, why didn't we do this a decade ago?
You know, I think it's easy to be a Monday morning quarterback, you know, and to look back, that expression is also so dated, given that people are just saying that out loud. But, you know, for whatever reason, it didn't happen. So I don't like to look back. I like to look forward. I like to look at the opportunity we have now. You know, that expression, to be the change you want to see in the world, that I understand that every day a little bit better. And our event, Evolution, which was the first ever all-women's live streaming pay-per-view event, not only was it a sellout, over 10,000 people in Nassau Coliseum in New York, but it also trended #1 worldwide during the Sunday Night Football, NFL, and Major League Baseball's World Series.
Wow.
For hours, it trended #1 worldwide.
And how did it perform against some of your previous matches, I guess, your previous events?
It was right on par with previous events, and you know, it overperformed our budget, so.
Okay. Do you want to do this again at some point? I mean, it sounds like it was a success.
You know, I'm not making any formal announcement.
Yeah. Do you want to just tell us all?
When we do, Kurt, I'm calling you.
Okay.
So
great.
You get it.
All right. I like that. When you look back and you look at the kind of lead up to something like this, obviously it was a big moment for the WWE. How did it change the way that you market an event like this? How did it change the way you script an event like this? Were there very many differences in the actual production?
Not in terms of the storytelling itself, because WWE is like, you know, a great opera, play, movie, book. It's protagonist versus antagonist with conflict resolution. You know, our conflicts just happen to be settled inside a 20 by 20 foot ring with some of the greatest live action you can see in any movie or in any sport. So the foundation of the storytelling doesn't change at all. But the opportunities change. You know, we were covered for the first time ever by, you know, female publications like Cosmo and Refinery 29 and Bustle, and we had a new partner, CoverGirl, who had never before been a part of WWE as a sponsor. So it really is opening new doors for us. And again, hopefully we can have the opportunity to really make a difference, because that's what it's about.
Yeah. When you look moving forward, what are some of the barriers right now that female wrestlers maybe have to get into the industry or get into the sport that their male counterparts don't have. Do you feel like it's on par at this point, or not yet?
No, it's definitely not on par yet. The goal is true parity and equality. And we're getting there. We're working on it. I think that there is more of an opportunity than there has ever been before. We've signed female athletes from the Middle East, like Shadia Biseso. We signed Kavita Devi from India, Casey Catanzaro from American Ninja Warrior. So there is this huge groundswell, really, of women seeing WWE, especially female athletes, as the next path for them.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard for athletes when they've been successful in their sports. What do they do after that, male or female? And WWE is becoming more and more of an opportunity.
Yeah. What's the recruiting process like? How do you become, tagged as the next WWE superstar?
Well, you have to have charisma. You have to have a lot of charisma. You have to be able to connect with the audience.
Hold a chair and
intangible.
be
No,
able to-
that comes later.
Okay.
If you're good enough.
You can teach that.
That's right. You
Right.
can't teach charisma.
Right.
But we do have our performance center based in Florida in the United States, and we actually just launched one in the UK. So our goal is global localization. Our goal is to replicate this model of training and a localized version of NXT, which is the developmental system I was mentioning before that evolved into our third global touring brand. And the UK is really our first market. And once that proves to be successful, we're going to put that model everywhere.
Yeah.
But when you think about recruiting and training, you bring in all of these athletes, and really the numbers keep increasing of people who truly are interested and the level of athleticism that they're able to bring. And first and foremost, what we do is we wear everybody out, right, for a couple of days, physically drain them and exhaust them, because then what we're looking for are emergent leaders. Who are the people who are going to pick somebody up and say, no, come on, you got this, when someone's ready to give up? Who are the people who are going to give up? You want to weed them out.
So you can't just script someone to be a good leader or a good superhero. They actually have to have those qualities.
They have to have those
off
qualities.
camera.
Yep.
Ronda Rousey, you mentioned her. She's obviously a superstar. She's a terrifying fighter.
Yeah, I faced her at WrestleMania, by the way.
I do not envy you
in a
one
tag
bit.
match.
How does someone like that get looped into WWE? Is that, you see her doing her UFC stuff and you say, oh my gosh, the minute she's done there, we have to get her? Does she come to you? Yeah, I'm curious how someone of that kind of stature joins what you're doing.
Well, it's different for everyone, but Ronda has been a fan her whole life. So she truly loves WWE, and she gets the showmanship aspect, I think, better than anyone, really. She transitioned so quickly in our business. She's really blown everybody away. But it was a mutual conversation. We, of course, had our eye on Ronda. We were big fans of hers, in the UFC, and, now she's transitioned to movies, etc. But we started that conversation, and we started talking about what if.
Mm-hmm.
And it's something she wanted to do. And again, she's she's over-delivered every single time.
Are there more of those women kind of on Ronda's level that you have your eye on right now?
Absolutely.
You want to tell us who they are so we can keep our eye on them?
Well, I was asked the other day, what female athlete would I love to have in WWE? And I actually happened to be on the same flight as her husband yesterday, but Serena Williams.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the door's open, Serena. I love Serena.
I think Alexis is here.
She's incredible.
He was on stage maybe earlier today, so we can make that happen.
Yeah, well, he and I were chatting on the plane. He said, you didn't even tell me you were going to throw. I was like, well, I was just asked the question.
Yeah. We have just another minute. I got a couple more questions I want to get to. You mentioned people kind of becoming superstars outside of WWE. I think we saw in the video, we saw The Rock on there. I think we saw John Cena on there.
Yep.
What does it mean for you to see people who kind of maybe got their start in pro wrestling go on to do other things?
Well, I think it's hugely impactful for our brand. That's actually part of our strategy, is casting our stars outside of WWE and then bringing other celebrities and influencers inside our programming, because the rising tide raises all boats in terms of relevancy and audience generation.
Yeah. Is that something you take an active role in trying to kind of, get people into movies and things like
Absolutely.
that? Yeah.
Yep.
last question for you. As you look forward, I know elevating kind of women's sports all around, not just in WWE, is very important to you. Is there something you've learned that you could kind of share with other leagues or entertainment companies out there about kind of building a brand around women specifically?
Absolutely. So WWE's mission is to put smiles on people's faces the world over, whether we do that through our entertainment content or we do it by giving back to the community. We have 4 key pillars of giving back. One of them is empowerment. And as a part of Evolution, we announced our partnership with Girl Up, something called Sports for a Purpose, which is addressing the gender inequality gap in sports, which is huge.
Yep.
And especially giving teen girls the leadership skills that they learn through sport. And I realize that's not directly answering your question, but what it does give perspective to is the importance of providing opportunity. When I said be the change you want to see in the world, you have to give women that opportunity. They will earn it every single time, but you have to give them the chance. You have to, and this takes men and women. Women have to fight for each other, and men have to fight for women too. And again, it's about equality. It's not about one gender rising above the other. It's about giving each other the support and love that we need. So I would say, empower one another in life. Whether you're male, whether you're female, empower your teams, empower your people, empower your customers, empower your consumers, empower your fans. You will have a much more successful business.
Awesome. Steph, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
What an incredible first day. We've got one speaker left for you. Quite an incredible speaker to end the day. I just want to remind everybody that immediately when this talk finishes, Sunset Summit kicks off in what's called the Portuguese Pavilion, roughly 100 meters from here. It's just towards the back and to my left of the Altice Arena. So you need to run out that way and run around. It's got the very best of Portuguese wine and food, and there's lots of space. And it's a great place to meet people for 3 or 4 hours before heading out to Night Summit. Night Summit this evening is in and around Pink Street. There's dozens and dozens of bars, dozens of parties, and you're in for a real treat. It should be fantastic. So Sunset Summit starts right after this talk, just around the corner, and then Night Summit kicks off from about 8 p.m. all around Pink Street, expanding into the streets nearby. So, has everybody had a good first day? Has everybody had a good first day? It's been fantastic. Everyone in this room has more than likely used a Samsung product in their day-to-day lives. From phones and TVs to microwaves and dishwashers, Samsung are applying AI in innovative and even unexpected ways. Before we bring our next speaker to the stage, I'd like to first share this video.
We are in the midst of a modern industrial revolution, and what we see is artificial intelligence is increasingly getting applied across a wide range of businesses.
We are now solving problems with machine learning and artificial intelligence.
AI may be the best investment opportunity of our generation.
Mais la France a désormais un argument de taille. Emmanuel Macron l'a annoncé dans un tweet. Les géants Samsung et Fujitsu vont...
Elon Musk and Bill Gates, who warned that AI might end up automating so many tasks that millions of humans could end up without jobs.
With artificial intelligence, we are summoning the demon.
Everybody in the valley is saying they're in AI.
Is one of the most important things humanity is working on. It's really the thing of the tech industry right now.
It's going to take over more of our lives.
To prepare for the fourth industrial revolution, Samsung Electronics is opening its artificial intelligence centers in various corners of the world.
Revolutionizing technology in an advantageous way for humanity
Data is going to be so important for human life in the future.
To some expert systems, computer is already smarter, but in 30 years, they will be smarter than us.
People fear AI.
Would result in a net loss of 5.1 million jobs.
Is it time to talk about a kill switch?
The White House says it is creating a new task force.
We ought to regulate something that really doesn't even exist yet.
We should not be afraid of AI.
Experts question how much farther AI can go from here.
Please welcome the president of one of the biggest companies on the planet, Samsung's young son. Woo!
Good afternoon. I hope you had a tremendous day today. It's my honor to be here at the Web Summit to share some of our perspective on AI and data. But let me start with this beautiful city, Lisbon, and Portugal, the first globalized country. It turned out it's Portugal that brought chili pepper to Asia. Although it was found in Mexico, and it came all the way to Korea. And if you eat kimchi, which is supposedly a good food, you will see the chili pepper is all over. But I didn't realize until I came here that source of chili powder came through Portuguese. So thanks for that globalization, which happened several hundred years ago. Here we are. So when I was a young man, I was always fascinated by Galaxy. Not because of our phone, which I hope a lot of you are using, but it's more to do with really about the potential, the space, the adventure, and really open the ideas around what's possible. It's such a big number. And if I ask you how many stars are in Galaxy, I'm sure many of you know the answer, but it's a big number, right? It's 100 billion stars. It turned out we also have almost 100 billion neurons in our brain that can help you to think, that help you to analyze data, and help you to realize what's possible by taking advantage of all our experiences. But there are even bigger numbers out there. It's the size of potential connected world with all the products that are connected. And that number is even greater. So 340 trillion. And now, if you translate that, I think it's 10 to 37 power of the number. So it's a very big number that we are dealing with. So what are we doing with all these connected devices? So I thought about what happens in 60 seconds. So here's a perspective in 60 seconds. And to get there, first I want to show you how much data is growing, which you know is expanding. We are in about 25 zettabytes and expecting to grow over 160 zettabytes. And I believe this number is underestimating because the pace of the expansion is even greater than what we are used to. So assume this number is right. By the way, this has been a good business for Samsung, because the more data people use, the more memory they use, and the more memory they use, we produce more products. It turned out to be a very good way of taking advantage of data economy. So looking at what happens in 60 seconds, in all of you in this room, and it's incredible the amount of the video data consumption that we are creating. So look at the number of the likes in Facebook, 2.2 million. And number of the searches that are going on is 3.7 million. And then look at what Amazon is doing now. Amazon is shipping 50 billion parcels in a year. 50 billion, which means all of us are probably doing some kind of delivery for Amazon goods. This is really what's driving our economy today, all of us, globally. And in some ways, you could argue this is good. Some ways, it's convenient. Some ways, it's very concerning, given the kind of data, kind of the information that we are sharing with e-commerce sites, the search sites, as well as social media. So I'll talk some more about that as I am discussing some more. But assuming data is the oil, right? I think many of you heard about this. Economists talked about that. In many ways, you can really say, like what happened in the 19th century, when oil was discovered. Oil has been around for several thousand years, but it actually really discovered 19th century, when they figured out how to process it, when they figured out how to create a combustion engine, and then it became the engine of the economy for really last 20th century. Where we are is really we're in transition point. We're in transition point, going from the physical oil to, in a way, the intangible data that are helping us grow the economy even greater. So let me look at one data point that give you perspective. So I was looking at how many companies were oil companies that are the most valuable companies 10 years ago. It turned out half of them are oil companies. Clearly, oil drove our economy. Then I asked myself, what are the list of companies that are driving our data economy today? It turned out very different list. Only one oil companies. 7 out of 10 are really the platform data companies that are taking advantage of opportunities globally. So I think this is a really interesting example of the change that we are going through in our economy today. So in some ways, we are in a perfect storm. It didn't happen accidentally. AI, machine learning, it's been around a long time ago, 30 years ago. The two changes that happen that are most profound here is one, a lot more data. We're gathering a lot more data from many different places. Two, scalable, cheap compute. Those two combined, now you can be able to harness the data, and in turn, it can give you insight that we never had. And this is a change that's profound, and this is really a global opportunity for everybody in this room. It's not just for Chinese, it's not just for Americans. It is really a global opportunity because data is intangible. It can be anywhere in the market. You are connected, and the scalability and compute is available globally. So I think there is many opportunities you can disrupt the world here. So one of the things that really profound here is also amount of sensors that are becoming important. Because by having sensors, you can really go from physical world to digital world. It's a really translator about your actions, your walking, your motions, your driving, your acceleration, your height. All those things can be measured through your sensors. Through that, you can have a better mapping. Through that, you can have a better health tracking. In the process, you can then also predict your behaviors, predict potential liabilities one can have. So if you're insurance companies, if you are the health companies, all those things will have a profound impact on your business. So that's one big mega trend we have, part of where we are today. I think the other key mega trend is, as I mentioned, compute has become much more affordable. The computer, the phone you have in your pocket today that you're taking picture of, that's already 40,000 times more powerful than the first phone that came out. So the compute is out there, connectivity is pervasive. Along with that, now AI is built in. Along with the cloud, you really can be able to harness all kinds of information that are out there. Obviously, cheaper memory helps, something that Samsung has contributed to the market to help in continuing innovation here. So clearly, if data is the oil, then AI is the engine. And AI is clearly shaping our future. And it's shaping really all of the traditional applications and spaces that we can think of. It's not just some new space. AI isn't just for some kind of data centers. It's about from travel. It's about the as simple as your manufacturing process, energy management, as well as navigation and autonomous driving, health. All those areas will get impacted by it. And we're happy that we are involved with some of the European companies that are in this list, like Mapillary, as well as the Dark Trace, that are doing security to ensure they can be able to using AI to be able to prevent intrusion that are happening in the web space in commercial applications. So these are some of the great examples of area that we've been involved, and these are the companies out of Europe that we're very happy to get engaged. Now, having said that, I believe we have issues that we have to think through, and it's something that is really about my key theme of my speech today. It's about the ethics of AI. It's about data sharing, implication of data, and what it means to our lives. Is our people educated to prepare to address this challenge? Do we have the right education? Are we going to create more jobs or less jobs? Are we going to be more diversified, or are we going to be more narrowly defined AI? These are some of the things that we have to think very carefully, and I don't have an answer for you, other than as a tech leaders, as a companies that are responsible providing number of products around the world. We want to make sure that we have this journey in a responsible way. So the responsibility is with us, with you as a consumer, and with the government along with that as well. So we have to go through this journey. And I think the journey is going to be very drastic. It's going to be very hard. And there will be no obvious answers to this journey. And it's something that we have to deal with. So in many ways, I think it's really important, us as a tech entrepreneurs, leaders, playmakers, we got to have a purpose. Purpose that can help us to really change and impact our lives. It's something that we believe that we have to do with our products and with our technology. So I'm going to pick two examples that I believe is really critical, and hopefully some of you will join me in addressing these challenges going forward. One of them is really healthcare. Clearly, this is an area that we are all concerned about. I don't know about Portugal, but I know the Korea and Japan are the fastest aging country in the world. Our population is growing less than 1, and we are the longest living country in the world. What that means is that we are going to have the population burden along with the aging burden that are all coming together. It'll be a challenge for society. How do you manage that with a proper budget? How do you be able to navigate that with technology? And this is an example of an area that we have to spend more energy and creating a progress here. So in some ways, I think that a biology inspired technologists for a long time. When we said neuromorphic computing, really it's about being able to mimic our brain and being able to use many parallel computers, like our neurons do, and be able to process that concurrently. In many ways, our neurons are still much more powerful. If you look at our brain, it consumes only 20 watts of power. Whereas if you think about the competition it had on Go, Master Go, that a Cambridge team put together, it required 167 servers to do it. That's a lot of power. So still, computers have a tough time keeping up with the human brain. But by understanding better about our brain, we have improved our AI, our computing, and I think you will see more and more of this trend that will continue. And obviously, technology also helped biology as well. And one of the things that are really helping us is really around what I call Moore's law, the cloud capabilities, the servers, and the connectivity. All those things helped to bring down, in a way, the advancement of medicine. And I'll talk some more about this as I'm talking about the Eram's law. How many of you heard of Eram's law? Not too many. Yeah, there's few. ERAM's law basically is very simple. It's the really observation of how long it takes, how much it costs, develop new drugs. It turned out it takes twice longer. It turns out it costs twice as much as you creating new drugs going forward. Very different than business I'm used to. We're here to give you phone faster, lower power every year by advancement of semiconductor, advancement of modems, technologies, and battery technologies. Maybe I shouldn't say too loud about battery technologies. But I think after our key lessons, we have learned to improve our manufacturing process, so don't worry. So anyhow, ERAM's law is really concerning. So in some ways, if you look at ERAM's law, it really is about what it takes to really improve the cure. And it takes $2.5 billion to create new drugs to address our challenge. And the problem is all the low-hanging fruit is gone. So we have to go much higher, higher, higher challenges. How do we get there? It's a problem, and it's an opportunity for many of you in this room. Because here comes the, really in some ways, how we see the humans. Life is, of course, organic. It's the bones, it's the muscles, it's the fiber. That's what makes us. But in some ways, we are also digital. With the progress in genome, now we have the 4 symbols that are representing A, T, C, G, representing all of us with 3 billion pairs of DNA sequencing. Now, along with that information, we think that we can be able to know a lot more about us going forward. So along with genome, along with your environmental information, phenome, as well as information around our blood, you can be able to make correlation between different diseases over time, and in the process, we believe we can learn much more about us. In the process, we can be able to diagnose, prevent, and be able to cure eventually over time. So that's really the idea behind this health area. And you can see, to do that, we need to have genome data that's available. When we first began, if you look at the first time we can be able to sequence the gene, it cost $100 million. Today, gene sequencing will cost you about $1,000. And tomorrow, it'll be $100. That's because of improvements in IT technology, compute, storage, and other materials that can help us to really bring down the cost of genomics. Along with that information, along with many other data around your body, your activities, your diseases, together, longitudinally, over time, we can be able to help learn a lot more about us by having a data bank like this. It's something that I believe is something that are long-term, but we need to work on it. And I hope that we can all work together, trying to figure out ways to improve our health by creating a unified data that can be able to help us from genomes all the way to phenomes and other data types. Now, there are other informations that I think is useful for AI. So we've been spending a lot of time in looking at autonomous driving. Can we be able to contribute to autonomous driving going forward? So the first question is, when will autonomous driving be ready? That question comes to me quite a bit. In fact, today at Reuters interview, they asked me that question. And I think the truth is, autonomous driving is a great vision. But today, it's really about safety. By having and developing sensors and technologies, we can make it much better, safer car driving experience. Along with that, I think over time, when we have prepared our ecosystem, and I'll give you an example of mobile phones. Smartphones did not happen overnight. As you know, Nokia began that even before Apple did. But at some point, smartphone became real. And part of that is really about ecosystem. It's about getting the right apps, right OS, right display, right batteries, right connectivity. These things all have to come together if you want to advance technology. Cannot be done by just one product alone. Same thing happens in what we call cars. The cars are going to become data appliances. It's going to require a lot of data. Today, it has about 500 gigabytes of data. Soon, it's going to be 50 terabytes. That's a lot of data. It's like having a data center moving. And the question, I think, is how do you make sure these cars are connected and being able to navigate? And you will see that in mobility, next generation, it have to work together with the ecosystem. You need to have the vehicle to vehicle, infrastructure to infrastructure, the road conditions and mapping software. They all have to together because we're talking about safety. And we're talking about the technologies that can make the difference between life and death. Also, the question is, who is going to make that critical decision? Is it AI? Can you teach the learning machine to teach all the scenarios? I don't think so. So at some point, you have to make a very tough decision between hitting maybe the person in front or bicycle on the right. And these are all the difficult challenges I think we have to go through in terms of ethics, in terms of regulation, in terms of infrastructure. For that reason, I believe in a limited area, we are going to have a deployment of autonomous driving, obviously with no pedestrians, no bicycles, in a planned city in China somewhere, absolutely possible. But in a full-scale autonomous driving in Lisbon, San Francisco, Seoul, it'll be really hard to do. So we have to be patient. But the technology will benefit because sensors, algorithms, cameras, radars, lidars, all those things, just like what happened to our smartphone, will continue to evolve. It'll become a better technology going forward. So what is Samsung doing about this? First of all, we are not a what I call gold digger. You know, if you think about 19th century analogy, you may have heard of the gold rush in San Francisco. Many people from all over the world went to San Francisco to find the gold. So many of them in 19th century found the gold. But at the end of the day, if you look at those people that made money, it's maybe the people that create infrastructure that enables it, so that they don't really care who hit the gold, who doesn't. Like Levi's, or the people that make shovels, all the railroad systems. So in some ways, what we are doing at Samsung is creating chips from memories to neuromorphic processing chips, and the data centers, and 5G that can be able to enable next generation of AI technology do-over for all vertical applications. So really, that's kind of where our strategy is. And then being able to using our phones, our TVs, and others to make it more intelligent. So that's really our commitment, something that I think you are going to hear more about. In fact, tomorrow, we are doing Samsung Developer Conference in San Francisco, talk about this particular subject. So the opportunity, my last slide, really opportunity for all of us are very large. And first of all, I am convinced with the data, with AI, with kind of compute that we have, we can make big changes in our world. And all industry will be disrupted. And to me, all of you, that's an opportunity. Opportunity to gain, opportunity to replace, opportunity to make it more efficient. But at the same time, I think we have an obligation as technology leaders to make it responsible. They can be able to address what's right, what's not, and being able to not abuse our privilege. At Samsung, we try to make sure data belongs to you, not to us. And that's our commitment. Thank you very much.
Thanks a million to all of our speakers, all the team behind the scenes, the thousands of people that have made today the opening day so very special. See you all tomorrow. Enjoy Sunset Summit and Night Summit. Thank you.